Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Captain, Omer rolls out of his bunk and leaps to his feet, ignoring the light of sunrise pouring into his quarters as he grabs his sword and slids on his boots. Pulling on a coat over his t-shirt and combat pants, he rushes through the main kitchen area of the ship, seeing his wife already cooking, her back to the bubbling pot, while aiming a magic rifle at the door. "Another ship?" Omer asks, and the woman shakes her head, still keeping her aim on the door. She raises her rifle slightly as he opens the door and steps outside, seeing his crew on the main deck. A group of men and women, weapons on the floor as they hug the mast, railing and wrap themselves in rope, trembling and scared out of their minds. "What the hell is going on?" he asks, looking at his crew for any sign of injury, seeing them untouched. "Answer me." One of the women manages to open her eyes, removing her hand from the railing before her courage breaks, and she holds it even tighter. "Look up." Her shaky voice confuses Captain Omer. The man grits his teeth, flowing magic energy into his blade, causing a small blue magic sickle to appear on the top as he looks up. "These damn burr." He leaps backward and hugs the doorframe, surprising his wife as the blade clatters against the wood of the main deck. "Grab onto something," he orders. The woman braces herself against the sink, expecting a rogue wave or magic beast to rock the ship, but everything remained steady. Even the boiling soup on the stove was unbothered as she cast a confused glance at her husband. "What's out there?" "Look out the window," the man says, and she does exactly that. "Oh gods!" she screams and drops to the floor, placing her back against the skin and anchoring herself better. "What happened? Take us back down." "I'm working on that," the man says as he looks up, still clutching the doorframe for dear life. "What happened?" Nobody responds, all sharing the confusing while the man looks up at the ocean above. His sense of orientation was perfectly fine, betraying his mind and eyes while looking at the calm ocean above them. There was a single boat, less than half the size of their ship, but from over 1,000 feet away, he couldn't make out enough details. Nor could he see the flag from this angle. The man looks at his terrified crew and takes a deep breath, working up the nerve to let go of the doorframe. He takes a few shaky steps forward and grabs his sword, focusing on his sense of orientation, fighting through the anxiety of the situation. Is something keeping us in the sky? There must be a reason, but fighting could make us fall. Maybe if I use innate magic energy I can catch us, he thinks. But we have to jump from the ship. And I. The man nearly jumps out of his own skin, strumbling away till his back is against the opposite railing and pointing his blade at Oberon, who is casually standing on the side of the ship. Oberon looks down, between his feet, confusing the man's sense of orientation even more as he walks over from the side of the ship and seamlessly transitions to standing on the deck. "Sorry I didn't answer earlier," Oberon says while securing his storage card back into the holster, adjusting his S-Class coat as he does so. "My friend Alana really likes seashells, and your boat has some pretty cool stuff attached to the—" "Who are you? What do you want? Why are you doing this?" "Oh, right. I'm Oberon," he says while politely smiling at the man, turning to show off the fairy tale emblem at the back of his coat. "From fairy tale? Fairy tale? Yeah, I've heard of you. Why are you all the way out here? What did we ever do to you?" "Well, you're pirates, so I figured I'd come check out your treasure." "So, you aren't going to kill us?" "What? Now, way, I don't want to kill anyone. Just show me what cool magic stuff you guys have." It takes a moment for the crew to process what was happening and how awful their luck truly was. "So, you're just here for the magic items? Why else would I be here?" "Oh, are you seriously just a kid?" Captain Omer asks. "I'm not a kid." Oberon raises his voice, scaring them. "I turned 9 last month. Plus, I'm S-Class. Even now, I'm on a super awesome S-Class job. Can a kid do that?" The man decides not to respond while Oberon pokes his tongue out at him. "I'm the only mage on his crew. A holder type. My sword has water magic, which keeps us safer while we transport cargo between countries. And my boots, they let me walk on water. Ugh, I can already do both those things. What about treasure? We have saffron. What like the spice? It's worth more than gold on the Southern Isles. We spend all our money on saffron and sell it for more down south. That's so lame. Wait, the man desperately tries to keep Oberon interested in not dropping them. We also have a chest that's locked up tight. We're supposed to transport it for our fleet captain. But I don't know what's in it, I swear. A mischievous smile splits Oberon's face. A mystery package. Okay, let's open it. Right, well, follow me. But it may have some kind of trap in it. We'll be all right, Oberon says as he walks past the man into the main cabin area. He sees the woman sitting on the floor and the magic rifle beside her, giving a polite smile and wave. Hi, good morning. The woman nervously nods as Captain Omer enters behind Oberon. The man looks between the boy's back and his sword, then sheathes the weapon on his belt. He didn't even take my sword. Well, we're all his hostage at the moment, so even if I were willing to hurt a child, I sure as hell can't risk pissing him off now. It's this way, Captain Omer says as he walks past Oberon. The boy takes out his camera and photographs himself a couple times as they move down a set of stairs into the dry and cold storeroom below the kitchen area. Can't believe I'm on a real pirate ship. Laxus is going to be so jealous. They arrive at a large chest with an intricate lock. The top of the chest is painted with the same symbol as this ship, the infamous emblem of this pirate fleet. As I said, I can't open it. Only the captain has a key, and we're supposed to be taking it down there for him. Oberon taps his chin as he kneels in front of the chest, staring at the lock. I have an idea. He creates a small sphere of water in his right hand, then solidifies it into a jelly-like consistency, then changes the structure and viscosity to better match that of clay or thick mud. Oberon then presses it into the lock, allowing the water to flow and fill the lock, and moves tendrils of water around until he hears pins clicking into place. After a few minutes, he turns his hand, and with a loud click the chest pops open. Did you pick the lock with water magic? Nah, I couldn't tell what was going on in there, so I just broke it. He giggles and opens the chest. The man's eyes widen, thoughts of him, his ship, his wife, and his crew falling to the ocean below flashing in his mind as dozen poison darts spring toward Oberon's chest. They crash into his invisible cosmic barrier and clatter to the floor, and the boy doesn't even glance at the darts while opening the chest full. What's this junk? Oberon removes an ornate bottle of wine from the chest, holding it up to see strange gems floating within. Wow, that's fire blood wine. Ew. Captain. Omer rolls out of his bunk and leaps to his feet, ignoring the light of sunrise pouring into his quarters as he grabs his sword and slids on his boots. Pulling on a coat over his t-shirt and combat pants, he rushes through the main kitchen area of the ship, seeing his wife already cooking, her back to the bubbling pot, while aiming a magic rifle at the door. Another ship? Omer asks, and the woman shakes her head, still keeping her aim on the door. She raises her rifle slightly as he opens the door and steps outside, seeing his crew on the main deck. A group of men and women, weapons on the floor as they hug the mast, railing and wrap themselves in rope, trembling and scared out of their minds. What the hell is going on? He asks, looking at his crew for any sign of injury, seeing them untouched. Answer me. One of the women manages to open her eyes, removing her hand from the railing before her courage breaks, and she holds it even tighter. Look up. Her shaky voice confuses Captain Omer. The man grits his teeth, flowing magic energy into his blade, causing a small blue magic sickle to appear on the top as he looks up. These damn burr. He leaps backward and hugs the doorframe, surprising his wife as the blade clatters against the wood of the main deck. Grab onto something, he orders. The woman braces herself against the sink, expecting a rogue wave or magic beast to rock the ship, but everything remained steady. Even the boiling soup on the stove was unbothered as she cast a confused glance at her husband. What's out there? Look out the window, the man says, and she does exactly that. Oh gods, she screams and drops to the floor, placing her back against the skin and anchoring herself better. What happened? Take us back down. I'm working on that, the man says as he looks up, still clutching the doorframe for dear life. What happened? Nobody responds, all sharing the confusing while the man looks up at the ocean above. His sense of orientation was perfectly fine, betraying his mind and eyes while looking at the calm ocean above them. There was a single boat, less than half the size of their ship, but from over 1,000 feet away, he couldn't make out enough details. Nor could he see the flag from this angle. The man looks at his terrified crew and takes a deep breath, working up the nerve to let go of the doorframe. He takes a few shaky steps forward and grabs his sword, focusing on his sense of orientation, fighting through the anxiety of the situation. Is something keeping us in the sky? There must be a reason, but fighting could make us fall. Maybe if I use innate magic energy I can catch us, he thinks. But we have to jump from the ship. And the man nearly jumps out of his own skin, strumbling away till his back is against the opposite railing and pointing his blade at Oberon, who is casually standing on the side of the ship. Oberon looks down, between his feet, confusing the man's sense of orientation even more as he walks over from the side of the ship and seamlessly transitions to standing on the deck. Sorry I didn't answer earlier, Oberon says while securing his storage card back into the holster, adjusting his S-Class coat as he does so. My friend Alana really likes seashells, and your boat has some pretty cool stuff attached to the... Who are you? What do you want? Why are you doing this? Oh, right. I'm Oberon, he says while politely smiling at the man, turning to show off the fairy tale emblem at the back of his coat. From fairy tale. Fairy tale. Yeah, I've heard of you. Why are you all the way out here? What did we ever do to you? Well, you're pirates, so I figured I'd come check out your treasure. So, you aren't going to kill us? What? Now, I don't want to kill anyone. Just show me what cool magic stuff you guys have. It takes a moment for the crew to process what was happening and how awful their luck truly was. So, you just here for the magic items? Why else would I be here? Oh, are you seriously just a kid? Captain Omer asks. I'm not a kid. Oberon raises his voice, scaring them. I turned 9 last month. Plus, I'm S-Class. Even now, I'm on a super awesome S-Class job. Can a kid do that? The man decides not to respond while Oberon pokes his tongue out at him. I'm the only mage on his crew. A holder type. My sword has water magic, which keeps us safer while we transport cargo between countries. And my boots, they let me walk on water. Ugh, I can already do both those things. What about treasure? We have saffron. What like the spice? It's worth more than gold on the Southern Isles. We spend all our money on saffron and sell it for more down south. That's so lame. Wait, the man desperately tries to keep Oberon interested in not dropping them. We also have a chest that's locked up tight. We're supposed to transport it for our fleet captain. But I don't know what's in it, I swear. A mischievous smile splits Oberon's face. A mystery package. Okay, let's open it. Right, well, follow me. But it may have some kind of trap in it. We'll be all right, Oberon says as he walks past the man into the main cabin area. He sees the woman sitting on the floor and the magic rifle beside her, giving a polite smile and wave. Hi, good morning. The woman nervously nods as Captain Omer enters behind Oberon. The man looks between the boy's back and his sword, then sheathes the weapon on his belt. He didn't even take my sword. Well, we're all his hostage at the moment, so even if I were willing to hurt a child, I sure as hell can't risk pissing him off now. It's this way, Captain Omer says as he walks past Oberon. The boy takes out his camera and photographs himself a couple times as they move down a set of stairs into the dry and cold storeroom below the kitchen area. Can't believe I'm on a real pirate ship. Laxus is going to be so jealous. They arrive at a large chest with an intricate lock. The top of the chest is painted with the same symbol as this ship, the infamous emblem of this pirate fleet. As I said, I can't open it. Only the captain has a key, and we're supposed to be taking it down there for him. Oberon taps his chin as he kneels in front of the chest, staring at the lock. I have an idea. He creates a small sphere of water in his right hand, then solidifies it into a jelly-like consistency, then changes the structure and viscosity to better match that of clay or thick mud. Oberon then presses it into the lock, allowing the water to flow and fill the lock, and moves tendrils of water around until he hears pins clicking into place. After a few minutes, he turns his hand, and with a loud click the chest pops open. Did you pick the lock with water magic? Nah, I couldn't tell what was going on in there, so I just broke it. He giggles and opens the chest. The man's eyes widen. Thoughts of him, his ship, his wife, and his crew falling to the ocean below flashing in his mind as dozen poison darts spring toward Oberon's chest. They crash into his invisible cosmic barrier and clatter to the floor, and the boy doesn't even glance at the darts while opening the chest full. What's this junk? Oberon removes an ornate bottle of wine from the chest, holding it up to see strange gems floating within. Wow, that's fire blood wine. Ew. Captain Carrot nods and glances back to her crewmates. Let's keep them as a last resort. Don't be shy about pulling the trigger. After nearly an hour of walking, they arrive at the top of a massive hill, leading down into a valley of grassland with lacrima crystals protruding from the ground. The houses and buildings are all rubble or cinders, forcing their focus to the creature in the middle of the valley. They hide in the tree-line and carefully observe the situation. A 22 feet 7 tall hulking humanoid creature, leathery blue skin and 4 arms, along with 2 large tusks from its lower jaw reaching just above its top lip. Oberon sees the glowing red runes branded into its body and the staff in its hand. A mangled mess of permanently rotting wood with the top shaped like an open hand, meant to hold something. Around the monster, smaller versions of it, along with some that have wings or fins and gills, march toward it, offering what little wildlife is still left in the forest and surrounding ocean to the greedy Grumsh. It takes the offerings and swallows them whole, excreting clones of its genderless form from its back, commanding them to continue the cycle as they fall to the ground and instinctively seek offerings of meat and blood. Each of the clones is a hair short of 7 feet 2 m, with 4 arms, but no runes on their body, making it impossible for them to feed or multiply. Oberon uses telescopic lens to observe the small army of monsters, nearly 100 in this area alone. All right, this is just about what I expected, Oberon says. A Grumsh is supposed to have a gem at the top of the staff. This one is missing its, so the people who summoned it likely wanted that and just left it here. It gets a lot stronger when it's removed, so they likely couldn't kill it. Without the gem, the energy stays inside its body instead of going to the gem and forming a second Grumsh. This way it can't create another body that can make clones, only make more of those little clones. Are you seriously going down there? Captain Carrot asks. That thing is dangerous. This is the job. Besides, if I don't stop it today, the area they hunt will only get larger. Eventually, it'll spread to the islands in this region, and more people will die. If I kill the main body, all the clones die as well. Sir Oberon can handle this, Virgo says with absolute confidence. We will protect all of you on the sidelines. The Grumsh can't survive in a place with regular amounts of ether nano. I could probably use gravity magic and fly it away from the island, Oberon says. Good plan, Carrot says. Yeah, but I wouldn't learn anything from that. And since there isn't anyone in immediate danger here, I want to find its real limits. What about us? Oberon shrugs, stepping out onto the open road. You knew the risks. He flows magic energy into his second silver gate key, and in a flash of silver behind him, Selim appears. A 30 feet 10 m long floating chisel with a rounded handle and metal halo-like accessory hovering behind its dull gray body. Oberon turns around, ignoring the monsters that are now well aware of their presence. Sorry, Selim. I'm not using your chisel form for this. Selim beeps twice, and its metal parts shift, transforming into a sphere with a green, spherical gem at the front of it, hovering above the ground. Yeah, I want you to stay back here and wait for my signal. Selim rapidly beeps, shaking in excitement before transforming into a 30 feet 10 m long floating magic energy turret with 2 legs that can act as a bipod if needed. Why is it a Jupiter cannon? Carrot asks as the monsters begins lumbering across the hundreds of meters toward them. Not sure what that is, but it sounds cool. Oberon turns and begins walking toward the monsters. Stay far away from the fight. I can't go all out with you guys in the way. Rolling his shoulders, he stretches while walking down the road, marching toward the horde of monsters. A glowing golden magic circle appears in front of him as he aims both palms forward. Radiance Formula 20, Blinding Barrage. Radiance Formula 20, Blinding Barrage. Golden magic circles form in the air before Oberon, extending almost an arm's length in front of him and moving to align like telescope lenses within seconds. 20 in perfect alignment, each amplifying the singular beam of light that flows through them before it reaches the next, enhancing it many times over and amplifying the radiance trait. As the beam exits the final rune, it splits into 24 columns of light that arc through the morning sky, scorching the air as they rise and descend upon the swarm of monsters. The Grumsh squints, nearly blinded by the golden light, before raising its staff, making a pale green magic energy shield around its body. A shield? Annoying, Oberon thinks as the columns of light slam into the horde and explode upon impact, blasting blood and flesh through the area, sending fragments of ruined buildings and scorched dirt all the way to the edge of the valley. Wow, Captain Carrot says, staring at Oberon's back while he taunts the surviving monsters. Didn't know he had that kind of firepower. Sir Oberon is strong, but he left some of them for us to have fun too, Virgo says as a few smaller, damaged monsters rush toward Oberon. Oberon leaps high above them, floating in the air for a moment before rocketing toward the Grumsh. Please don't be boring, Oberon mutters as he flips and drops feet first toward the monster's face, only for it to raise the staff with both its right hands to block him, stopping his momentum in exchange for its bones creaking under the strain. Yes, not boring. The monster roars and swipes at him with its upper left hand, but Oberon simply flips his gravity and floats above it, taking aim with another golden magic circle at its head. Radiance Formula 20, before he could finish compiling the runes. While only the first few magic circles were formed and positioned, the Grumsh had already raised its shield. He warned me about this. Oberon cancels his spell and instead crashes into the shield with both feet, increasing gravity on the Grumsh and forcing it to drop its guard to swing the staff at him. The monster puts its full might and weight into the swing, twisting its body and gripping the enchanted wooden staff with both its right hands, only for Oberon to raise a square light shield to his side and block it. His light shield cracks, but he reinforces it against the immense force, enough to stonewall the attack and send reverberations through the monster's arms. My turn, he says with a mischievous smile, surprising the monster enough for it to begin stumbling away. As it stumbles backward, he adjusts its gravity, sending it falling backward, and as the staff raises, he floats with it, holding onto the finger-like structure at the top and raising it high. He then manipulates gravity to give himself an orbit and spins vertically like a wheel, launching the Grumsh into the air, through the valley, all the way to the far side of the ruined town. The monster rolls across the dirt and rubble before rolling to a stop, pushing itself off the ground with 4 hands and looking around for its staff. It looks around, only to see Oberon floating in the air, with the staff slowly rotating in front of him, inspecting it. Its blood boils, veins bulging as the staff, its most precious item, is in the possession of another. But before it could unleash a blood-curdling roar and charge Oberon, he waves his hand, tossing the staff back to it. The Grumsh catches it, surprised and confused, while staring at him. It wouldn't be any fun if you don't have it, Oberon says while landing on the ground. I can tell you're definitely S-class, but you're weak. Sensing the insult, the Grumsh charges Oberon and swings its staff at him. Oberon smiles and focuses his gravity magic in his barrier while swinging his fist at the staff. Fist and staff clash, shaking the valley, and both combatants stumble back. Oberon's smile nearly splits his face while the Grumsh's surprise becomes worry, but it redoubles all efforts into crushing this challenger. The few smaller monsters arrive at Oberon's group's position, but the thunderous cacophony coming from the main battle startles everyone, causing them to look back at the absurdity of Oberon's battle. They see him avoid a strike before floating into the air and punching the monster in the face, only for it to grab his torso and to their surprise, the boy spins his body and the monster with it, causing it to tumble across the dirt once more. Virgo and Aries snap out of their stupor as they notice a handful of monsters approaching and step in front of the crew. "Stopping you is my first order from Sir Oberon, so I won't go easy on you," Virgo says before dropping into a crouch and placing a single finger on the dirt road. "Don't climb out." The dirt below the monsters glows golden for a moment before disappearing, leaving a perfectly formed cylindrical hole 3 stories deep below them. Virgo then slides her finger forward on the dirt, and the pit glows golden once more. Magic energy becomes earth and closes in the walls, crushing the monsters into a quick grave, leaving no trace of them. Virgo gets up and dusts her hands. Sir Oberon's magic energy truly is amazing. Are you enjoying it, Aries? Virgo turns around to see Aries making large balls of fluffy pink wool near the crew. "Yes, my wool has never been this soft or comfy before. It's incredible. This is amazing." Captain Carrot relaxes into a large wool ball. While the crew is getting comfortable, Oberon's intensity rises, flashing against the wooden staff without giving an inch of ground, feeling the Grumsh's anger and power rise by the second, and raising his output to perfectly match it. After nearly a minute of clashing, he decides to change things up, overcome by his curiosity about the monster's spells. He opens his fist and forms a sheen of light magic like a blade on his right hand. As the staff descends, he slices through it instead of punching, splitting in two before grabbing the section still in the monster's hand. The Grumsh's eyes widen as Oberon alters gravity and flips the 22-foot-tall monster over his head. Its 4 arms attempt to grab him, but he moves too quickly, flying upward and kicking it in the chest to launch it through the dirt. The Grumsh feels a tug on its weapon. Then finally, Oberon steals it away, throwing it into the forest surrounding the valley while the monster rolls through the dirt. Oberon raises a hand and points at the monster with one fist. 20 magic circles line up in front of him, creating an amplifying radiance formula once more. But again, the monster raises its magic shield at the last second to block it. "That's annoying," Oberon thinks as the monster charges him. Radiance formula takes time to set up, but this monster has a faster defensive reaction time than most. "Maybe I could." Oberon leaps away, causing the Grumsh to miss a wide swing at him before raising his hand. He intentionally telegraphs his movements, knowing the monster is reacting to the interval between the formation of the first magic circle and the firing of the attack. Not his movements, but the bright golden glow of his magic circles. He gives it as much time as he can to react, preparing itself, falling into the same pattern, expecting the same result. Then, in a moment that Makarov Dreyer would later describe as unprecedented genius, he alters the radiance formation on instinct, forming all 20 runes in one concentric circle and shrinking them, giving the appearance of a single magic circle, and then firing a sharp beam of light magic from it. His beam hits instantly before the monster could form its shield, slicing off both its left arms and taking a chunk of the shoulder with it. Both arms flop to the ground as it screams in pain, flailing wildly, drenching the dirt below them into red mud. Oberon frowns, mentally berating himself for missing. His intention was to split the monster down the middle, but due to his improvised adaptation of layering and sequencing the runes, his aim was thrown off. However, this did give him the opportunity to let his friend show off what he could do. He descends to the monster as it flails toward him, swinging desperately while its brain is flooded with pain. Oberon then flies upward, flipping backward and kicking in the chin, using gravity magic to launch it 10 stories into the air as he orients himself to look up at it. Forming a finger gun with his hand, his gaze meets that of the monster's, and for a moment, as if sensing its death, the pain fades and clarity washes over its mind. The last thing it sees is Oberon casting a bored expression its way while flexing his thumb and mimicking the recoil of a revolver. Receiving the signal from the forest at the edge of this valley, Selim unleashes a 1.5 m-5 feet wide pillar of raw magic energy from its barrel, disintegrating the monster and punching a hole through the forest on the other side of the valley. April, X769. What the hell? Laxus yells while rolling across the grass. He tumbles to a stop and pushes off the ground with his hand, then collapses to his knees a moment later, struggling to catch his breath. Laxus looks to see Oberon in the middle of the lakeside clearing, the noon sun beating down on them. And behind Oberon is the Great Lake behind the Guildhall. They are many miles away to prevent any collateral damage or chaos from their training. A decision Gildarts is more pleased with himself for making with each passing second. He, Macau, and Wakaba sit on a toppled tree at the edge of the training field, enjoying their drinks and watching the battle. What happened to you? Laxus forces himself to stand, betraying his burning lungs while wiping the blood from his lip. How did you get this much stronger? Oberon smiles, taking a relaxed stance. Months of back-to-back S-Class jobs will do that. Hurry up and become S-Class, so we can take some jobs together. Laxus chuckles. Now you're just being a jerk. But yeah, I can't wait to be S-Class like you. Laxus disappears, transformed into a bolt of yellow lightning, and appearing beside Oberon faster than anyone could blink. Before Oberon could process this, Laxus's fist crashes into the side of his face, but Laxus disappears and rematerializes a few meters away, clutching his sprained wrist. What the hell? Sorry. Normally I lower the barrier a bit, but you've gotten a lot faster since I was gone. I couldn't react in time. Oberon rushes over to check on his friend. Yeah, well, you aren't the only one training, Laxus says through gritted teeth. Just because you're going to be the ace doesn't mean I can be weak. A guild master has to be respected for their character, but power sure as heck helps. You'll be a great guild master, but for now let's focus on this. Oberon holds Laxus's arm and uses water magic to create clear water, controlling it to wrap around Laxus's wrist. He then uses ice magic to freeze the water in place, hoping to prevent any swelling. Laxus sighs with relief. Thanks, that's a lot better. Yeah, well, that about the limit of how useful those magics are. My efficiency is too low to make any more than that, or freeze more water than that at once. Laxus gets up, holding his injured arm. It's more than useful. Gildarts raises his glass, shaking it for the ice cubes to clink around. He then turns to Macau and Wakaba. Remember to save some of that rum from Master Makarov. Oh yeah, Macau says. He'll love this. Tastes even better knowing Oberon got it from pirates. Macau and Gildarts look to Wakaba, seeing the man already half drunk and falling asleep beside them. Damn lightweight, Gildarts mutters before turning to Oberon and Laxus. All right, I think that's enough sparring for now. Show us what else you've been up to, Your Majesty. Laxus snickers while taking a seat beside Gildarts, who moves to bandage his wrist. Most of it was pretty boring. The things I fought was cool, and I saw some pretty fun towns. But as for magics, I got the grasp on fire, ice, water, air, wind, and a few others. But my affinity is so crappy that it takes a lot of magic energy to do anything with them. If I tried to light Wakaba's pipe, it would take me the same amount of magic energy as one of Macau's big fireballs. But they are really useful for the properties they give the user. Fire and ice help me resist heat and cold. Water is useful for survival. I use air to stay underwater longer by converting magic energy into breathable air. And I came across a few people using dust to hide from me, so I learned wind magic after that. Good call, Gildart says. Not being able to sense magic energy is still a blind spot. You've mostly got the defensive part covered, but you still need to rely on basics human senses to perceive targets. Getting rid of anything between you and the target is a solid move. Yeah, but I'm limited a lot by some of the really good sensory magics being invasive magic. Oberon floats over to them, crossing his legs to sit in the air in front of them. Macau takes a sip of his drink before speaking. Invasive magic? I'm not scholar like you and Master Makarov, but I don't think that's a thing. It's not, Oberon says. That's just something I call the magics that aren't really compatible with me. While I was away, I figured out how cosmic works and what it actually does, well, mostly. Macau taps Wakaba away while Gildarts' expression shifts, becoming more focused now than during the reunion sparring match. Some magics have their own special properties. Fire and ice magics are hot and cold inherently. Using them increases resistance to those things respectively, because that hot or cold magic energy is constantly flowing through you. But Cosmic doesn't seem like that type. Are you sure? Well, I have an idea for it. Oberon takes out his journal from a storage card and flips through the pages. See, I tried to learn teleportation magic while I was away, and I figure out what all the magics with a dead affinity like teleportation magic have in common. I solved why I can't learn them. Ah, so you can overcome this hurdle now. Oberon frowns. No, I don't think so. At least not for something like teleportation magic. I'm sorry to hear that, Mikao says. I know you're excited to learn lots of magics. It must have been hard for you to adjust to the news. It was, but I figure the trade-offs I make are worth it. Or at least they will be worth it when I'm stronger. So how does it work? Laxus asks as Gildarts finishes bandaging his wrist. And I want a rematch when I'm healed up. You, and in a race, all flying, no lightning transportation. Sounds like fun, Oberon says. But about my Cosmic? Well, the special property is that it effectively seals me off from the world. See, there's ether nano in everything and everyone. All magic energy is connected through that, but Cosmic acts as a barrier that breaks that connection. Teleportation doesn't just make you appear somewhere else. It uses the connection of all ether nano to send you to a different location. Telepathy does the same thing with your thoughts. That's why I'm immune to both those magics. They have to connect to the ether nano in a person or place to operate. Invasive, Gildart says. I get it now. So you can't do anything that requires a deeper connection between you and the target. That's why my crash magic doesn't work on you. My crash magic permeates everything or everyone it touches and breaks it apart. But it does so by using the connection of ether nano. Your Cosmic blocks that, which is also why Master Makarov can't simple dispel your spells. Yeah, but I'm still trying to solve all the properties of Cosmic and figure out how to actually use it in a battle. I've adapted my Cosmic barrier so it's on every second of the day, even while I'm asleep. But I don't know how to implement it into other spells and attacks, since this was kind of an intuitive thing. Have you tried? Of course I've tried, but it's dangerous. So after the first time, I figured I should stop until I get back here. This immediately gets his guild mates excited. Show us, they demand in unison. No way. I need Master Makarov here in case things get dangerous. Gildarts nods. That's probably for the best. If my crash magic doesn't work, using some dangerous spell should only be done with Master Makarov around. He probably has a way to stop it if needed. Yeah, but Gramps is almost here, Laxus says. I can hear him. Moments later, Makarov Dreyer descends into the clearing, wearing his wizard Saint Metal and formal attire, a deep frown on his face. Good. Everyone is already here, but we need to take this into my office. Wakaba gestures to the ornate bottle beside them, and Makarov instantly recognizes it. Damn it. As tempting as that is, I need my head on straight for this meeting. The world is about to change, and Fairy Tale will be in the crosshairs of many because of it. We were just about done here anyway, Gildart says. Oberon was about to show us his first real cosmic magic spell. Then we were heading back. Makarov's eyes widen in excitement. You figured out your magic? Not yet, but I think I've started. I just need some guidance. I only tried it once, and it kind of went poorly. Makarov feels the weight of his responsibilities dragging him down. But in his heart, he is a magic enthusiast first, so he floats over to the log and takes a seat. Well then, show us. Oberon smiles and retreats to the middle of the clearing, placing his feet on the ground and focusing his magic energy. I can't use anything else while doing this, including my cosmic barrier, so I figured training with friends would be safer. Just tell me what you think. While Oberon is focusing his magic energy to demonstrate his new spell, Gildarts and the others explain the effects of invasive magics on Oberon. That explains a lot, Makarov says as he takes a sip of his freshly poured drink. Still does leave one question thought. Cosmic clashes with the magic energy that tries to reach him. What do you mean? Wakaba asks. I felt it too, Gildart says. When Oberon gets excited and stops restraining his raw magic energy, it pours out like a broken dam. But unlike most people who exude neutral magic energy, for him, Even his leaking magic energy is cosmic. As some kind of innate defense, our magic energy pours out of us to clash with it. That's part of why a lot of people, even if they're strong, can't fight him. People who rely too heavily on intricate spells will have those very spells broken if he unleashes that raw magic energy. Laxus looks over at his grandfather. What does that even mean? It means a battle against Oberon will always come down to a fist fight. For example, if you throw a bolt of lightning at him, and instead of using his barrier, he unleashes his raw magic energy. He'll saturate the air and force your bolt to break apart under stress. The only way to overcome it is to compete through sheer volume, which is no easy feat, and even if you could do that, you'd have to strengthen your spells by increasing their integrity and density, all while he's trying to punch you in the face. A hopeless situation, Gildart says. Your magic energy will be unconsciously flowing out of you as a desperate defensive measure, like an animal that's drowning instinctively tries to swim and breath, which will only make them drown faster. It takes advantage of an innate instinct in all things. Then should we be using it more? Macau asks. Seems like an easy win card in most fights. After all, not many people can compete with the sheer volume of his magic energy. His magic energy is not only a threat to spells and magics, but to the environment as well, Makarov says. He has so much of it that he has to constantly restrain it. Unlike everyone else who much focus to bring it into the world, he has to spend his focus holding it in. If he opens that dam, it could spill out forever, and when all magic energy is spent, they all adopt the same grim expression, knowing that to lose magic energy is to lose your life force. Definitely not something he should do, Gildart says before raising his voice and calling out to Oberon. Any minute now. Quiet, Oberon says as he brings his hands together in front of him, cupping the air between them as if holding a basketball. This is really hard to do. Give me a moment. Wakaba chuckles. It's kind of nice seeing Oberon not instantly master magic. Almost like the universe isn't playing favorites with him anymore. I'll drink to that. Macau empties his glass and refills it. A minute later, Oberon's magic energy begins to flow toward his hands, and within the clearing, a gently breeze forms, pulling toward him. Gildart sets down his drink, focused on Oberon. I may not be able to sense his magic energy, but Master. I know, just be ready. Oberon continues to gather magic energy into his spell, and the density of it causes him to sink into the dirt. The ground begins splitting apart, and the winds storm around them, pushing leaves and dust toward him as a mass of void black magic energy forms between his hands. Master! Gildart yells out, but Makarov only steps in front of them and raises a hand, signaling for Gildarts to wait a while longer. It's not the black hole spell. It's something else, Makarov says. That's a lot less comforting. Macau says over the raging winds. Oberon sinks ankle deep into the ground as the weight of his spell pulls him toward the earth, forcing him to his knees while ripping away his magic energy. A moment later, Macau, Wakaba, and Laxus begin sliding forward, and Makarov enlarges his right hand to grip them while digging his enlarged left hand into the ground, anchoring them all in place. That's gravity, but what about? Makarov's words die in his throat as a golden light manifests and wraps around the gravitational spell like a ring, causing it to shine like a true event horizon. However, the instant it does, Oberon loses consciousness, causing the spell to destabilize. It shatters as he falls backward, exploding with such violent force it forms a 30 m-90 feet wide crater in the battlefield. Wakaba, Macau, and Laxus struggle to regain their senses as the blinding light and concussive shockwave overwhelm them. But after some time they manage to stand, looking out at the massive crater. They notice that the battlefield was farther away, and in the moment leading to the spell collapsing, Master Makarov moved them back to the trilene. And on the other side of the crater, Gildarts stands with the unconscious Oberon slung over his shoulder, having moved fast enough to grab the boy and get them away from the spell before it exploded. Looking back at the crater, Gildarts is both impressed and confused. He makes his way over to the others as they're still recovering from the concussive effects of the spell, with Oberon on his shoulder. This doesn't make much sense. Gildarts says, "This kind is almost as much magic energy as me. If all of it was in that spell, it should have been enough to crater a lot more than this little place." Makarov nods, observing the fine dust coating the crater. What a strange attack. But you're right. That attack lost most of its magic energy when it became unstable. Can't you taste it in the air? The others share confused glances before focusing their senses, then finally notice the tingling sensation dancing across their skin. Is that from him? Cosmic releases that much raw magic energy that when diffused back into ether nano in the environment, we can actually feel it. Wizards use ether nano internally to make magic energy, so we're fine. But this is dangerous for regular humans and animals. It would be like standing in a toxic environment, and they likely wouldn't notice until their organs start failing. Good thing we didn't do this in Magnolia, Macau size. When we get back, I'll tell the mayor to put out notice. And I'll do daily checkups on this area until it's safe. Can't have any hunters wandering into this place. Have Ritas come mark the area too, Makarov says. Now, let's head back. An hour later, Oberon wakes up on the couch in Master Makarov's office, feeling like his head is split in two, stomach demanding food. Ah, damn it. He sits up and squeezes his eyes shut, desperate to relieve the pain. How are you feeling? Makarov asks from behind his desk, sorting out the usual paperwork. Loud, Oberon mutters. Emisham. Same result, but I don't think my usual hangover cure will work here, Makarov says before walking over to the couches and sitting opposite Oberon. How are you feeling? Tired, hungry. Is everyone all right? Yes, but I'm curious about how you intended to survive the explosion. I mean, last time it hurt a lot, but I healed up just before I got back to the guild. Which means you were hurt for 2 weeks. Makarov shakes his head. Such a blockhead. But I'm glad you were smart enough to wait for me before performing that spell. Yeah, so any ideas? Cosmic is a new magic, so my advice is very limited. But from the looks of it, the strange properties of Cosmic make it very powerful and dangerous. I recommend mastering light and gravity even more, and making cosmic variations of light magic spells before you try that particular spell again. From the looks of it, that was an advanced form of the black hole spell, which is extremely forbidden. The Magic Council holds grimoires with guidance on that spell under lock and key for a reason. But I'm sure you'll figure out eventually, so only use it when absolutely necessary. I don't really have much of a choice either way. I can fight with gravity or light magic all day, assuming I don't have to heal. But the moment I use anything more than the basic cosmic barrier, it feels like my magic energy can't refill fast enough. Makarov strokes his chin. That explains why your magic energy container is so large. If Cosmic takes that much, then it really doesn't allow you to do much. Breaking it into gravity and light was simply more efficient. After all, I doubt many people would require a cosmic spell variation to bring down. The power increase is horrific, even for me. I could use the Radiance formula as a guideline and practice with it like that. Yes, I was going to recommend as much. But this is something you'll have to figure out on your own. And as for that spell you tried earlier, well, it appears to be a more advanced form of the black hole spell, seeing that it was far more focused and contained, not to mention there was light magic mixed in. Don't do that without my supervision, understood? Yes, Master Makarov. Good. Now Macau should be done quarantining that area. Get some food before the meeting. Oberon gives the man a confused look. What are you talking about? What area? In the privacy of Master Makarov's office, Gildarts, Macau, Wakaba, and Laxus are sitting on the couches while Makarov is sitting at his desk. I'll carefully observe as Oberon floats in the air, legs crossed, and sips his orange juice. Feeling better? Gildarts asks. Much better, Oberon says. Is that really what a hangover feels like? Macau shrugs. Pretty much, according to what you described. Except you didn't have the fun beforehand. Gildarts chuckles. Now that really is a damn shame. But maybe you just shouldn't drink. You control of magic energy is already very important to, well, The life and safety of everything and everyone around you, Master Makarov inserts. But either way, we'd have years before that become an option. Now, is everyone ready for the big news? Are we sure this is everyone we need? Macau asks. This is everyone. The strongest wizards in fairy tale, Master Makarov says, seeing Macau, Wakaba, and Laxus beaming with pride at being included. All while Oberon and Gildarts appear much more serious. Makarov falls silent for a moment, considering his words very carefully, and none present dare speak while awaiting the world-shaping news. The Magic Council is changing the laws in a big way. Until now, the Magic Council has operated separately depending on what continent you're on. It's a global organization to regulate magic, but our Ishgar branch, along with the Southern Isles, Alvarez, and Giltina, have mostly operated independently. However, the law has always remained the same, so that people who would rather ignore the laws don't swarm to any one continent. In this case, the laws are officially changing, but not in any way that will affect our business. Fairy Tale has already forbidden charm magic and other magics that take away a person's freedom or agency in nefarious ways. We also don't partake in assassination jobs. The Magic Council has now decided to outlaw both of those, along with a few dozen other things. Those two are chief among them, along with certain dark artifacts. Anything connected to Zerif or other mages from the past, along with weapons and items above a certain amount of power. They intend to put a tight collar on much of the magic world. None of this affects us, but the problem is that even the people at the top aren't united in this. Some of the wizard saints didn't even agree to these changes, but were outvoted by the other wizard saints and the council. There are already rumors of guilds planning to keep operating with these things and lashing out at those who change the laws. These so-called dark guilds are whispering to each other and may take real action when the official announcement happens in a few weeks. An impregnable silence envelopes the room as everyone processes this change. I already have a pretty good idea about how messy things will get, Macau says. Fairy Tale is going to be on the front lines, for lack of a better term. We got a wizard saint who definitely voted in favor of this change. Plus, everyone knows how strong Gildarts is, and now Oberon is super famous too. These newly formed dark guilds may come after us, right? Master Makarov nods, which is why I'll be requiring all non-S-class members to operate in teams. Oberon and Gildarts won't be leaving Fiori unless the Magic Council dispatches them somewhere. Oberon frowns, not appreciating how this destroyed his plans for more S-class jobs, but he doesn't argue, understanding that he must protect Fairy Tale. If all the continents are implementing this change, then they won't have anywhere to run to, Gildart says. We'll have a lot of pissed-off wizards looking to vent on someone, which will be the Magic Council and Wizard Saints, which trickles down to us, Wakaba says. Maybe we keep everyone in Magnolia for a while. Macau sighs. Won't work. This won't blow over until the first wave of dark guilds are destroyed. We'll have to take down the strongest leaders among them. And the only guilds with wizard saints are Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord. Master Jose voted against this change, Makarov says. Of course he did, Gildart says. Phantom Lord has about 30 branches all over the continent, most of which are in Fiori. No way they can sustain that without taking on assassination jobs and other shady business. We've never been able to prove that, Makarov says. But the four gods of Ishgar are independent, impossible to attack since they're always moving. And even if you could attack them, Warrod would be impossible to hold down. Draculus and Wolfheim are strong, but even if you could kill them, they aren't connected enough. They prefer to live and journey alone. They're recluses. All you'd prove is your power, which is fine, but not as great as destroying an entire guild and a wizard saint as they can by destroying Fairy Tale. Gildarts nods. And you'd have to be crazy to fight God Serena. Nobody would do that. They'd rather come here than challenge that thing. All right, so people will be looking at to be an example. People on both sides, that is, Macau says. So where does that leave us? We got 2 weeks to prepare, right? We have to use these 2 weeks wisely, Master Makarov says. I want everyone here on the day of the official announcement. Get whatever you have to accomplish done. In the meantime, Macau and I will be organizing anyone who doesn't already belong to a team into a temporary team, with the exception of the S-class people. We should take some decisive action in the meantime, Gildart says. I say we crush some of the big-name criminals in Fiore before the announcement hits, and they get a sudden following. You can handle that alone, but don't leave Fiore and be back within 2 weeks. Our first priority is to secure Fairy Tale, then Fiore. After Fiore is stable, we can deal with problems on the rest of the continent. After all, the only reason we haven't already lost our guild charter for all the noise we cause is because the king favors us. I can go with Gildarts, Oberon says. I can fly faster than the trains anyway, so it'll be way easier. No, Makarov says. As much as I hate to admit it, and as much as some of you hate to hear it, we'll need you on the front line. You're stronger than everyone here, short of Gildarts and myself. Macau and Wakaba nod regretfully, which means we need you to get as strong as possible. You have a lot of room to grow since you're barely older than 10 years old. I've already arranged with Master Bob of Plu Pegasus like you requested. He'll teach you archive magic, which will allow you to learn faster and more efficiently. After that, I want you training, preparing for whatever storm comes our way. What about me? Wakaba asks. You'll be doubling our supply of magic items. Guns, lacrima bombs, everything. As of this day, Fairy Tale is preparing for war. But we must prepare quietly as not to set off any alarms. After a few more minutes of planning, they part ways, leaving Oberon and Master Makarov alone in the office. The man walks out from behind his desk with a sealed letter and hands it to Oberon. Give this to Master Bob. It contains information about this whole shift in the laws. As leader of the East Fiore Guildmasters Association, he will know what to do with it. Do you need me to do anything else? Only focus on becoming stronger. I fear you will be targeting by our enemy. As of right now, you're a shining light in not only Fiore, but for the entire magical world. Your accolades are more far-fetched than you realize, especially considering your age. People have taken notice, and our enemies will be no exception. Fairy Tale will need you, but I also feel that you will need us. Oberon smiles at the man. Well, like you said, guilds exist because humans are weak and need each other. So I figured I'd eventually need help. And who better to have my back than Fairy Tale? Well said, my boy. Now, head off the Blue Pegasus. Archive magic should help you overcome this hurdle in your power, and we'll need all the power we can get. Home of the Blue Pegasus Guild. The tail end of the train announcement, along with a loud whistle, startles Oberon awake. He slowly stretches and sits up on the luxurious cushioned seat of his private cabin, rubbing his eyes in an attempt to wake up before pulling the curtains aside. Through the window, he sees a bustling town, nearly twice the size of Magnolia, with colorful lights on all the buildings. The full moon hangs in the sky above as people walk through the streets, partaking in what appears to be an ongoing festival. This place looks loud, Oberon mutters, eyes wide and drinking in every detail before he gathers his things and exits the train. He wastes no time in flying above the crowd, garnering some attention and ignoring the snapping and flashing of chimeras below while he climbs higher. Stopping a height far above the town, he notices that the buildings don't go above 3 stories, but are much wider and longer than in Magnolia. And behind many of them, with the help of his telescopic lens, he can see occupied hot springs. Sorry, he mutters, immediately deactivating his spell after realizing he invaded the occupant's privacy. I should just head to Blue Pegasus. Master Makarov said it'd be impossible to. He spots a colorful castle-like building at the edge of town, with what appears to be a large block party in front of it. There are draped wired lights hanging between the buildings and spotlights aiming at the sky, shining in a kaleidoscope of colors, along with music so loud he could hear it from the sky above. This must be their Fantasia parade. Oberon descends to the Blue Pegasus Guild Hall, seeing the guild emblem on the front of the building as he gets closer. They sure are flashy. As he's flying toward the building, he notices that the walled-off property of the guild hall doesn't have any partying on the grass, nor are the gates open. The party is entirely contained beyond the property, but there are people walking in and out, ferrying supplies to the nearby booths and stalls to keep the food and drinks flowing. Oberon ignores the tantalizing scent of delicious food and descends to the crowd, hovering above one of the tables, organzing supplies moving out of the guild hall. "Wow, flying kid," says a beautiful young woman with the blue Pegasus Guild mark on her shoulder, wearing a rather revealing but elegant pink dress while tracking their inventory on her clipboard. She looks up at Oberon with amazement for a moment before snapping back to her professional self. "Oberon Alquan, Master Bob is expecting you, but I need to verify your guild mark." "Sure thing." He pulls up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing the black guild mark on his inner right forearm. "Are you guys having a festival or something?" "Something like that. It's just a little thing our town has once a year. It'll last for a few more days after this one." "That's a lot." The woman laughs while directing some of her guild mates with hand signals. "We're the only guild that parties harder than Fairy Tale, and that's for a pretty good reason. Although unlike you, we don't actually do the partying ourselves. You can head in now." "Thank you. And yeah, I always wondered what being a hostess guild meant. Pretty cool." Two well-dressed and handsome men open the main doors for Oberon to enter the building, and he immediately floats to the side, avoiding a group of people carrying kegs of beer and full coolers to the front lines. The main hall of the building reminds Oberon of the high-class lounges and restaurants he'd meet clients at, but today it was filled with cases and bottles, ready for deployment outside. At the far end of the hall is a glamorous bar with a short, portly, bald man behind the counter. "Master Bob," Oberon asks while floating over to the bar. The man looks up from his paperwork and takes a moment to process what he's seeing, but recognizes not only Oberon from his many pictures in Sorcerer Weekly magazine, but the coat he's wearing, just like Maki's from when he became S-Class. I wonder if he's making that a tradition now. Don't think Gildart's got one, but that's probably for the best anyway. "Hi, it's nice to meet you," Oberon says. "It always is, Oberon. Have a seat, want a drink?" Oberon sits in one of the bar-cushioned bar stools and leans against the counter. "I'm 10. Master Bob," give him a bored look. "I meant juice. Maybe tea, well? Soda?" "Fresh apple juice. Coming right up." Master Bob prepares the drink. "So, what did Maki tell you about me?" "He said you're a good leader, and that even though you like wearing dresses, I should remember that you're a man." "All true. So, you're S-Class now." "I never made it that far." "Did he ever tell you why I left?" Master Bob places the glass of apple juice in front of Oberon and hands the boy a straw. "I was the last member of Team Makarov to leave Fairy Tale after all." "Yeah, he mentioned that after one of your friends, Rob, disappeared, the team fell apart. One of you joined the Magic Council." "Yajima. Goldmine went off to found the Quattro Cerberus Wizard Guild down south. Lady Porliusica still lives in the woods." "She's still cranky? She was always like this?" "She's gotten soft in her old age, I hear." "Wow, it must have been really hard being on a team with her." "Not at all. She may have always been a bitter old maid even when we were kids, but it's mostly because she cares too much. But the other left Fairy Tale when Rob disappeared, but I stayed until just a few years ago." "Did he mention why?" "He said you just wanted to try something new." Master Bob nods. "So, the boy is S-Class, but Makarov didn't tell him we had that little falling out, because Gildarts and I wanted to simply kill Ivan for what he did. I suppose that's for the best." "Was it something else?" Oberon asks. "Nope." Master Bob uses his phasing magic to walk through the bar beside Oberon and steps onto the open floor. Oberon's eyes go wide at the display, before a concerned look forms on his face at the full sight of the short, portly, bald man wearing a light blue strapless dress. Master Bob does a spin and then gestures to the large guild hall. "Don't you think I shine much brighter in my own guild?" A tense silence falls between them as Oberon sips his apple juice. Master Bob gives Oberon a slightly annoyed look. "Don't you know that's the signal to compliant someone?" "Oh, you look. Save it. The moment is gone." Master Bob walks over to the bar and sits beside Oberon, turning to face him. "So, will you be going to join the party outside, or would you rather rest and start training in the morning?" "Can we start right now?" "Now? Why the rush? You said you were obsessed with Ma." Master Bob's words fail as Oberon holds out the sealed letter. "Damn, An emergency letter from Maki of all people. He takes the letter and quickly scans the contents. Then with a snap of his fingers summons purple flare magic to incinerate it. Macau's magic, Oberon mutters, causing Master Bob to chuckle. Who do you think taught him that? Oberon smiles and forms a small purple flame in his hand before snuffing it out. Oh, seems like I've already been teaching you before we even met. But we should head into the library to discuss what I just read. Library. Within moments, they're sitting in a luxurious but small library. Much to Oberon's disappointment, at a glance the shelves only host books about food, drinks, and trade goods. Not a single grimoire in sight. Disappointed? Master Bob asks as Oberon stops flying about the shelves and takes a seat opposite him. Hardly anyone is ever in here. Blue Pegasus is a wizard guild, but we're also a hostess guild. We specialize in hosting and coordinating along with managing tasks and businesses. Unlike Fairy Tale, we make a lot of money without even having to take a single job, and any jobs we do take are mostly for fun. This is why we don't have an ace, but a top coordinator. I've read about him. Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki. He's considering your general, right? Oh yes, and right now he's on the front lines coordinating our members across the entire town. He's not as strong as you, but in regards to gathering and organizing people, he's second to none. That's why Blue Pegasus climbs the ranks so quickly, and why I'm head of the East Fiore Wizard Guilds Alliance. Even with Wizard Saints Jose and Makarov in the mix. Ichiya and I are trusted above all to organize people and remain fair. And part of that is with the help of the magic I'll be teaching you. Archive magic. Exactly. Now, what do you know about it? It lets me remember things better. Oberon says excitedly. That's quite the understatement. Master Bob waves his hand, and a solid light screen appears between them, showing the letter from earlier as if he took a picture of it in his hands, fingers and all in the frame. Wow, is that perfect recall, assuming you spend the magic energy to save the information and have the time to process it. This magic has a few requirements. Your mind needs to be naturally sharp. You must have enough magic energy to store and maintain the information within your archive magic, and you must be able to process complex thoughts in order to learn the magic itself. That's super easy. Well, the magic energy part at least. Good. After learning this magic, you will be able to store anything you sense in any way, along with scanning information and converting it into magic energy for storage and use later on. You'll also instinctively be able to find exactly what you're looking for within the archive at any time. This magic can also function to link people over a decent range, depending on the user, and telepathically communicate or transfer raw information into their minds. That way you can easily coordinate large groups with a thought. And at the highest levels, you can even share vision and senses with others. Oberon frowns. My magic may get in the way of some of those features, but I'll be able to remember and store information, so that's already super great by itself. What do you mean by that? After a few minutes of explaining to Master Bob how his magic energy properties hinder him, the man sighs and leans against the table. I see. Makarov couldn't learn this magic because he simply wasn't good at it. But for you, even if you do learn it, connecting with others would be impossible. Sorry, he mutters. It's nothing to be sorry about. And as you teacher, I'll keep this between us. Can you just transfer the magic into my brain so I instantly learn it? No. At most, I could transfer a light magic spell into your brain, but you'd lose it just as quickly, not to mention the pain you'd endure. Each person's body and mind interpret magic differently. If I copied how mine uses archive, it wouldn't hurt you, but the feedback would fry my brain. However, since you do already know light magic, I could transfer the knowledge of a light magic spell to you, but that would hurt you and only be temporary. So no, I can't instantly teach you new magic. Aw, that would have been really useful. But I can quickly check your affinity, Master Bob says. Archive depends more on magic energy volume and the natural processing power of the brain than anything else, so we could quickly get past that right now. Lower your cosmic barrier so we can connect. All right. Oberon opens himself up as Master Bob places a hand on his head, activating his archive magic. Ready. Oberon takes a calming breath and allows some of his magic energy to seep out, just enough for Master Bob to use the opening and let their magics perform a handshake, gleaming Oberon's mind and magic energy. It lasts for less than 3 seconds, during which the entire room shakes as if a storm erupted in the midst of it. Books fall off the shelves and the glass windows shatter as Master Bob suddenly finds himself standing amidst a cosmic space. In front of him is Oberon, and the man still has his hand on the boy's head. But around them is the boundless cosmic, a void of darkness littered with shining white stars in the distance, along with a cloud of similar stars shrouding Oberon. Master Bob immediately retracts his hand, and Oberon seals himself off from the world once more. "Wow, sorry about the mess," Oberon says as he looks around. "But don't worry about that. I simply didn't expect you to have that much magic energy. You're quite impressive." Oberon giggles shyly. "So what do you think? Can I learn archive magic? Even better, I think you can learn the advanced super archive magic. Even I can't handle that one. But it's effectively a more efficient and comprehensive version of mine, along with an interface that's a lot easier to modify to your preferences." Oberon's eyes widen in excitement as Master Bob equips a large grimoire onto his hand, placing it on the table. Yes, he immediately reaches for the grimoire and starts reading. "Well now, I'll have someone bring you refreshments so you don't have to stop your studying. If you're anything like Makarov, I doubt you'll be getting any sleep." "I slept on the train," Oberon says without looking away from the book. Master Bob gives a nostalgic smile, reminiscing about the days studying a fairy tale with his friends. "I'll leave you to it then." He gets up and calmly leaves the library, but the moment the door clicks shut behind the man, he leans against the hallway wall. "Ichiya to me." Master Bob barely gets his telepathic message out before collapsing to his knees, bleeding from his eyes, nose, and ears as he weakly crumples to the ground. That boy, his magic energy, tore mine away in some sort of tug-of-war. What a little monster, he thinks before blacking out in the hallway. Walking through the scorching deserts of Bosco, Makarov Dreyer wipes the sweat from his brow while navigating a network of dry caverns. Wearing his casual clothes and holding a sphere of light in his hand, he ignores the curious and fearful creatures looming in the darkness while walking toward the light in front of him. He coughs a few times before drinking water from his canteen and clipping it back to his belt. Damn sand. What's the point of an entire magic council if it can't even provide accurate info? His words stop as he steps out of the cave, back into the scorching desert that expands for hundreds of miles around him. "You've got to be kidding me," Gildarts groans while stepping out of the tree-line. Within a massive forest near the northern coast of Fiori stands a decrepit and overgrown castle, surrounded by hordes of the Magic Council's Rune Knights, currently forming a perimeter to keep everyone inside. "The Guild Wizard is here," one of the Rune Knights announces after spotting Gildarts. He shields his face from a morning sun to get a better look at the man and the older Rune Knight captain walking over to him. "Damn it, this has to be a joke, right?" Gildarts asks as the man meets him halfway to the battle line. Towering over him at just over 7 feet tall and boasting a frame of dense muscle beneath the white and blue robe uniform. "Working with you isn't my first choice either," the man says. "I requested Oberon, but all they could spare was you." "I'm stronger," Gildart says. "For a few more years at least, maybe." The man rolls his eyes and turns on his heel, walking away as Gildarts falls into step behind him. Any fairy tale S-class could handle this. All I want is someone who won't bring down the entire damn castle along the way. "One time," the captain scoffs. "One time per job for you," he says as they arrive at the main barricade, stepping through the wall of men in similar white and blue robes, each wielding a red magic staff with simple offense, defense, and binding magics. "Look, I'll do my best not to bring this one down. And for the record, Oberon's been training on Tenrujima since his night at Blue Pegasus. I'm sure the Magic Council has been nervous about his disappearance." The man glares down at Gildarts, who doesn't take him seriously. "Are you insinuating that we're spying on Oberon?" But now I'm asking, why are you spying on Oberon? Aside from the fact that he has enough power to complete a series of S-class jobs without a break or returning to the guild, and became S-class at 9 years old, is that not enough for the Magic Council to take an interest in him? Gildarts awkwardly rubs the back of his head. Well, yeah, but he's a good kid, so don't get any ideas about him. We know better than to bother Makarov's children. Our main concern was him becoming another you. But from the looks of it, he's not far behind and actively avoids collateral damage. Ugh, I've had enough of this crap. Gildarts pushes the man aside and walks through the line of Rune Knights, approaching the castle directly. Bad enough, I have to listen to Master Makarov complain about my collateral damage. I'm not going to take this from a damn Rune Knight, of all people. Then try not to break the castle while capturing them, the man yells out behind Gildarts. That's exactly what I'm going to do. You'll see. Gildarts narrows his eyes at the few wanted wizards manning the castle walls, aiming their weapons and magics at the people surrounding them. As he's approaching, they launch a barrage of fire and lightning at him. But with a wave of his hand, Gildarts causes the projectiles to break into cubes and diffuse into the air with his crash magic, deconstructing the spells. Only 5 of you, plus 1 dangerous artifact, should be easy enough, Gildarts mutters while breaking another wave of projectiles. This technically isn't part of the castle, so he shatters the ground beneath his feet with a stomp, activating his crash magic to detonate it into cubes and launch himself upward, high above the castle walls. As he's soaring above, he looks down at the 2 men on the wall, then at the many men manning the other walls. In a split second, he recognizes what's going on. Those 2 have some kind of clone magic. They made copies of themselves to look like an army, but the intel only said there were 6 people. The clones likely can't fight or use magic, and only the originals have the fire and lightning staves. I'll just go for the main bodies. Gildarts flips in midair and spins, throwing 2 rock cubes he pocketed while launching above the castle moments ago. Neither of the men react in time, each taking a cube to the shoulder with immense force, breaking their bones and the concentration on their spells. All the clones manning the walls are dispelled into magic energy and cease, but the Rune Knights dare not charge while Gildarts is in battle. He lands in the castle courtyard in a deep crouch, only slightly cracking the ground while the last 4 men surround him. At a glance, he sizes them up. For people, only one holding the flute, he notices a decrepit wooden flute in one of the men's hands and instantly recognizes it. Lullaby supposedly has death magic that instantly kills anyone who hears it. But these guys can't control it, or they would have used it, and the Rune Knights can't risk them trying in some last-ditch effort. A stalemate. Good thing that's something I'm great at breaking. One of the men thrusts both his palms out, activating his metal make magic, and forming a carriage-sized cube of iron above Gildarts. Gildarts tries to leap away toward the man, but the stone beneath him is transmuted into water, sinking him in as the iron pushes him deeper. Before the men could follow up on their attack, he released crash magic upward, breaking apart the iron and water, then leaping out of the hole. He locks eyes with the transmuter and moves to rush in, but the third man activates his high-speed magic, moving faster than most people could visually track. But Gildarts senses this and disappears in the same instant. And when both men slow down enough for the others to perceive, the high-speed user is sent flying into a wall with a broken jaw and an indentation from Gildarts' fist in his face. Before the others can make sense of this, he fires a wave of crash magic at the transmuter, breaking apart the spell being cast and disassembling the man. However, crash magic cannot kill living things. And because of this property, the man breaks into hundreds of 2-inch tall copies of himself, all falling into a pile, confused as to what's going on, taking him out of the fight. As the Metal Make user is dumbfounded by this, and the last man moves to blow into the lullaby flute, Gildarts appears beside the Metal Make user and grabs his face, spinning and throwing him into the castle wall. The man is stuck in a wall when Gildarts rushes over to the last man with the flute and places a hand over his mouth, lifting the man to look into his terrified eyes while holding his wrist with the other hand. Gildarts pulls the flute away from the man's mouth without breaking eye contact, crushing the wrist so much that the man drops the death magic tool. Good choice. Gildarts tosses the man backward, allowing him to scramble back in fear while walking over to him, stepping over the flute. Now, you have some information I need. The flute? Yeah. I mean, I can tell you where I got it. Sure, no problem. The man backs into some rubble and can't retreat anymore, allowing Gildarts to step right up to him and crouch to look him in the eyes. Save that crap for the Rune Knights. I want to know about Ivan Dreyer. Rumors say your little team made contact with him a few weeks ago. Where is he? Ivan Dreyer. The man silently opens and closes his mouth a few times as another level of fear overtakes his features. No idea who that is. I swear. Gildarts grabs the man's face, crushing his head with a vice grip while pressing his skull into the rubble behind his head. Just enough for the stone and bone to begin cracking. Then he lets go. Or at least that's what one would expect. But with a thought, he activates telescopic lens over his left eye, and on the horizon, merely tens of miles away, he sees massive trees and a lush forest. But abruptly stops, giving way to the desert in front of him. At the very edge, where grass meets sand, he sees a gargantuan, spiraling narrow tree, extending for miles, far into the clouds and higher than any tree he'd seen naturally formed by nature. I guess they weren't that far off after all. Makarov smiles and activates his flight magic, soaring into the air and rocketing to the top of the massive tree. As he gets closer, the spiraling trunk shows its true size, thicker than the city of Magnolia, armored with healthy brown bark that no steel sword could cut. The sight causes Makarov's fond memories of his early life to resurface, training his magic with his uncles. Still a sight to behold. Uncle, he thinks while climbing higher into the sky. Unable to see the end of this forest with his naked eyes, he spots large flowing rivers winding through the trees below, also knew that animals have yet to move in. Arriving at the top of the tree, he soars above the large flower bud at the top, which is open to reveal the simple cottage on a lawn in the middle of it. There is a small garden with a few spices and vegetables, and sitting in a rocking chair is Makarov's target. He descends and lands in front of the man, who is casually sipping a cup of tea. How have you been, Maki? The man turns to smile at his nephew, standing to greet him properly. Makarov smiles up at the man, who stands almost 7 feet tall and looks like a humanoid tree. Bark-like skin and green leaves for hair, yet his eyes and nose still retain human shape. While the man moves to prepare a second cup for Makarov, he waves his hand and forms another rocking chair beside his own. It grows from the ground, and Makarov doesn't hesitate to take a seat. I've been good, but things could be better. Oh, I would imagine so. After all, you spent so much time tracking me down. Must have been quite the chore. The man hands Makarov the cup of tea before reclaiming his own and relaxing back into his chair. Not much of a chore, really. This place was a desert a few days ago. Now half of it is an oasis. It only took me half a day to get to you. Nature isn't always subtle. Warod chuckles. What's happened to bring you out here? Have you not been keeping up with the world at all? Warod sighs. Too many people, too much talking. All I need is the wind in my hair leaves, and the birds chirping around me. I could have used your support at the Wizard Saints meeting. Warod laughs boisterously, which annoys Makarov. How many Wizard Saints even attend those boring things? Did anyone but you show up? Only the 4 gods of Ishgard, including you, Ashen, Olivia, and Ines, didn't show up. Everyone else was there. Warod nods. 3 out of 10 attended. Not bad at all. Who is Ines? He uses capture beast magic. He became a Wizard Saint about 15 years ago. That sounds interesting. But what was the meeting for? The future. We decided to outlaw charm magic, assassination jobs, and many other things. That would cause quite the ruckus for you youngsters, changing the legal system and economy with a wave of your hand. But the rotten eggs will likely flee to the other continents. It's a global change. Warod falls silent for a while, drinking his tea and looking at the clouds below them. You know I'm no good in a fight, so I hope that's not what you're asking me for. Those bad apples will cause a lot of chaos when the change happens. You need to prepare for that. Maki, I'm not asking you to fight. I'd never do that. But as a founding member of Fairy Tale, as my uncle, a Wizard Saint, a god of Ishgard, do you think I made the right choice in voting for this change? Warod looks at his nephew, watching Makarov absent-mindedly stare into his teacup and swirl the liquid. Why do you think you didn't? Many wizard guilds and wizards will adopt the title of Dark Guild or Dark Wizard now. They don't want to rise above their heinous ways, and we're in the way of that. But at the last meeting, Master Jose made a fair point. Agreeing with Jose can be dangerous. I still can't believe he got the Wizard Saint title, but I suppose I should have expected as much considering Coral is also a Wizard Saint. That woman, a very rotten potato. They're nothing I aspire to be, but they made a fair point. Regardless of whether it was their true reasoning or not, setting aside the rumors about their working with cults and other evils. They said changing these laws would make their guild members targets, and they don't value the people who would be hurt by those laws more than their own guild members. After all, there are laws regarding who assassination jobs can target. Members of wizard guilds and people holding public office are exempt. But now, I fear that in my quest to make a better world for all, I've made the world far more dangerous for my own children. I may have traded their lives and safety for the chance at a brighter future for humanity. Warod nods, seeing the conflicting emotions on his nephew's face. Such impossible decisions are why I never wanted to be guildmaster. After Mavis was gone, and with your father Yuri's passing, Precht was the only one who could view things logically. I was always more emotional about such things, so I'd often make the selfish choice. But to ask a parent to choose between the betterment of the world or the safety of their children, such a cruel situation for anyone. And I chose the world. Makarov mutters as a scant few tears fall into his teacup. Only if they're not strong enough, Warod says. So are your children strong enough, Makarov? Makarov looks up at his uncle, seeing the man smiling down on him. Precht became guildmaster after Mavis, and he formed the structure of Fairy Tale. But it was built upon the exploration of magic. It had a darkness within, a selfish desire for personal gain and power. You took that darkness and shaved it away, bringing forth only the light Mavis wanted, creating a place where children who have nothing could call home. And now those children are to be tested in the fires of a changing world. So, I ask you, are they strong enough? Does their light shine bright enough, as bright as Mavis always did for us? Makarov dries his tears and looks out to the horizon, feeling the warmth of his home even from thousands of miles away. They will be more than enough, he says, a newfound confidence in his voice. This is the hardest part, sitting back and letting the new generation take over. But I think I've grown into the role quite well. But I doubt you'll be the type to retire and rest like Precht and I, wherever that bookworm is. I've actually been thinking of retirement quite a bit lately. We have a new member, Oberon. Already earned himself a title. No, that's just his name, but it does fit. Mavis loves the boy, all but begged me to make him S-class and hand over her magics. He's young, the same age as my grandson. He'll be the ace, just like I was, just as Guildarts is, and my grandson Laxus will be guild master. Laxus? What about that kid, Ivan? Makarov grumbles. I should probably tell you about him, in case he tries anything funny. But hopefully Guildarts is hunting down some answers about where he is as we speak. The man clutches his head as he screams, but Guildarts cuts him off by grabbing his mouth and forcing the man to look up at him. Next time, I don't stop till my palm reaches the stone, regardless of what's between them, understand? The man fearfully nods as tears flow down his cheeks and blood leaks from his nose. Good. Guildarts lets him go. Now, start talking before the Rune Knights get here. Max 771, Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Sitting on the second floor railing, Oberon controls his glass of juice to float beside him while double checking his new grimoire. The large book hovers in front of him, allowing him to feel the old paper under his fingertips while slowly muttering the inscribed words. Beside him, a hovering black and white screen created by his new super archive magic displays one of his many mastered light magic formulas. He taps the screen and then swipes his finger upward, flowing through hundreds of his and Master Makarov's formulas before stopping on the most basic of them all. This should be good enough, he mutters before reading the most important part of this grimoire. Unlike many of his other grimoire, all of which also cost a small fortune, this one is less of a magic textbook and more akin to a journal. one written by a monk who not only wielded light magic, but was once able to perform a unison raid with a user of wind magic. Oberon waves his hand, and another screen appears, displaying Macau and Wakaba's full account of their unison raid. Everything from how they discovered it to how the experience felt to their senses. This would be a lot easier if I could sense magic, Oberon mutters while rereading their account of the event. He creates another screen to compose a formula for the unison raid phenomenon, acting as the first mage who not only has enough information to understand it, but the genius to study and replicate it within himself. But his research is interrupted by a chorus of loud cheers from the ground floor, causing him to glance past his work to the wizards chatting below. Laxus and Macau are at one end of the bar, sorting through documents and passing them out to specific people, most of whom are happy after reading them. Some people are confused, while others are clearly upset at the entire idea of mandatory teams. At the other end of the bar, Wakaba and Ritas are taking careful notes and managing the fairy tale inventory through a new ledger. One at a time, come on now. Wakaba yells at the crowd vying for his attention. At the other end of the bar, Macau raises his voice, echoing through the main hall. Quit your complaining for now. All right. All of this will make sense in a few minutes when Master Makarov starts talking. For now, just understand that these changes are temporary. Grit your teeth and deal with it for a while. This is for the safety of everyone in Fairy Tale. The guild hall falls silent for a few seconds, then returns to Fairy Tale's rowdy nature. Oberon giggles at the sight below, and Laxus looks up at him. He sticks out his tongue at Laxus. Have fun being guild master, lightning boy, he mutters, and Laxus glares at him in response before going back to work. After another minute of creating and studying a new formula for his spell, he glances at the door to Master Makarov's office, then back over his shoulder to the rest of the second floor. There he sees the few empty booths, some crates, and other storage boxes filling the usually open space. The full S-Class job board, with curtains at the sides of it and special engraving, slightly fancier than the bare-bones job board on the first floor. And in the middle of it all is Gildarts, standing at a large table and studying the map on it. Mind if I try a new spell? Oberon asks the man, and Gildarts continues placing pieces on the map. No explosives, he says without looking away from his work. Oberon rolls his eyes and returns to his work, muttering under his breath. It was one time. Let it go already. He grabs his juice out of the air and takes a sip, eyes scanning the formula one last time before he floats the empty glass to Enno behind the bar, receiving a polite wave from the busy woman. Holding the grimoire in one hand, he opens his right hand, curling his fingers as if holding a golf ball between them. Flow one into the other, then allow them to balance. That means one has to be dominant and then give up that dominance. Powerful wizards normally have an ego, so no wonder a unison raid is rare. You also have to keep it perfectly stable, matching each other perfectly, otherwise it becomes unstable. Not impossible with someone you emotionally resonate with, since emotional state is a part of magic. But that's not something one should rely on because of how unstable it is. While reading the notes over and over again, Oberon forms a standard light sphere between his fingers, no larger than a grape. It glows with a soft golden light, holding no physical form. Nothing more than magic energy with the radiance property infused, the first spell he ever learned from his father. Closing the book and setting it down on his lap, he hovers his left hand above the light sphere, flowing his gravity magic into his hand. As he feels the magic energy gather within his hand, he extends it outward, slowly, as if 1/100th of a drop from his ocean of magic energy and instilling it with the properties of his gravity magic. Then, as it falls into the light sphere, the properties clash and ripple outward. The soft golden glow remains as the core becomes void black. Then, with much focus, he flows another drop of magic energy into the spell, matching the amount of light magic within. To his surprise, this causes the light to shift from golden to bright white, receding and melding into the black sphere, forming the visage of shining stars on its surface. Like the night sky hovering between his fingers, Oberon feels a bead of sweat flowing down his forehead, a rare instance of his magic energy being drained fast enough to fatigue him. But before he could wipe it away to continue working, a hand grabs his shoulder. Oberon! Gildarts snaps him out of the trance, breaking his concentration and causing the spell to fade away. Huh? What? Oberon asks, then notices the entire guild hall is silent. He looks away from Gildarts' bored expression to the ground floor, seeing everyone staring up at him with concern. Behind the bar, Eno is holding a shelf of bottles, preventing them from falling, and Macau is helping with his smoke magic to do the same. A few people are doing the same with their drinks and refreshments around the room, and Oberon just gives them an apologetic smile. Sorry, everyone. I got kind of excited. Gildarts sighs and waves his hand, signaling to them that it's fine. You are shaking the entire building. Don't release that much magic energy in here. It's dangerous. There's a level of ether nano that weaker enough wizards would get poisoned by too. Keep that in mind when around allies. Right, sorry. But I think I got the first step for Cosmic, or an idea for it. That's great, but let's talk over here first. Gildarts signals for Oberon to follow him to the table. Oberon floats off the railing and follows Gildarts, taking out one of his storage cards and placing his grimoire within before they arrive at the table. He settles into his usual cross-legged sitting position, hovering in the air, so he could see everything on the map. The map of Fiore occupied the entire table, showing train routes, roads, and the locations of all the most powerful wizard guilds, including Fairy Tale, Phantom Lord, and the Great Reef, all of which were led by wizard saints, and markers with special tokens on them. Phantom Lord has many branches, but its main base, where wizard Saint Jose Porla resides, is in northeast Fiore. The Great Reef is to the west of Fiore, situated on the coast, directly opposite Fairy Tale. Oberon scans the map, immediately understanding what the tokens mean. Gold is us. Black is Phantom Lord and the Great Reef, so guilds with wizard saints. Red is enemy, the wizard guilds most likely to turn against us. Green is allies since Blue Pegasus is green. Yellow is unsure, right? Right, Gildart says before pointing at some blue tokens. And Oberon looks closer, noticing the blue tokens are sparse, and all placed near ports or border towns, with many railroads overlapping in them. Mercenary guilds? Major trading guilds, Gildart says. They have massive caches of things dark guilds can't buy. So if you were the guild master of a soon-to-be dark guild, what would you do? I'd pretend to be one of the good guys, buy what I can, then switch sides when I'm strong enough. Or get close to a major supply cache, then hit hard. Our alliance is responsible for protecting the caches to the east. Magnolia will also be acting as a depot until things are stable. All we really have to do is sort out enough of the small fry for a big fish to pop up and gather everyone into a dark guild alliance. Then we crush them and show everyone the light guilds aren't going to let up. Exactly. That should be enough to stabilize things around here. The other dark guilds will keep their heads down, and we can go back to our regular jobs. But we'll have a lot more capture-type jobs in the future. That sounds simple enough, which means it's probably not what you really want to talk about, right? Gildart sighs. You know, most of the time, you're socially oblivious. But sometimes it's annoying when your genius shines through. Thanks. What do you know about being the ace of Fairy Tale? Oberon gives him a confused look. The ace is the strongest wizard that goes on jobs, right? Yes, for most wizard guilds, that's really all there is to it. It's the strongest person who gets the best job offers and most fame, and that'll be you in a few years. But he said most wizard guilds, so Fairy Tale is the exception, right? Gildarts nods toward the railing and walks over to it, with Oberon floating beside him. What do you see? He gestures to the floor below. Oberon notices Gildarts stays behind the railing within the privacy runes and does the same. Everyone is getting organized. Why? Well, what I see is a whole lot of people trying to make the world a better place, create a place they can call home or both. Before I joined, Fairy Tale actually had almost 200 people. It was a place that focused on researching and learning magics, the pursuit of power and fame. But when I was a kid, Master Makarov took over. He set out on a mission to change it into a place that shines with hope and goodness for the world. A place that kids can call home and people can find a family of their own. The fairy tale we know today. But most of the people before him were more aligned with what would now be called a dark guild or dark wizard, something like that. So there was a mass exodus, all but a few people like Master Bob, Uncle Rob, and a few others. I was one of the first to join after that, and the only one to stay through the ups and downs. And it took years to rebuild the guild. No, to build a better one. And now we've just about got that dream realized. We finally have the place we want, even if the world is in chaos all around us. Oberon frowns, looking down at the people in the main hall. Cheerful, happy, chaotic, together. Sometimes I feel it, and I get sad, because I feel bad, like I'm trying to replace my family, so I just go practice magic. That way I don't have to think about it. Nothing can ever replace them. Fairy Tale's place is to be more members of your family, not to replace the people precious to you. That's the light Master Makarov wants this place to be, the light the ace must protect. Oberon blinks away the tears and turns to face Gildarts, even as the man is staring down at the people below. The wide smile on his face never once falters. There are people who want to snuff out this light. There have been people in the past, and Master Makarov, Master Bob, and myself have always dealt with them. Do you mean? Yeah, permanently. We do that only when we absolutely have to. Capture and arrest is always the priority, but sometimes the world isn't always so simple, as you know. I try not to think about it. It's impossible not to. The person we were before that, they're gone now. But for Fairy Tale, this is the moral sacrifice that comes with being the ace. There's more to it than this, far more that we have to protect. But for now, it's just the light of all these people. Of all the kids, not like you or even Laxus. The regular kids. The ones that are fragile and weak. The ones that get to enjoy the childhood that was stolen from you, or to find a second chance at it here. These are the lights we dirty our hands to protect. Oberon's words fail him as memories of sleepless nights shrouded by nightmares of blood and sand resurface. I don't think I can ever do that. Good. Gildart smiles as Oberon looks up at him, expecting disappointment, but getting a joyful reaction to his refusal. Taking a life should never be a simple or easy decision. Eventually, you will find the line that you cannot allow anyone to cross. But with the way the world is changing, we will have enemies all around us. So it may be sooner than anyone would like. What a chaotic situation, Makarov mutters while stepping out of his office. Wearing his formal wizard saint coat and clothes, he pinches the bridge of his nose, collecting his thoughts before leaping up to the railing to look down at his guild. He sees everyone settling into their assigned teams with a few people gathered around Wakaba and Ridas sorting out supplies. Scanning the room, he doesn't see Oberon or Gildarts, but senses the latter on the second floor and assumes the former is also there. So after taking a deep breath to steady his heavy heart, he claps his hands. A thunderous clap booms through the building, silencing everyone and pulling their attention to him. He waits a moment while Gildarts and Oberon walk to the second floor railing at the S-Class section and give him their attention. All right, everyone, I know this has been a bit chaotic and alarming, but now I'm going to give you the remaining details. It is almost midnight, which means in a matter of hours, every branch of the Magic Council will simultaneously change its laws. Some people murmur in the crowd, but Gildarts silences them with a harsh glare. The change in the laws won't affect us. They will simply implement rules we've always had within the guild. No charm magic, no assassination jobs, those dreadful things will now be illegal. This means anyone caught doing those things will be arrested and punished, and those who continue will be classified as a dark wizard or dark guild. We can expect many official wizard guilds to turn against us. Master Bob estimates that up to a third of all wizard guilds in Ishgar will change sides at first. That means the entire continent will be in chaos. Economies and supply chains will be disrupted. Monsters will be dealt with less often and rampage through populated areas. And along with that chaos, there's also the very real threat of people lashing out at the ones who made this decision. The Magic Council and Wizard Saints will be prime targets. Most of the wizard saints didn't bother voting one way or the other, and both Jose and Coral voted against this change. Which means the only wizard saint who voted and has a wizard guild is me. That makes Fairy Tale the prime target and an important anchor point for this entire change. The Magic Council has already moved most members to their hidden headquarters in Era and bolstered its defenses. However, we aren't politicians who can hide behind guards. We're wizards. We are the ones who battle monsters and make the real change in the world. That means we'll be active more than ever in the coming months. We'll have a flood of jobs to track and capture dark wizards or crush entire dark guilds. For this reason, you've all been assigned to teams by me. The basement has been stocked to last us a few months, at least under normal circumstances. We must look out for each other in this chaotic time, until something major happens to show them that this new era of light is here to stay. Until then, I want all of you to look out for each other and don't leave Magnolia without informing me or going with your assigned team. The S-Class wizards are the exception to this, but one of us will remain at the guild hall at all times. Only if something absurd is happening will Guildarts, Oberon, and I be absent from Magnolia. Aside from all of that, you can expect us to be working more closely with other members of the Fiore East Wizards Guild Alliance. After all, we have to secure Fiore before we can move on to the rest of Ishgard. Now, any questions? A chorus of worried chatter erupts in the guild hall, the signal for Oberon and Guildarts to go back to their planning, leaving Master Makarov to placate the masses. The Great Reef Guild Hall, Fiore West Coast. Sitting in a chair made of bright green coral in front of a matching large conference table, a young and slender woman rests her hand on the table and gently rolls her fingertips across the hard surface. She is seemingly naked, only covered by a layer of dense green coral across her entire body, leaving only her face exposed, while her hair is replaced by sharp spikes with sparks of green lightning dancing between them. Her glowing green eyes shift from boredom, glancing at the woman standing to her right. He's in the hallway, and he brought it. Master Coral, is it wise to invite a fellow wizard saint into our guild hall? If negotiations go poorly, nothing will come of such an outcome. Jose knows better than to challenge me in this valley. He wouldn't have come if he thought this would end in any way that displeases me. I simply don't trust that man. Wizard Saint Coral leans back in her chair and turns to her ace, smiling at the older woman. A few streaks of gray are scattered throughout the woman's hair as her combat clothes and light armor betray the gentle and kind face. The wooden staff in her hand, with small barnacles growing on it, also gives the impression of a warrior, until her gentle voice, exuding the boundless patience of an old wizard, flows through the air. Jose is powerful, but he is both a cowardly, envious thing, and under close watch by both the Magic Council and Makarov, he won't be a problem. Moments later, the large doors on the other side of the room open, and the coral walls and ceiling around them release a soft green glow, illuminating the environment enough for their guests to see. Jose Porla, one of the 10 wizard saints, enters the room with a bored expression, wearing a simple blue suit and flanked by a man in a set of green priest robes with bandages over his eyes. Behind them, another man enters, roughly the same age as Guildarts, with a similar build and height. But he has a head of brown hair and is wearing a full suit of heavy plate armor. His red and gold armor matches the tower shield attached to his left arm and the sword on his back. Master Coral, the man says. Will that be all? Wait outside, Fulmer. This won't take long, Master Coral says. He nods and leaves the room, closing the coral doors behind him. Master Jose immediately takes the seat opposite his host, making himself comfortable. It never ceases to amaze me how controlling women can be, making an entire town out of corals just so you can sense everything in it as your base. Home field advantage is a thing, the older woman says, glaring at him. It's good to see you too, Efsala. The woman also glares at him for a moment, amusing both wizard saints before her eyes shift to the newcomer in the room. Who is this? Arya. He is the ace of Phantom Lord. Coral laughs, annoying Jose. This is what happens when you focus on quantity instead of quality. It took you damn near a decade to find someone worth promoting to the ace role from your heap of trash. Jose sneers at her. Quantity is a quality in itself. At our level, no, it's not. Now, tell me what you want so I can refuse and kick you out. Jose places both hands on the table, then uses Requip to summon a large leather-bound black book from his personal pocket dimension into the middle of the massive table. Coral and Avsala share a curious look before turning to him, expecting an explanation. I can't keep it any longer. What happened to you not trusting me with it? Coral asks. Did the monster inside scare you? I haven't even broken the seal yet, much less begun creating a spell to control this book of Zerif. But I can't keep it with me any longer. The damn Wizard Guild Alliance I'm a part of is leading the charge on the law changes. They're already suspicious of me and Phantom Lord, and the fact that we'll continue doing the now illegal jobs is enough to worry about. I don't want their spies to learn about this book of Zerif either. How far are you from breaking the seal? Coral asks as she waves her hand, and the coral table grows a protrusion, holding the book and carrying it over to her. I'm a few weeks away from opening it. Then I need to make a way to control the monster. Coral stores the book within her own Requip dimension, and with a thought, the table returns to its previous state. Have you located any more? No, and this change in the laws will only make that harder. And how powerful is this one? How the hell would I know? These things don't come with instructions. But from what I can tell, this is one of the more powerful books. A few more like this, and we'll be able to rule this continent. I estimate that with a half dozen of these, our combined power should be enough to crush anyone, even God Serena. By that logic, this one should be enough for the other wizard saints, yes? Mostly yes. Mostly. Makarov has the 3 ultimate magics. Their power is unknown. Coral and Avsala laugh, annoying Jose. I'm aware that most people believe them to be myths. But the founder of Phantom Lord saw fairy law with his own eyes. Not to mention all the stock the Magic Council has put into Fairy Tale and Makarov. All the special treatment they get. It has to be connected. If such magics existed, Makarov would be kind of the continent, if not the world. You don't make things like that without one goal in mind, conquest. Which is why he'll be the first person we kill. After that, God Serena. Then the entire continent will be ours, Jose says. Coral nods in agreement before they sort out the finer details. And an hour later, she and Avsala are alone in the room once more. The doors open, and Fulmer enters, approaching his guild master and Ace with an annoyed expression. That man is too obnoxious. But he is useful, Coral says. Bring everyone back to base. Restock and consolidate all our resources here. Avsala gives her a knowing smirk. Finally, yes, we no longer need Jose. In his fear of those fables about fairy magics, he's given us the Book of Zerif. Now we merely open it, control the monster, and kill anyone in our way. June X 771, Northern Fiori. Flying below the clouds, Oberon keeps his focus on the train tracks running through the cliffs below. For hundreds of miles, he follows the private railroad tracks while the morning sun beats down on him. There, he sees smoke in the distance and activates telescopic lens over his left eye, zooming in on the burning, overturned train and its many cargo cars. Doesn't look like an accident. He sees Rune Knights scattered about the area, most bloodied and broken, some in pieces, and a few a fair distance from the train cars. A quick scan of the area has him frowning at the sight, not a living person in view. He descends to the scene and is assaulted by the scent of burning flesh and ash. With a wave of his hand, Oberon uses his newly acquired Requip magic, summoning 3 celestial spirit keys from his personal pocket dimension into his hand. Flowing magic energy into the keys, he summons Virgo and Ares first, not using the silver key yet. Check for survivors. You'll be staying here. The Rune Knights will be here within the hour. We'll use our telepathic link to keep in touch. As you wish, Sir Oberon. Virgo politely nods and gets to work, while Ares shyly turns and walks toward the other bodies. Oberon floats over to the cargo cars and steps past the destroyed steel door, seeing broken crates inside. Within them are Rune Knight uniforms and equipment, but they appear untouched. They broke open the crates, but didn't take this stuff. So they must have either known what they were looking for or not needed simple weapons. He releases the 3 keys to float beside him while moving on to the next train car, seeing more broken crates, but these are empty. So they took what was in here. He moves closer and inspects the crates, not seeing anything in them beyond splintered wood. With a thought, he commands Ares to search the train for a ledger while he checks the other train cars. Minutes later, Oberon finishes searching the train and meets Ares at the front, taking the ledger from her. He flips through it while she helps Virgo with the bodies, noticing only one item missing. Gold. They took all the gold, he mutters while dropping the ledger back into the engine car. They can't sell anything else since it's official Rune Knight equipment. But you melt gold down and nobody knows where it came from. Sir Oberon, I found something interesting, Virgo says telepathically, and Oberon flies over to here just beyond a tree line. Hidden by the thick forest canopy, this smaller battlefield went unnoticed from above. Only now, while moving through the trees, does Oberon see nearly a dozen Rune Knight corpses scattered around, with a charred corpse in the middle of the clearing. The charred corpse has a sword piercing its chest, and Oberon has to push through the scent of burnt meat while moving closer. Any survivors? He asks Virgo, who is standing beside the body. I'm afraid not. It seems like the survivors were killed. I found bodies that were likely knocked out, but killed before the criminals fled. Oberon walks around the corpse, carefully observing it. No armor, and surrounded like this. Definitely not a Rune Knight. And there's a Rune Knight's sword through their chest. Some of the Rune Knights near the tracks have that same feature. People get disarmed all the time. But yeah, from the looks of it, he looks back to the train tracks, through the trees, then points at the clear path of the fight to their current location. Yeah, this person got separated. He crouches over the body, taking a closer look at the burnt flesh, holding his hand above the corpse to feel the heat from it. Very recent too. And these Rune Knights don't have fire magic or items. Oberon sighs. Looks like we had at least 2 attackers. They got split up, and the Rune Knights killed this one. The other one won their fight and came here to dispose of the corpse, hoping to destroy the evidence. Oberon reaches out and taps the corpse with one finger, flowing his magic energy into it, an uncomfortable sensation that would cause pain and discomfort in a living person. But here, he simply uses his custom super archive spell to collect data from the corpse. Gross. He uses water magic and soap to wash his hands while processing the information. Then, with a wave of his hand, a screen appears in mid-air with the information collected. The ether nano in this corpse says the oldest is from 30 years ago. So they took their first breath 30 years ago and had a high-level affinity for wind magic. I also lifted a magic emblem from their back. With a thought, the screen shifts to show a guild emblem, and Oberon recognizes it. You should go help Ares with the rest of the scene. I'll go on ahead from here. Virgo nods and returns to her friend, while Oberon runs a hand through his head. What are the chances of this? He wonders while looking at the guild emblem. Jetstream, dead in a forest. And since she and her boyfriend defected together after the laws changed, he burned her body to cover his tracks. I guess the love wasn't that strong between them, if this is how he treated her in death. But he isn't known for fire magic. Holding the 3rd key he summoned, his newly acquired silver celestial spirit gate key, he flows magic energy into it. Open, gate of the great hunting dogs, Cain's Venatusai. The clearing around him is enveloped by bright silver light as 30 bloodhounds appear, each appearing like a normal hunting dog, but boasting the fairy tale emblem hanging from their collars. Oberon groans as a chorus of barking erupts around him. I really need to learn to hold back. Summoning all of you every time is too much. After a few seconds, they calm down and silently look to him for instructions. All right, follow the scents from this clearing. I'm looking for one that leaves the crime scene and heads into the forest nearby. Then you're leading me to it. All the dogs howl in unison, causing Oberon to cover his ears, then immediately get to work sniffing out his target. Minutes later, Oberon is standing near the destroyed train, watching the dogs rush in and out of the forest, searching for a scent trail that leads beyond this crime scene. Is there any celestial spirit that I should be looking out for in particular? Beside him, Virgo and Aries share a knowing look, which he notices. What? Am I not allowed to ask that? No, the question is fine, Virgo says. But with your magic energy, most celestial spirits would be useful, even the ones that are meant to be more like pets or friends to keep people company. Like that, Aries points to the pack of dogs. To summon the entire pack of 30 dogs, it's unheard of. Scary. Yeah, well, I don't have much else going for me, so I might as well have a lot of magic energy. But I meant for utility. I don't even use you two for combat. Only crowd control. No good, Aries mutters. I'm afraid I must agree, Sir Oberon, Virgo says. The only celestial spirit worth pursuing who adds to your arsenal would be Gemini. The twins can transform into a person, copying their magic and memories. But I'm unsure how that would work, considering the limitations of your magic's interactions with others. Maybe, Crux? Aries asks. He knows a lot, especially about celestial spirits. That would be useful. I've heard there are celestial spirit magic spells. Do I need to find him to learn those? Or can you two teach me? Those magics require a higher affinity than you have, Virgo sighs. You could learn them now, since holding open a gold and silver gate simultaneously is the minimum requirement. But not only would they be inefficient, your destructive ability already far surpasses them. It's not just about destroying things. Celestial spirit magic has unique properties. It's cross-dimensional time-space magic. That's interesting enough. Then Uranometria would be worth learning. It requires a high affinity to use, but you may be able to overcome that with your boundless magic energy. Assuming you want to use it for research and not in combat. What about the others? No, Aries says. Only Uranometria has the property you requested. The others simply act as mediums to use the magic of a celestial spirit within yourself. Your affinity isn't high enough for that. You only barely qualify to use celestial spirit magic at all, sorry. Oberon frowns. Well, thanks for being honest, I guess. They got a scent trail, so I'm going to head out. You two brief the Rune Knights when they get here. Aries and Virgo watch Oberon walk into the treeline, following his pack of dogs to the target. Do you really think he can learn Uranometria? Virgo asks, not looking away from Oberon's fading figure. Even with his amount of magic energy, the conversion is terrible with anything less than the highest affinity. Well, I don't know. The Celestial Spirit King could reject his magic energy and refuse to convert it into celestial spirit magic because of his neutral affinity. But he hasn't met a challenge in magic that could stop him. He's exactly the kind of person we were once gathered to help, don't you think? Virgo frowns, a bitter taste forming in her mouth as memories from centuries ago rise to the surface. Hopefully he doesn't lose his way like Xerath did. Following his pack of hunting dogs, Oberon races through the forest for nearly an hour before they come to a stop, not moving past the treeline into the clearing ahead. Beyond the treeline is a small river, hosting a man sitting at the edge with his feet in the water. He leans against a large wooden crate with his back to Oberon, twirling a gold coin between his raised hand. Without looking at the boy, he speaks in a shaky, uncertain voice. Next time you sneak up on someone with nature magic, hide from the animals. A small bird descends and lands on the man's shaggy brown hair, looking directly at Oberon while chirping aggressively. Master Makarov's golden boy. Did they know it was me? Oberon steps beyond the treeline, closing the gate to send his hounds back to the celestial spirit world. No, they called for me because I can fly, and we're close to Magnolia. We didn't know it was you, or your partner. The man gets up, turning for Oberon to see his tear-stained face. He was barely taller than the 10-year-old boy, with a head of shaggy brown hair and a slim figure, wearing simple green and blue clothes. Steal some gold. Go to Giltina, start over. I saw her body. Did you do that to her afterward? I guess an impromptu burning wasn't enough to hide our identities from you. You're both famous, could have still made a lot of money under the new laws. Freedom is priceless. So is life. Oberon stores his S-Class coat with Requip magic as the man takes a combat stance. And here I was hoping to avoid any more fighting today. You could have let me grieve in peace. You killed a convoy of ruined knights who were just transporting cargo. You can grieve in prison. Just surrender, and you'll be taken there without harm. I'm never letting anyone put me in a damned box, even if I have to stand against you, King of the Fairies. The man charges forward, and Oberon mutters to himself, "It's just my name." The man glows bright green for a moment while closing in on Oberon, and the boy immediately flies above and around him, turning to see his beast take over magic in action. The man transformed his entire body into an 8-foot-tall hulking minotaur, using his humanoid body type with bovine legs and head to gore the tree behind Oberon, splitting it in two. He then grabs the pieces, easily uprooting the lower half, and spins, throwing it at Oberon. The boy doesn't move, merely deflecting them with a mental command of gravity magic, keeping his eyes on the minotaur. That's his famous beast takeover magic, but what did he use for the fire? I'll keep my distance and force him to reveal that. The man digs his large hand in the ground and tears a rock from the earth, throwing it at Oberon, who merely floats to the side. Is that all you can do? Oberon points a finger at the man and fires a light shot through his left shoulder, causing the minotaur form to deactivate. Got you. Oberon makes a grabbing motion and tosses the man into the air with gravity magic, liberating a scream from his victim's lungs before another green glow envelopes him. In midair, the man transforms into a large frog and fires his tongue at the boy, who easily sidesteps it in the air. But the tongue sticks to the ground and pulls the man toward it, moving right past Oberon. As the man rushes past him, he shifts from one takeover form to the next, skipping the human phase, becoming a purple blob of living slime and covering Oberon. The blob encapsulates him and begins hardening, and Oberon immediately holds his breath as the man's laughter echoes all around him. "Gross," he mutters, and the laughter instantly stops. "How aren't you melted?" Oberon raises a hand, fingers balled into a fist, then opens it. The blob expands and thins in every direction as his cosmic armor leaves his skin and grows into a sphere around him. A barrier. The man's distorted voice echoes from every direction. Impressive activation time, but let's test it. The acidic blob glows green, and Oberon is suddenly in the shadow of a large monkey-like creature with green fur and glowing red fists. Primate impact. The beast yells before swinging its fist toward the cosmic barrier, but before it can make contact, Oberon instantly shrinks his barrier, taking away its footing and causing it to spin like a top from the momentum. He flies upward and lands a devastating uppercut to its gut, forcing the man to revert to his human form before making him lighter and throwing him high into the air. "You can't outbrawl me." Gildarts hits way harder. The man catches his breath while spinning in the air, fishes in his pocket, and pulls out a ring. He places it on his finger and focuses his magic energy into it. "Then try this," he yells while aiming the ring at Oberon, forming a glowing red magic circle in front of it. Oberon smiles, relieved that the man's fire magic is from an item and not something dangerous to him. The problem with relying on magic items for combat is that your control over the phenomenon generated is limited. The man ignores him, focusing on Oberon's serious expression as he puts enough magic energy into the ring to create a flamethrower's worth of fire. In the instant the first flames flicker to life, Oberon waves his hand. He twists gravity, forcing the man to fire the stream of flames upward to the sky, while simultaneously increasing his gravity a few times over. The man propels himself even faster into the river below, crashing into the water hard enough to shatter rocks on the river floor. Oberon releases his gravity magic while descending to stand on the grass beside the river. "Where did you get that ring?" "I've never seen a magic ring that can handle that much without breaking." A small geyser of water erupts as a green glow overtakes the water. Then 4 hands reach out and grip the riverbank. A hulking, 12-foot-tall, muscular creature with 4 arms and 1 large eye in the middle of its head. A maw that splits in 4 ways and is filled with needle teeth, and a body of rock-hard gray skin, pulls itself out of the water. Oberon takes a few steps back, soaking in every detail of this new magic beast. What is that? His curiosity in the presence of the man's strongest form causes anger to rise. Now I get it. I was the ace of my guild. S-class, but fairy tales S-class really are on another level. But not out of reach. There is no reason I shouldn't have been one when I was there. Yeah, I've read about you. But even if you were someone who followed the rules and worked well with others, you wouldn't have made it anyway. And why is that? Because I'm not beloved by magic like you. You don't have to be anything like me. You just can't be this weak. The man's one eye glares at Oberon as he rushes forward, moving faster than a bullet and raining a storm of punches from his forearms down onto the boy. Oberon's eyes widen in surprise, not realizing the insult he has spoken. But in the same instant, he reared back both fists and clashed against the man's fore. Within seconds, they clashed dozens of times, sending bits of bone and blood flying in every direction. The man's mind races, searching for any opening, any opportunity to land a decisive strike. But as his fingers shatter and wrists break, he realizes what's happening. This boy is stronger than even my toughest form, and faster, fast enough that he could have landed a few body blows on me by now. Is this a game to him? This single instance of true self-doubt caused the man to falter, and Oberon seized the moment to use gravity magic and pull him down, crashing his tiny fist into the man's head. He makes the man lighter after the impact, sending him flying into the air, then makes him a dozen times heavier, slamming him down into the dirt. The man's takeover magic deactivates as he wheezes in pain, lying in the crushed dirt as searing pain flows from his shattered hands. He hears footsteps beside him and turns to see Oberon casually walking over with a bored expression on his face. So what was the name of that form? July X 771. 3 loud knocks on Oberon's apartment door sound through the apartment, each slamming into his hung-over senses like a crack of thunder. He instinctively pulls the thick blanket over his head and rolls over, ignoring the knocks. Another set of knocks rattles the door, and Oberon groans before a golden glow shines through his thick blanket. Virgo appears beside his bed, and without a word, walks out of his bedroom, stepping around the stacks of books littered through the bedroom and living room while walking to the front door. She opens it and sees Alana in a colorful summer dress, holding a wicker basket in her arms. Lady Alana, please come in. She steps aside as Alana enters, locking the door behind them. Is he in a shower or something? Alana asks while walking over to the couch, glaring at the piles of books everywhere. She looks to the kitchen, seeing books on the counters as well, and decides to set the basket on the floor while moving some grimoires off the couch. What does he live like this? Virgo sighs. He's only ever here to sleep, so really it's more like a storehouse. He's asleep right now. Really? I know he likes to sleep in, but it's way past noon. Sir Oberon was up all night for a job. He flew back to Magnolia early this morning, then trained for a few hours before bed. Yeah, I heard he was back. That's why I brought breakfast, Alana says before turning to look up at Virgo. How much are you allowed to tell me? Whatever do you mean? Is Oberon all right? Like with all these constant jobs. He's in this week's issue of Sorcerer Weekly again. He's been arresting a lot of people with the Rune Knights. Sir Oberon is powerful, although he's been a bit cranky with the constant assignments. They don't leave him much time to learn new magics. Alana nods and looks around the apartment, annoyed at the sight of so many books disorganized. His books take up so much space. I'm surprised there is space for us in here. He is a very diligent mage. Yeah, he's great at everything. He'll be up in a moment. I alerted him that you were visiting. Alana and Virgo chat for a few minutes while clearing the couch of books, placing them aside by the time Oberon floats into the living room. Wearing only a pair of shorts, with his tired eyes barely open as he drops onto the opposite end of the couch, leaving the basket between himself and Alana. Since when do you get tired? She asks as he wordlessly reaches into the basket, taking out some baked pastries. Isn't having infinite energy your special trick? Not infinite. He takes a bit of the warm breakfast pastry. And I was up practicing Cosmic. It's hard. I got a book and even had Wakaba and Macau demonstrate their unison raid a few times for me, but it's too much magic energy. Even for you? MHM. He takes another bite. Shouldn't you be helping your grandma today? My dad is doing inventory, so they don't need me. That's why I figured I'd bring you breakfast. But by the time I got to the guild, it was lunchtime, and then they told me you weren't there, so I came here. They're still warm. Thanks. Yeah, I made them with extra cheese, just how you like it. Amazing as always. I'll probably have another job tomorrow, so I'll get you something on the way back to Magnolia. Oh, you don't have to do that. I'm just happy to know you're all right. You're in Sorcerer Weekly again, so I was a bit worried. Yeah, I passed through Crocus a few days ago, and they ambushed me at the station. My grandma says Fairy Tale is the only reason Magnolia hasn't experienced any changes like most of the continent. She says all the evil people are causing problems everywhere else. Is that true? Not everywhere. Era, Crocus, and a few other places are fine. But yeah, only places with powerful wizard guilds, or in our case, a wizard saint, are left untouched. That's part of why I've had so many assignments. The Magic Council keeps sending guild arts and me all over to support other guilds or deal with solo tasks. Well, at least you're getting a lot of work then. Oberon frowns while reaching into the basket and getting a juice box, taking a sip from it after finishing his pastry. They aren't paying us for these assignments. Really? Yeah. It's part of why so many wizard guilds that aren't becoming dark guilds simply refuse to get involved. Like Phantom Lord or the Great Reef. If we had another wizard saint and their guild, this would be a lot easier. In exchange, they lowered the fees that come with having a guild charter and gave other perks to the participating guilds. But that's also why Master Makarov is so hesitant to send people out on assignments they can't do easily. The more time you take on an assignment from the Magic Council, the less time you have for jobs that earn money. Normally, assignments from them would pay you, but they can't afford the amount on the continent right now. After all, every dark guild and dark wizard has to be dealt with. But part of this is also helping Magnolia, since with my extension, the taxes are lowered on the city. So your family's businesses should do a bit better. That part should be permanent, but the assignment stuff will go back to normal once this initial wave of dark guilds and wizards ends. When will that be? Oberon shrugs. Hopefully soon, but I doubt it. There are a lot of people who don't like the new rules. I didn't think not killing and using charm magic would be such a deal breaker for them. They sound awful. Some of them have better reasons. The list of laws changed is super long. So, some people had their businesses destroyed overnight since certain magic items got outlawed. If you spent your entire life making something, then some politicians made it illegal by signing a piece of paper, you'd be upset too. I guess so. This is all just too complicated. That's why I try not to think about it too much. I just go where Master Makarov needs me, and I help capture whoever the bad guys are. Oberon takes another pastry, continuing his breakfast. After a few minutes of talking, Alana finally asks what's been on her mind since the door opened. Why are there books everywhere? Didn't you get the apartment next door to store books? And what about all those storage cards you bought from Grandma? Oberon continues eating and gestures to the ornate wooden box near the fireplace. Alana gives him a curious look before hopping off the couch and walking over to it, bringing the briefcase-sized box to the couch with some effort. What's in this? Open it. She sets it down between them and pops the locks open, carefully opening it to reveal rows of storage cards, each numbered. Tell me this is a joke. What do you mean? Did you seriously fill all of these with books? She inspects a few of the cards, seeing the books within the pocket space. How did you even do this? And why do you still have them? Isn't the point of Super Archive to store data? Yeah, but I still like to keep the books. But I ran out of space in the other apartment and the fairy tale library. Master Makarov said I couldn't keep any more of my personal books in the guild hall. So, storage cards. Why not just sell them? I'm going to pretend you didn't just say that. Besides, I like reading physical books. It helps me relax, especially when they're about magics or cool creatures. I got a new magic bestiary a few days ago. You should check it out. Alana sighs. Grandma always says everyone in fairy tale is weird. So, I should be surprised since you're king of the weirdos. It's not that big a deal. I don't know. I think you have Macau and Wakaba beat for their vices. Hoarding is a pretty serious one. But this isn't unhealthy, it's educational. Besides, it's not like they cost. Oberon cuts himself off, remembering that her grandmother sold him many of these books, some of which cost more than the entire building they're in. It's not that bad. Before they could continue, a loud crack of thunder startles Alana, and a moment later, Laxus uses lightning transformation to move beneath the front door and appear in the living room. Wow, Laxus says as he looks around, taking in all the books. He has a problem. Alana sighs. Can we just go to the guild hall now? I don't need any more people judging me for my books. Nope, Laxus says. I came to tell you to get on the next train to Margaret Town. Why? Is Lamia Scale requesting help? Did something happen to them? No, but Blue Pegasus is already sending its main team there. From there, they'll grab you and Jura. Master Bob wants our Light Guild Alliance working more closely together, so we're conducting a joint assignment against a whole dark guild. I was really hoping to sleep all day. Oberon mutters. Is anyone else going with me? Laxus gives him a confused look. Why will we send anyone else? You're going. Stepping off the train, Oberon takes a breath of fresh and fragrant air, ignoring the crowds of people quickly gathering at the sight of him. A few people take out their cameras to document the moment, but he simply walks through the train station wearing an excited expression. Exiting the building, he finds himself on a platform raised above the town, giving him a view of most of Margaret Town. The buildings were simple yet beautiful, all perfectly kept. No building was shorter than 3 stories, compensating for the fact that Margaret Town has no roads. Instead, there are canals of sparkling blue water with gondolas ferrying people and cargo around. Glancing about, he sees the walkways beside the nearby canals are crowded, filled with tourists and locals alike enjoying the town. And far in the distance, he sees the lake beyond the town, which all the canals connect to. Excuse me, he calls out to one of his admirers in the crowd. Do you know where the Lamia Scale Guild Hall is? The man nods excitedly and points to the far end of the town. It's the building at the far end on the river. They have a big sign on the front. You can't miss it once you're on the street. There are signs in town too if you get lost, but the gondolas will also take you directly there. Thank you, Oberon says before walking down the cobblestone steps toward the town. With a wave of his hand, he summons Verger and Ares' keys, then flows magic energy into them. Both celestial spirits appear beside him, falling into step for a moment before silently nodding and breaking away from him. While they perform their usual duties when entering any town, going to the magic shop, and finding anything interesting for him, Oberon takes to the skies and moves directly to the guild hall. Many people call out to him and take pictures, cheering for the boy as he flies through the clear and sunny sky. He smiles and waves to them, dutifully maintaining his public image and keeping the people calm. However, some people were concerned about his presence. Over the past few months since the laws changed, Oberon has been in nearly every issue of Sorcerer Weekly, always on the front page or hosted in a report about some dangerous dark guild or dark wizard he took down. Because of this, his presence is assumed to mean there are dangerous and powerful people nearby. After all, why else would they call upon the King of the Fairies? But even now, after reading about his exploits and seeing his pictures for months, even the most diligent of people can't match the accolades to the person flying above them. An innocent and young face, 10 years old, with a head of black hair dotted with strands of white. Wearing a pair of simple black boots, blue pants, a white shirt, and his S-Class coat with the fairy tale emblem on the back. Innocence and power, youth and reputation clash in their minds while trying to understand him. But to be such an exceptional entity is to be the exception and, by definition, to stand alone, beyond the understanding of all but one. Found it, Oberon mutters as he spots the Lamia Scale building. There is a large plaza between the building and the canal in front of it, hosting benches and a small crowd of people admiring the Lamia Scale emblem in statue form in the middle of the plaza. This town must really love them. He lands in the plaza, avoiding the people taking pictures while walking to the door. This place looks more like a museum on the outside. He knocks on the door, then steps back, waiting patiently. Moments later, the large double doors open to reveal a man wearing simple green pants and a white shirt. Oh, you got here quickly. Please come in. Oberon follows the man into the main hall, where he sees stone walls and exquisite wood furniture, along with a short old woman on a rocking chair, reading Sorcerer Weekly. Hi, I'm here for the joint operation. I'm Oberon. He waves awkwardly, and the woman takes a moment to respond while the man walks off into the hallway. She glances at Oberon, as if not believing what she's seeing, then closes her magazine to look at the cover, which is Oberon standing on a defeated dark wizard. That stealth magic of yours really is something. I guess Jura wasn't just making excuses after all. Stealth magic? Oberon wonders, but simply nods along. I hope he isn't upset about that. I'm not, Jura says as he walks into the main hall from a hallway, carrying a small duffel bag over his shoulder. He still wore white and black monk robes, but now boasted the Lamia scale emblem in black on the right shoulder sleeve of his clothes. My guild mate informed me of your arrival. It's been a while. Yeah, how is being a guild wizard? Oberon asks as Jura walks over, towering over him. Strange. I've grown far stronger since joining Lamia scale, and I now better understand why you couldn't simply hand over the tablet for your client's information. You go away. I mean, we guild wizards take our jobs very seriously after all. Master Uba laughs from her seat. Be sure to remind Makarov that Avon sent his protege to me, not Fairy Tale. Those two may be wizard saints, but I'm still the favorite. Jura sighs. You know that's not why he sent me to Lamia scale. Master Uba. Doesn't matter, you're here now, I won. Actually, Jura turns back to Oberon. I'm here because of you, Oberon. Oberon snickers. What? I beat you. Now you want to train and even the score? Nothing of the sort. But you showed me that no matter how noble my intentions, sometimes words cannot reach all hearts. And in those times, power is needed. I believe myself above guild wizards because I used my strength to preserve knowledge and protect people from evil. But I learned that there are people in this world, younger than me, who are far more powerful. Before you, I always looked to my elders. Gildarts Clive, Master Makarov Dreyer, Master Avanitas. The latter two are wizard saints and our mentors, but I never considered them my competition, because they've had decades. I'd always been strong for my year, so following my path, I likely would have matched my mentor at his age. But you opened my eyes, and he spoke to me during my weeks recovering. The era is changing. Magic is moving forward. Keeping pace with the norm is no longer enough. Not when someone like you exists. Someone who runs a marathon in the time I can sprint. So, I simply decided to make you my new measuring stick. Instead of looking to the great wizards of the past, I've chosen to look to the greatest wizard of the future, or at least that is what Masters Avon and Makarov call you. Oberon responds to Jura's heartfelt outpouring with a bored look. Well, thanks. At least you don't hold grudges. You don't seem very moved or surprised. Oberon shrugs. I've been hearing that for over a year at this point. You're going to be the strongest wizard of the age, and your talent is inhuman. It gets old pretty fast, but thank you for not taking it personally. I should have expected as much. However, I actually do want a small rematch, Jura says. Not a combat rematch, more like a contest of sorts. Oberon raises an eyebrow at that. All right, I'm interested, but I don't want to hurt you before we go fight a dark guild. Minutes later, they're both standing in the stone courtyard behind the guild hall on the riverside. The massive river hosts a few restaurant ships and smaller tourist boats that sail by, curious but unable to see exactly what's going on. Closer to the building, the members of Lamia Scale and Master Uba have gathered to watch the show as Jura and Oberon take their starting positions. Are you ready? Jura asks. This is the best way I've found for wizards to understand each other. Even if we cannot measure each other's hearts, the distance between us will be clear. I can't say I've experienced that, but just so you know, this really isn't a fair contest. Magic energy is kind of my thing. I already have about as much as Gildarts. Everyone back up. Master Uba yells, cautious due to her deeper understanding of Gildarts' power. They get as far away as possible while being able to observe the contest, and she gives a solemn bow to Jura. My condolences. I'm not as clumsy as Gildarts. Oberon yells before stopping himself. Sorry, but really, I won't accidentally hurt anyone or destroy anything. My control is also perfect. That's why I can fight for so long. I trust you. Jura says before placing his hands together, as if praying. Now, may I begin? I figure we'd flip a coin first. But sure, you can start. Jura begins to excuse pure magic energy. His body glows with soft white light as the courtyard gently rumbles. The changing pressure around him stirs up gentle winds as he grits his teeth, releasing even more magic energy. His thin aura of white light becomes dense, forming a full outline as the courtyard rumbles, with the cobblestone beneath his feet shaking loose and cracking. Wow, Oberon mutters, not amazed by the volume of magic energy, but by the color. Gildart's releases a similar white magic energy, but Master Makarov's is golden. So you have good reinforcement like Gildart's that explains how you so easily mastered Iron Rock moves. Jura smiles, even while focusing on releasing more energy. I am honored to be compared to Gildart's Clive. Yeah, he's really amazing. Oberon then flashes a devious smile at Jura. But don't forget, I'm also a fairy tale S-class wizard. Jura's smile instantly crumbles, and his focus breaks as Oberon releases a solid 5-story pillar of void black magic energy, dotted with shining white stars, as if the night sky had condensed around him. His white silhouette appears in the void as a humanoid white figure with solid black eyes, releasing childish, joyful laughter that echoes through the courtyard, beyond the Guildhall and Plaza, into the rivers connecting the islands of Margaret Town. Half the city shakes, as if hit by a continuous earthquake, and Oberon's laughter only grows, amazed by the growth in his own power. But at a glance, he sees the water in the nearby river rising into the air, carried by raw magic energy saturating the environment. And he instantly stops, placing the seal back onto his magic container. Sorry, I don't usually get to do that, so I got a bit excited, he says innocently. Jura smiles, rubbing the back of his head. It seems you not only began with a lead, but you also grow faster than I. I will work harder to reach you. That's half the fun of being a guild wizard, growing with everyone. All your guild mates, and even friends from other guilds. Well said. A deep and charming voice yells from above. Everyone looks up to see an airship above them, and a figure leaping off the side to the courtyard. Witness me. A man yells as he leaps from the airship above Lamia Scales Guildhall. Performing an absurd number of flips, he descends the 200 feet with absolute ease, appearing as a spinning blue of white and orange before landing gracefully near Oberon and Jura in the courtyard. He lands and holds a deep bow, patiently awaiting his applause, which never arrives. Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki III, head coordinator of the Blue Pegasus Wizard Guild. After a few more seconds of silence, he lifts his head, looking around to see everyone ignoring him, staring up at the airship above. He stands to his full height, which is the same as the 10-year-old Oberon Alquan, dusting off his all-white tuxedo and adjusting his voluminous orange hair. Well, our new magic airship truly is captivating. I'm not surprised it outshines me on first appearance. We call her the Magic Airship, Chrisina. Master Bob bought it from Giltina's Magic Council a few weeks ago. This is her maiden voyage. That's so cool. Oberon unconsciously floats off the ground. Thank you. Blue Pegasus must have exquisite items. After all, we are the Hostess Guild. How do I G? Oberon's words die in his throat as he turns to Ichiya, expecting the usual tall and handsome style of Blue Pegasus's suave members, but instead sees a strange-looking man that's barely an inch taller than himself. Starstruck, I'm sure. Ichiya takes out a poster of his own face from his jacket pocket and hands it to Oberon, who notices it's already signed. Yeah. Oberon places it into a storage card, not deeming it valuable enough for his equipped magic. The Christina looks awesome. Well, I did design the modifications myself. Besides, it arrived at such a perfect time, considering our target. Target? Jura asks, not joining the conversation, while many people around still stare in awe at the airship, taking pictures and chattering about it. We can discuss that in greater detail aboard the airship. For now, we need to get going. Ichiya then turns to Oberon. You should never release that much magic energy in a place such as this, Sir Oberon. Just Oberon is fine. Well then, Oberon, that much magic energy can saturate the air and be dangerous for civilians. You'd ruin a tourism town such as this, not to mention putting people in danger. I made sure not to release that much again, but I won't make a habit of it. He was releasing that much magic energy. Jura wonders as his eyes drift over to Ichiya, and this one noticed before anyone else. His senses are incredible, but I'd expect as much from Master Bob's right-hand man. Now, I have one last thing to convey. Ichiya turns to the crowd of people, now paying attention to the three wizards, focusing on Master Uba. Master Bob had some choice words for you, but all I shall say is this. He is very annoyed that Wizard Saint Avon sent Jura to you. He could have accepted Master Goldmine or Makarov, but not you. Uba grumbles under her breath before speaking. Tell Bob all his dresses make him look fat, and that stubble on his chin and bald head don't fool anyone. Ichiya's eyes twitch, but he maintains the composure of a distinguished gentleman. He gave me a reply for that exact comment. But you are a lady, an ancient one, but a lady no less. So I shall refrain. Jura sighs. I'm sure my mentor had his reasons. Ichiya turns to look at the man who is only a year older than himself, gaze falling on his shiny bald head. He then takes out a comb and adjusts his own voluminous orange hair. Yes, I don't think you'd fit the blue Pegasus standard. Jura grits his teeth, swallowing his response before taking a deep breath. May we board the airship and get this assignment done now. One moment, Oberon says before looking to the Lamia scale building rooftop, and over it leap two young women, each holding a small wooden box, and presenting it to him. Sir Oberon, these are the only interesting items. Documents that may be of use, Virgo says, and Ares merely nods along. Oberon places both boxes into a storage card before retrieving the keys and dispelling both celestial spirits, thinking nothing of it. But all the wizards watching grew more concerned at the sight. A celestial spirit wizard who not only can use two golden keys at once, but has enough magic to win that contest with Jura while maintaining them. Scary. Moments later, Oberon uses gravity magic to float himself, Jura, and Ichiya above and onto the airship's deck. There, he sees a dozen eye-catching young men and women lined up, saluting Ichiya before he dismisses them with a wave of his hand. They rush off back to their stations as he leads them into the ship. Oberon studies everything carefully, including the large lacrima at the front of the ship's deck, which allows it to fly. Aside from that, and the legs, along with the lack of sails, it would appear fairly similar to a blue and gold ocean-faring vessel, with a large Pegasus head at the front and wing decals on either side. While walking through the hallways, Ichiya summons a screen and keyboard construct beside him, tapping a few keys to show a map before tilting the screen for Jura and Oberon to see while they walk behind him. Jura is surprised, but Oberon recognizes the archive magic and focuses on the map displayed. We're going to Central Fiori. Yes, and it should take us just over a day to get there. How is your super archive? Depends what you have in mind. Oberon asks as they follow Ichiya into the control room. He gestures to all the people at the control panels while walking to the wheel in the middle of the room. I keep us all connected with regular archive magic, but your super archive would be much more efficient. Sorry, I'm not good at that. I see. Well, that's unfortunate. But maybe it's for the best, since they're most familiar with my communication style. He sends some information to the crew, then waves his hand to update them on everything else. All right, set the course and alert us if anything changes. Yes, Sir Ichiya. They all respond simultaneously. Ichiya then turns to Jura and Oberon, who are taking in every detail of the control room. If anything happens to us while on the airship, you should either get to the deck, or if you think you can help, come here. This room has some powerful communication lacrimas to keep us in touch with the guild. My people are trained and know what to do, so trust their instructions. Jura and Oberon nod, understanding that this isn't their domain. Good. Now we have some important things to discuss. After handing off his travel bag, Jura joins Oberon and Ichiya at a table on the main deck. Both men are standing at the table looking down at a map of Fiori, while a large binder rests nearby. Jura arrives at the table, and picks up the binder, reading the cover. Sky Wolf Wizard Guild. So this is the target. That explains the route. Their base is supposedly somewhere in those absurd mountains. Not supposedly. Ichiya taps a marked spot on the map. We now know exactly where it is. The perfect place for a guild of wizards who all possess either flight abilities and magics, or magic items. Those inner mountains have no path beside climbing the sheer cliff sides, Jura says before giving his full attention to the binder. Within are the names and known magics of their top members. And they have so many members. Without this airship, a full attack would be virtually impossible. Ichiya nods, staring down at the map. Too bad this didn't happen a few months from now. I recently finished a modified design for the Kiristina, making her capable of dropping bombs. That would surely help. Until then, she's only a transport vessel. She was originally meant to be a party vessel, actually. Getting us there is more than enough, Oberon says. We're wizards, we're the firepower. What is this about? Jura places the binder on the table, pointing at a mostly blank page with a picture of a strange object on it. Ichiya shrugs. Our sources say it's the last of a few items they were smuggling west. We already reported it to the Magic Council and West Fiori Wizards Guild Alliance. But for now, we have to focus on this one. Oberon uses gravity magic to slide to book to his end of the table, studying the picture. He sees an orb in the picture with one yellow and red eye staring up at the chimera. The orb itself has a layer of runes around it in an ancient language, a language very few could read. However, one of the few who could read it is Makarov Dreyer, and by extension, his star pupil. It's a monster sealing barrier, Oberon says. And what? Ichiya asks. I thought only Wizard Saint Ines Fry had that kind of magic, Jura says. No, this is different. It's a lot older and far more unstable. That means whoever sealed this did it maybe 200 years ago, could be more. And it maintained, the seal is special. It absorbs ether nano from the atmosphere to maintain itself. Some people think Zerif made it, because nobody else is that good at using magic. But something doesn't really make sense to me about it. He takes a more careful look at the picture. Yeah, the runes, part of them that I can see, translate into Failure X7-93. What does that mean? Jura and Ichiya share a confused look before they both shrug. Ichiya uses archive magic to make a report of this update. I should go relay this to Master Bob. Perhaps the council has more information for us. As Ichiya leaves, Jura restarts his study of the Sky Wolf Guild, and Oberon hovers over to look at the map. Master Uba mentioned that Master Makarov was a scholar, Jura says. It seems that you are much the same. I heard your order collects and protects knowledge and history. Yes, we do, even if some fight to prevent that. Oberon rolls his eyes. Anyway, any cool books in a monastery? And how would I get to read them? Library card. Standing under the pale light of the crescent moon, Ichiya and Jura are well rested after one night and day of traveling through the skies. Now, enjoying their afternoon coffee, they gaze out at the jagged, rocky mountain peaks around them, all barren of life, capped with bits of snow, far too steep and unwelcoming for anyone to scale in the traditional ways. The perfect natural defense for the Dark Guild that specializes in flight. While Jura drinks his coffee and cautiously gazes down at the clouds below them, occasionally giving way for him to see the miles of space between them and the ground, Ichiya turns his back to the railing. He leans against it and enjoys his hot drink, fighting against the cold night air while they approach their target. But his gaze is cast toward the deck, where Oberon sits, cross-legged, deep within his meditation. He wears his usual black combat pants and boots, item belt stocked and equipped, along with a simple white long-sleeve shirt. With a thought, Ichiya taps into the connection between himself and the control room crew via archive magic, getting the all-clear before glancing at Jura. Have you never been this high up before? The monastery is built on a summit far higher than these, Jura says wistfully. The barrier magic protects us from the cold and intruders, but Master Avon once asked Master Makarov to alter it. Because of those alterations, ever since I was a boy, I could always look up and see the stars, just like this, Ichiya follows Jura's gaze upward and can't help but feel bad for the man and simultaneously inspired by him. Leaving your home and starting a mostly new journey. That is a terrifying thing for anyone and a mighty brave thing to choose. But I'm sure the people back at your home think of you whenever they look up at the stars as well. It is a moment we would often share together, Jura says before turning and leaning against the railing. But I dare not pity my life or choices when far more tragic origins exist on this very deck. Ichiya glances at Oberon before taking a sip of his drink. Pain and sadness is not a competition. The suffering of others does not make yours any less real. True, but gratitude is the basis of our teachings. That is why we can keep moving forward, because we are grateful for the opportunity to try. MHM, and how do you feel about being so far from your precious earth? Jura grumbles. I miss the earth beneath my feet. I can use my earth magic here, but making material always takes far more energy than manipulating that which exists. Try not to think about that fact that we've only been training with this airship for a few weeks. Ichiya chuckles. Guild wizards truly are strange. That includes you now. But, speaking of magic energy, that game you played with Oberon, it was only a game to him. For me, it was a true test of might. Yes, I'll never do that again. Ichiya gives Jura a serious look, lowering his voice to a whisper. When Oberon came to Blue Pegasus, I didn't meet him then. He thinks it's because I was busy with the festival, but really, I was getting Master Bob to the hospital quietly. What happened? While training Oberon in some magics, Master Bob connected to that cosmic of his. It's dangerous. He said it forced him into a contest of magic energy and damn near drowned him. He was almost fully drained in seconds. Granted, he doesn't have much magic energy since he's the strategist type, but still, don't play that game with Oberon. I see. Dangerous. Is there anything else? That's all Master Bob told me. He gave the boy his word. He'd keep the properties of his magics confidential. And we guild wizards take those agreements very seriously, I understand. The celestial spirit magic thought, that's interesting, Ichiya says. I didn't know he had it until I saw a picture in Sorcerer Weekly. There is a girl about half his age in town, not yet a member of my guild. But she has a single silver key, yet it takes so much magic energy, she can only use it a few minutes each day. They take that much? Or what does she have so little? In her case, both. But Master Bob has friends with that magic, and from the way they talk about it, keeping one of the golden zodiac gates open for 10 minutes would be a real pain. Lady Virgo and Ares have been below decks helping the crew for hours, Jura says. And we can't sense his magic energy at all. Ichiya narrows his eyes at Oberon. He mentioned yesterday that his control is perfect, and I've seen him use Super Archive. He's better than Master Bob already. Yet he can't transfer data. What are you saying? I don't think he has stealth magic at all. I think we have a little prodigy on our hands. Or at least one of magnitude we hadn't realized before. It's almost like his control is so perfect he doesn't let any magic energy in or out without permission, allowing him to replenish it faster than he spends it. You solve that so easily? Not easily at all, Ichiya says as he finishes his drink. I've spent more time than I'll ever admit piecing together articles and information about this. And coordinating a guild as large as Blue Pegasus demands a certain level of knowledge of various magics. Without the information from Master Bob's incident, this also would have been impossible, assuming I'm correct. Regardless of the reality around him, he is competent and, more importantly, trustworthy. Something we could always use more of, considering the state of the world. Jura chuckles bitterly. I chose maybe the worst possible time to become a guild wizard, didn't I? You certainly did. If someone doesn't try to be a great uniters for the dark guilds, so we can take them down, we may be looking at a 5th trade war. I pray such a thing never happens. Jura finishes his coffee, and the moment he does, both Ichiya and Oberon perk up. They simultaneously receive telepathic communications from Virgo, standing on the bridge, and the Blue Pegasus members there. Ichiya sets down his cup and looks ahead at the clear sky with only a few mountain peaks ahead of them. They said magic energy signatures are ahead, but I can't see anything. I'll take a look, Oberon says as he flies upward, using telescopic lens to scan the horizon. Far in the distance, he sees a mountaintop that looks to have been cut off, hosting a modest fortress atop it. Turn us 5 degrees left, and we'll be heading straight for them. A mountaintop fortress. It has space to land this. I've already relayed it. What else do you see? Oberon focuses for a moment, and seconds later, he sees dozens of streaks of energy fly out of the fortress, twisting and winding the air before altering course and heading toward them. Are those? He zooms in even farther and sees that each streak is a dark wizard flying through various means. That's not even half of their members, and we know they should all be there tonight. Oberon turns to Achia. We have incoming around 50 of their people, a third of their forces. Then we need to reach their fortress before the others meet us in the air. We can't properly fight them up here. Achia sends a message, and members of Blue Pegasus rush to the upper deck. Most of them use long-range attack magics, and those who don't are equipped with magic sniper rifles and other magic guns. Even Virgo and Ares were using the borrowed weapons. I was hoping we'd get closer before being detected, but I suppose this will have to do. Achia turns to Oberon. Take Jura and get to the fortress. What? Jura and Oberon turn to the man. You're faster than the airship and a harder target. You take Jura and get him to that mountain. Achia turns to Jura. When you get there, make a dome or something. Just stop them from getting into the air. Oberon will deal with most of the ones already airborne and will defend the airship while moving in. Got it? Jura nods and walks over to Oberon, who immediately uses gravity magic to lift him into the air and carry them both toward the fortress. Oberon sees the dozens of dark wizards moving toward them and smiles, then is overtaken with worry about the people on the airship. Can you make a dome over the fortress? Something like that. Just get me there and I'll handle it, Jura says. All right, but I need to get you to it before I can start fighting them. I don't want to accidentally drop you from the sky. So just hold on. To what? Jura asks as they speed up, and he's floating beside Oberon. They suddenly accelerate, surprising the enemies. And in that moment, Oberon forms a light sphere in his hand and tosses it ahead of them. Close your eyes, he says to Jura, and the moment the man obeys, golden bright light illuminates the sky, temporarily blinding everyone unfortunate enough to be looking at his spell. In the 30 seconds it takes for everyone to regain their full vision, Oberon is already far past them and unleashes the same attack. This time, they wisely keep their eyes closed, so he makes the flash last longer, long enough for him to reach the outskirts of the fortress unbothered. They open their eyes and fly back to the fortress, mostly ignoring the airship for now because 2 famous S-class wizards are at their base. But when they get closer, Oberon is standing alone at the edge of the plateau, hundreds of meters from the fortress walls. With everyone taking a moment to assess the situation and not finding Jura anywhere, he gets a proper look at them. Different types of magics, mainly wind and air magics. Magic items such as windwalker boots or even wind packs, and they were all wearing special goggles to protect their eyes from the wind and bugs, along with thick coats. Most of them had weapons in their hands, while others prepared spells. But what made Oberon smile the most is what was on their wrists. Emergency parachutes, he says. Yeah, you're going to lose, because you came prepared for it. With a wave of his hand, he requips his S-class code into his grasp and pulls it on, smiling while aiming a single finger at the dark wizards. In front of his finger, a single golden magic circle forms, hosting the fairy tale emblem in the middle, and the dark wizards prepare to all fire at once, ready to overwhelm him. But in the next instant, 50 more identical magic circles form a wall in front of him, and before they could react, a wall of light shots are sent their way. They abandon all plans to fire and rush into one big group around one man. He raises a square shield in front of them to block the attacks, but Oberon commands them to turn and move around his directional shield. The man grits his teeth and bends his shield into a dome, pushing himself beyond his limits and protecting everyone as the light magic shatters against his defense. Wow, you're pretty good, Oberon says as he lowers his hand. The man drops the barrier, but stays centered in the crowd as they slowly spread back out in a wide line. I am a commander in our guild for a reason. One of our 4 war commanders. Oberon smiles. Yeah, I read your file. Barrier and wind magics. Plus you have some weird telepathy magic. I'm guessing it's why you all are so coordinated, right? The man raises a brow at the strange questioning, looking down at the boy who is a few hundred feet away from them. And what if it is? Great, that just means I have to take you down first. Oberon takes a combat stance, ready to leap forward, and the man smiles as everyone fires. Their projectiles form a wall of death for most, blocking Oberon's direct path to him. But a second later, the man feels a weight on his body and items. His gravity is multiplied for a moment, pulling him far below the formation. He barely has time to understand what happened before seeing Oberon closing in with a fist reared back aimed at his face, all while the people above are still firing at his previous position. Nice try. The man forms his barrier in a sphere around him, protecting him while Oberon closes in. The dark wizards above stop their attacks and turn to look down at the duo, expecting Oberon to stop his advance and change tactics. But the boy simply raises his left hand, as if gripping the air, then pulls it in. The man feels gravity shift before his face slams into the inside of his barrier, breaking his nose and concentration in an instant. Oberon's small fist smashes into his face, sending him backward for hundreds of feet as the wind magic keeps the man floating. The dark wizard's expressions fall, realizing one of their 3 generals is in serious danger. But before they can move, Oberon rockets after the man. The man flips in the air and rights himself, only to desperately raise his forearms, creating a solid barrier attached to them, blocking the next punch. The weight of the strike sends him backward, and Oberon alters his gravity, causing the backward momentum to carry the man up to the stars. Attack! The man's command is drenched in desperation, but as he puts his focus into stopping his momentum, Oberon is hit by dozens of long-range magics, mainly from gun magic and bullet magic. But his eyes widen in horror, seeing Oberon closing in, the attacks shattering against him as they both get farther from the clouds below. He's forced to raise another barrier, and Oberon's fist shatters it, along with his forearms. The man's wind magic falters, and Oberon feels his body begin falling. He capitalizes on this moment and lands a punch to the gut before spinning and kicking the man in the side, breaking 3 of his ribs and sending him back toward the fortress in the direction of the other dark wizards. They all stop firing, racing toward their general to catch his unconscious form. But Oberon reaches him first, grabbing the man by the legs and spinning, throwing him into the crowd of dark wizards. They halt their momentum, wary of his next move, but instead, the unconscious man is launched toward them, seemingly harmless, until he gets close, and Oberon amplifies the gravity alteration placed on him. As some of the dark wizards move to catch him, they feel a pulling force toward their unconscious general, and the range rapidly expands to pull in most of the flying wizards. A mere handful manage to push most of their magic energy into flying away, desperately fighting against the gravity magic while their friends are pulled into a large sphere of people. As they get past the range of its influence, a golden glow radiates through the area from behind them, and they turn around to look up in horror. With a mischievous smile on his face, Oberon uses light construct to make a house-sized paddle and swings it at the sphere of still conscious people. The impact shatters the intentionally flimsy constructs and sends them all flying toward the fortress plateau, but he commands gravity to make their landing gentle. His laughter is deep and true, aggravating and terrifying his opponents as he wipes a tear from his eye. "Oh man, I always wanted to try construct that big," he says while some of the very few conscious wizards on the ground are racked with pain, struggling to breathe, or spitting out all of their teeth. As Oberon is memorizing the sequence of his last attack, one of the men who avoided the attack entirely flies over to him, standing on a blue cloud with a pair of magic pistols in his hands. "I heard you were powerful, but this is ridiculous," the man says, not raising the pistols yet. Do you really think you can afford to be trying out new moves against us? Oberon frowns as the man moves closer, then focuses on the cloud beneath him. What kind of magic is that? Where can I learn it? TCH, I would say you'd be one hell of a wizard in our guild, but you get distracted so easily. But still, you would have made a lot of money from mercenary contract with us. I don't like killing people, so I doubt that. Besides, you guys are only successful because most people can't fly. But I can fly, so now we're on even ground or sky. I get what you're saying. Yep, up here, where you don't have air superiority, you're about as strong as regular wizards. I suppose that's true, the man says, raising his pistols at Oberon, both barrels glowing purple. But we're a wizard guild that specializes in war, which means we've got tactics, training, and experience that you regular wizard guilds just can't match. Oberon doesn't react to the weapons pointed at him, simply standing in the air and talking to the man. Yes, Master Makarov taught me all about that kind of stuff. Strategy, teamwork, and trust in your comrades. All of that plays a role in the outcome of a battle. But you are overlooking one simple truth. And what's that? The man flows more magic energy into his guns, using both weapons to form a single purple magic circle aimed at Oberon. Those beliefs stem from humans. Humans who lean on certain things for leverage and survival. But at the very top, mages transcend humanity. We are beings of magic. And while at our core, we are weak, we do need help, we do need people. Sometimes, power really is all that matters. The man raises a single brow at Oberon. Are you saying you're invincible or something? Our Supreme Commander would disagree with that. Just wait till he comes out here. Nothing is truly invincible. Well, maybe one thing. Heck, I'm not even the strongest in my guild. Actually, Guild Arts was supposed to be here, but Blue Pegasus didn't want him on the airship. Then what the hell are you trying to say? Oberon sighs. What I'm saying is, you should surrender. Because even with all the time you think you've bought, with your friends surrounding me. The man glances at his allies above, below, and even behind Oberon. You can't win. Because those tactics are best for people you can reach. But in a world where magic is everything, to people like you, yeah, I might as well be invincible. The man grits his teeth and fires the condensed magic bullet. But to his horror, Oberon flies forward and grabs it, arriving in front of him. The other wizards are stunned with amazement as Oberon holds the explosive bullet in his hand and opens it to face the man. Sure, the explosion, trapped between Oberon's relatively impenetrable shield and the open air, expands toward the man, enveloping him in searing magic energy. He's launched out of the purple blast with third-degree burns on the right side of his body, and one of his allies dives to catch him while the others rush Oberon. Meanwhile, on the Christina, sitting on a pile of unconscious dark wizards, Ichia adjusts his binoculars to see Oberon's fight. A show of different colored magics dancing in the sky, and each time he gets bored with a magic, the user is sent gently falling to the plateau below, joining their allies. I hope he doesn't go overboard, he says. The Magic Council wants to use Sky Wolf as an example, but they don't want us killing everyone to do so. I highly doubt any of them are dead. Well, maybe a few, since Sir Oberon is so powerful. Virgo says, but he abhors taking lives, and would only do so if absolutely necessary. Beside her, Ares gently and improperly holds her borrowed magic rifle to her chest. These wizards are weak, even weaker than us. Thanks to Sir Oberon's magic energy, he'll be gentle. Ichia nods, already imagining the propaganda the Magic Council will create after they submit some portions of their memories from this assignment. But where is that other one? He wonders, and seconds later his answer reveals itself. As they close in on the battle, the plateau hosting the fortress rumbles and shakes before the area around it glows with a bright yellow magic circle. It's large enough to fit the entire fortress into the middle, and seconds after forming, the area of the magic circles descends. Like a giant elevator of earth sinking into the mountain itself, simply moving down faster than anyone can make sense of it. Oberon smiles at the feat, never having seen earth magic at such a scale. And within seconds, Not only is the fortress lowered into the mountain, but a lid slides across the pit, sealing it off. At the edge of the plateau, a large square opening then forms, a tunnel leading toward the now underground fortress and its cavern. And out from the newly made tunnel steps Juranikis, hands clasped and hidden in his sleeves as he looks up at Oberon, who is still soaking in the details of what he just saw. He sees 3 wizards hovering nearby and frowns. It's been almost 2 minutes, and you're still fighting. I expected better of wizard Saint Makarov's golden boy, king of the fairies. Oberon smiles at his friend. I was just keeping them busy. I didn't want them sending reinforcements out here because I beat everyone. He waves his hand, and the few remaining dark wizards crash to the plateau, squashed by increased gravity. Oberon quickly descends to hover near Jura, admiring the perfectly formed tunnel. That was some pretty awesome earth magic. Thank you. I thought it was better than a dome. This way, they only have one path out, unless they decide to risk breaking the lip. But they don't know how deep they are or how thick the lid is, so risking it falling onto them is the least likely option. Good call. So, are we waiting out here for them, or going in? My earth magic is limited with this much open space against a guild of flying wizards. I prefer to fight inside. Besides, if we close the tunnel to suffocate them, then they may get desperate and simply break the lid or use that creature. Oberon frowns and hovers over to the tunnel, creating a few floating spheres of light ahead of them. These guys are pretty famous for night raids, so I'll make light for us when we go inside. Jura focuses his mind, using telepathy to reach Achia as the airship begins to land. We'll be going ahead. We trust you to secure everyone here and follow us in. After a moment, he nods, and Oberon receives confirmation from Virgo and Aries. All right, let's go finish this up. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, Oberon floats closer to the wall while staying in step with Jura. We're walking into a kill box, Jura says. Definitely. Plan of attack. Rabble is strong. I should handle him. Then I'll deal with everyone else. Oberon glances over at him. This guild has nearly 200 members. About 50 were outside. Rabble and I won't have the kind of fight as people can join, so they'll all be on you. Jura flashes a confident smile. Facing a master of earth magic within a cavern he made, how foolish of them. Just don't take too long. I'd hate to have to wait for you to finish up after I've already beaten him. Oberon places a finger on the wall, gently keeping it on the surface as they continue. My fight will be finished before yours. Rabble is powerful. Don't underestimate him. His strongest form has lightning and fire magics. I'm familiar, but not at this scale. I'll play it safe to start, but if you finish first, don't be shy about helping me. As they're walking, Oberon's finger glows golden. Then his light magic runs along the wall in a thin line, reaching the end of the tunnel and continuing around the corner. Jura raises a brow at the sight, not quite understanding. But moments later, the entire tunnel and cavern are illuminated as if they were under the midday sun. They step out of the tunnel, and he barely has time to appreciate the intricate, straight, and angular lines stretching across the walls and ceiling all around them, casting daylight underground. But he senses magic energy moving toward them before fully taking in the sight. Oberon raises a hand, erecting a light barrier in front of them to block the volley of various magics, forced to redouble his focus as, for the first time in a very long time, his light barrier cracks. He reinforces it many times over, but their vision is blocked by all the attacks, smoke, and debris. Get back, Jura yells, sensing the threat, but it was already too late. A massive red hand smashes through the light barrier and grabs Oberon's face, slamming him into the wall before throwing him off to the side. It slinks back into the dust cloud, but Jura launches an iron rock boulder at it, his strike confirmed by the sound of rocks shattering and an annoyed grunt. At the other side of the dust cloud, Oberon rises to his feet, unharmed by the simple attack, but surprised that not only was his light barrier broken, but someone so easily moved him. He glances at the now underground fortress, noticing the attacks have stopped as a tense silence fills the cavern. And as the dust cloud falls away, he understands why. Standing at 12 feet-4 m tall, a hulking blood-red humanoid with the head of a bull, flaming bat wings, a fire construct whip in his right hand, and a lightning construct sword in his left. Rabble, leader of the Skywolf Wizard Guild, stares directly at him. Already in your strongest form, huh? Oberon smiles, looking up at the transformed man. But for the first time since they've met, Jura notices that Oberon is truly on guard. Rabble exhales a cloud of fire and lightning as he grunts. Most would already be dead after that attack. But you're not most, king of the fairies. Rabble turns his head to the fortress, leaving his back to Jura as he speaks. Capture Jura Nikis alive. I want him to return my fortress to the summit, where it belongs. Kill anyone else, but do not interfere with my battle. He points the lightning sword construct at Oberon. There's no one here who could make a difference either way. A stream of blue lightning is launched from the construct, and Jura immediately raises an iron rock wall to block it. The lightning melts through it as if it weren't even there, surprising both Jura and Oberon. Oberon leaps backward, raising a light barrier, but the stream of lightning forces him to continuously reinforce it, while an onslaught of ranged attacks descends upon Jura, forcing him into a different battle against over 100 dark wizards. Most of you should survive this, Jura thinks as he backs up against the cavern wall with an iron rock wall raised in front of him. He places his hand on the wall behind him and flows magic energy through it. High above him, golden-brown earth magic circles appear, rapidly firing cubes of iron rock at the fortress, aimed at anyone he sensed in that direction. Oberon doesn't bother worrying about Jura, too focused on his own battle as he's being pushed back, his boots scraping against the rock floor as he struggles to think of a way out of this. Before he can come to a conclusion, Rabble charges forward, shattering the light barrier with a direct strike from his lightning construct sword before launching a kick at Oberon. In his monstrous form, his foot is larger than Oberon's torso, but taking this chance, the boy flips gravity. He sends Rabble floating for a moment, then capitalizes on his surprise by flying up and punching the man in the face. Rabble barely reacts to the strike, merely swinging his arm to slam into Oberon, but the boy maneuvers around him and grabs one of his horns. He manipulates gravity to lock Rabble in his orbit, spinning him and throwing him at the ceiling, but the man uses his wings to quickly orient himself. He whips at Oberon with the fire construct, and Oberon barely avoids it. The wall where it lands is instantly melted, and the whip moves as if alive, turning to chase Oberon. He can't sense me, so it must need line of sight. Oberon instantly understands the limitations such spells have against him, and his body glows bright golden. He exudes blinding light for a moment, causing Rabble to look away and the whip to miss. And taking this opening, he flies upward and kicks Rabble in the face, giving the man a nosebleed as he flaps his wings to stabilize himself even higher. Rabble wipes the blood with his forearm, looking at the droplets as they evaporate away against his skin, then narrows his eyes at Oberon. Yeah, you need to die here. You'll be too much of a threat later. Oberon frowns and takes a proper combat stance in the air, and Rabble responds in kind. He swings the fire construct once more, but to his surprise, Oberon grabs it and twists his body, using it to swing the man through the air. In this instant, Rabble feels his magic energy clash against cosmic as Oberon's barrier is maintaining contact with his spell. That much magic energy? Rabble wonders before flipping in midair and firing a lightning ball at Oberon. The boy releases the whip, slamming Rabble into the cavern wall before rushing forward. He avoids the lightning ball, but the man digs his feet into the wall, anchoring himself to gain leverage as their fists clash. Oberon feels his wrist buckle and strain, but they're both knocked back from the clash, returning to the air where they continue the fight. After a few more clashes, both combatants realize that they need something else. Oberon's skin on his right hand is burned and healing rapidly, and Rabble notices that he's healing at a visible rate, piquing his curiosity. So much magic energy and healing magic. I should try overwhelming him all at once. Oberon rushes in once more, meeting Rabble lightning construct with his reinforced cosmic barrier, grabbing the sword and pushing it aside before punching the man in the face. Rabble flaps his wings away and swings the fire whip, but Oberon maneuvers under it and grabs his foot. Oberon then creates a vertical orbit around himself, spinning Rabble once before multiplying his gravity many times over at the perfect moment to throw him into the ground. Rabble feels his powerful body becoming heavier by the second, as Oberon searches for how intense he can make gravity without killing the man for the sake of the precious information in his mind. Feeling this, Rabble flows more magic energy into his lightning construct. Endless dancing arcs. Blue arcs of lightning erupt from his blade construct and spread out in every direction, maintaining themselves while expanding to fill the space with a stream of solid, live lightning arcs. Oberon immediately retreats upward, but the arcs spread out in every direction, even as he's approaching the ceiling. Frantically looking around, he sees some of the Sky Wolf members caught in the attack before their allies pull their clearly alive and twitching bodies out of it and retreat. This thing is all about range, not power. He's trying to make distance to form a plan against me. Oberon retreats to the ceiling, standing upside down as if he were on the floor as the lightning arcs quickly approach, now more focused on following him than simply occupying space. But looking past it all, he notices Rabble hasn't moved. Even his hand with the sword hasn't moved. This spell must be very delicate, so he can't. Bad move. Oberon creates a golden magic circle with a fairy tale emblem above his head, facing down at Rabble. Focusing on the shape of this spell, he releases a 2-meter-wide pillar of magic energy, glowing golden and struggling to push through the weak lightning arcs. Rabble looks up, confused about what's happening. The light from the pillar is blinding, but he can feel its magic energy against his arcs. It's strong enough to reach me, but won't even make me flinch. What is he planning? I should reinforce the arcs around me, just in case. He does exactly that, preparing for Oberon to attack from the side, all while he's lying on the ground. The moment he approaches, I'll have all the arcs rush him. Then his thoughts are cut off, as with the light magic spell, just a few meters from his face, the base of it shatters, revealing that it was actually a cup or tunnel, not a pillar. Oberon used it to reach Rabble, not because he needed protection from the weaker arcs, but because wherever they made contact with anything, Rabble would likely sense it. This way, he managed not only to get close to Rabble, but to drop-kick him from the ceiling directly in the face. Oberon's absurd gravity manipulation has the entire mountaintop trembling and the cavern threatening to fall apart as both of Rabble's horns shatter from the impact. Rushing through the tunnel, Ichia is flanked by both Virgo and Ares as they approach the exit into the cavern. Sir Oberon doesn't need help. Virgo says, "He's moving to end the fight. We should assist Jura." "You heard the lady." Ichia commands the dozen wizards following behind them. "Focus on helping Jura. Knock everyone out, then we'll capture them properly. Keep your distance from Rabble and Oberon's fight." "Yes, Sir Ichia." They enter the main cavern and raise their weapons, with Ichia unarmed, looking around while his people open fire. To the far left, he sees Oberon and Rabble fighting, with a ladder on the ground, releasing a web of lightning arcs toward the ceiling. Oberon dances above, weaving between the arcs while fighting back and forming his plan. In the middle of the cavern is the mostly ruined fortress, boasting large cubes of iron rock and having entire sections exploded into rubble. To the far right, he sees Jura pinned behind a thick iron rock wall, constantly under fire while sieging the fortress. Give Jura covering fire. If he has room to move, he'll take down the rest of them. Ichia's people rush into action, opening fire on the fortress's remaining vantage points and the few people with enough magic energy to continue flying. Jura peeks out from behind his cover when the onslaught of ranged attacks lessens, seeing Blue Pegasus now assaulting the fortress to ease the pressure on him. "Good, now we can." A thunderous explosion echoes through the cavern, shaking the mountain and destroying part of the fortress. It sends quakes through the battlefield, causing many people to fall over, but Jura and Ichia stand their ground, looking over to Oberon. There, they see him standing with both feet on Rabble's face, the man having been pushed a few feet into the stone ground with his skull nearly split in two. His hand weakly reaches up to grab Oberon, but before he could fully extend it, his transformation drops. He reverts to his human form, not carrying over the damage of a split skull, but thoroughly exhausted, surrounded by the burning red blood of his other form. The battlefield is silent as Oberon floats away from the unconscious man, catching his breath as most of his magic energy was used not only to constantly heal, but also to bypass Rabble's absurdly powerful transformation. Second only to Wizard St. Wulfham's Apocalypse Beast transformation magic, Oberon says as he takes long and deep breaths. You could have been an amazing ally. As he hovers above the man, and the cavern finally stops shaking, the people around them stare at him in awe and terror. Looking at the form of this 10-year-old boy, their eyes are drawn to the coat on his back. A reminder that he is an S-class wizard of fairy tale, and the man crushed into the floor serves as a faithful reminder to them all that, regardless of how innocent or harmless fairies appear, they are still monsters. What's that? Oberon mutters as bright yellow angular lines appear on Rabble's body, burning away all of his clothes before his chest splits open and a bulbous yellow eye bursts out of him. Oberon flies to the side as a wave of ravenous magic energy washes over everyone else in the cavern, and the eye glows brighter. Then, the entire cavern trembles, and the man's body teleports away. Oberon turns to Jura and Ichia. He disappeared, he yells while flying over to them. Is this shaking from you? No, I don't can. Attack, one of the enemy captains yells. We can't lose now with it on our side. Jura, Ichia, and Oberon see the enemies regroup to charge them, their morale bolstered by whatever was happening. How much magic energy do you two have? Ichia asks. I only use a quarter to take down most of them, Jura says. I can still fight too. Good, Ichia says. I sense something big coming from within the fortress. So no matter what happens, save your power for that. Let's deal with these lesser threats. Jura and Oberon share a look of agreement as Ichia steps forward, staring down the dozens of enemies ahead of him. But before he can activate any magic, the entire fortress erupts into dust and debris, scattering the enemies and rubble all around. Pieces of stone are pelted against the cavern walls and people, embedding themselves in anything they hit. Most of the enemy mages are able to protect themselves. Some are gravely injured. Oberon waves his hand, forming a light barrier around his allies. One of the Blue Pegasus wizards uses wind magic to clear the dust cloud as Oberon drops the light barrier. And they're all horrified and disgusted by what they see. Standing on the ruins atop the fortress is a giant spider, black with yellow markings across its body, as large as the fairy tale Guildhall. Its mouth is open to reveal a barbed, spiked tongue with four pincers clicking and flexing as if shoveling food into its face. But it has no eyes on its head. Instead, Rabble is sunken waist deep into the top of its head, both his eyes glowing along with a large yellow eye protruding from his torso. He flexes his arms and fingers, and the spider's giant legs respond instantly, showing off his perfect control of the monster. That's just too ugly, Ichia says. Rabble looks around, smiling up at the cavern. Thank you, Jura. You made the perfect battlefield for my new merged form. What better place to fight than in my den? Jura frowns, folding his arms across his chest. This is your tomb, nothing more. Rabble rolls the eyes on his head, but the one on his torso stays focused on them. Big words from the man, depending on the child, to do the heavy lifting. There are no S-class children, Oberon says as he floats forward. Says the exception. Well, there's only space at the summit for one. And I'll tell you now, being a spider doesn't mean you can climb up there. We'll see about that. Rabble flexes his fingers as his new body crouches lower, ready to pounce. The air grows tense, but Oberon rushes forward, not wanting the man to get too familiar with his new form. Rabble meets him in the air, swinging one of his long legs at the boy, but Oberon alters gravity to throw the man to the far left, back to where they were first fighting. Jura immediately rushes off to help him, launching a volley of hardened earth spears at the spider, barely scratching the armored carapace. While in midair, Rabble fires a web from the base of his abdomen, attaching it to the ceiling and pulling himself upward. Webs from his, but just like a normal spider, Oberon thinks before firing a light beam, which doesn't even damage the webs. He immediately changes his plan and hits the ceiling, breaking it away and causing Rabble to fall. Jura catches up to them and stops in place below Oberon, crouching and placing both palms on the ground. Great prayer of the earth, Iron Rock Madra. As Rabble is falling, a massive magic circle appears on the wall beside him, and from it 2 large hands of absurdly reinforced stone emerge. They clap in between them, causing a shockwave to flow through the cavern as they shatter. Rabble is dazed, with many parts of his carapace cracked, falling to the ground while Jura wipes with sweat from his brow. That's the first time someone has broken that construct. Those hands were harder than steel. Oberon raises both hands, aiming his palms at the monstrous form of football field ahead of them, and increases the gravity on Rabble. As a man is getting up, he's crushed under his own weight. Oberon grits his teeth as Rabble begins breaking apart the stone below him to cushion the pressure. But Jura quickly places his hands on the ground and flows magic energy into it. The earth below Rabble becomes hard as steel, causing him to be pressed against it, allowing them to use both their magics to squish him like a bug. Most people would be dead by now. How are his organs still functioning under almost 100 times the gravity? He is no longer a person, more of a monster, Jura says. Do you have anything to destroy him? 1, but I need time, and I'll be vulnerable while I prepare it since it's new. You'll have it, Ichiya says as he arrives beside them, back turned to them while staring down a detachment of enemies that tried to reach his friends. I trust both of you to handle that thing, and I swear, on my name, Ichiya Vandalay Kotabiki III, nothing shall harm you as you prepare. Jura and Oberon instantly switch formations, with Jura altering his earth magic to sink Rabble into it, trapping his limbs and web spinner, leaving his head and the spider's head above ground to be targeted. Oberon then releases his gravity magic, and Jura focuses on reinforcing and mending the ground to keep Rabble trapped, struggling against the absurd strength of his opponent. A trickle of blood flows from his nose as Rabble rages against his cage, and behind Jura, Oberon silently stands in place, eyes closed as he gathers his magic energy. Ichiya doesn't look back as his friends, standing between them and a horde of dark wizards. Enemies who understand formations and who to target, sights locked on Jura to allow Rabble's escape, and Oberon to prevent whatever plan is being enacted. Across the cavern, half the forces are being occupied by Blue Pegasus, and Ichiya is alerted to Virgo and Ares' disappearance, putting a major hit in their overall combatant force. But now he's sure that no matter what, he can't let Oberon's spell be interrupted. If even his gates had to be closed, his spell is obviously our best hope of victory. Ichiya furrows his brows at the approaching enemies, seeing their weapons in hand, and begins walking to them. Hold it right there, he says. I am a gentleman, so I urge you to surrender peacefully, and I won't harm you any further. You've already lost. Look at the desperate reach for power your boss has performed. Such a hideous admittance of inferiority. One of the enemies, a tall man holding a magic wand in his hand, looks to Oberon and Jura in the distance, then to Ichiya. He's just stalling. Let's kill this ugly one first, then Iron Rock and the kid. Ichiya's brow twitches. Ugly? Who are you to judge with a face buried in stone? What? Before the confused man could process what was said, Ichiya waves his hands and requips a vial into each, taking a deep whiff of the concoctions within. Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki III has average magic energy. However, he is Master Bob's favorite in spite of this. Because in a world of monstrously talented people, such as his allies Oberon and Jura, he makes the most of what little he has. Alchemy is the ancient science of mixing ingredients to create different effects, considered to be the first step toward the existence of magic as we know it today. But this art has been left behind by most. With the exception of the Alchemy Guild on the northern continent of Giltina, There are very few well-known alchemists. But on Ishgar, Ichiya is one of the very few. Not because he makes great medicines and antidotes, as that is not his specialty. His talent in alchemy is not great, nor is his talent in magic. He is, by all individual metrics, an all-right wizard. But by using his average talent in alchemy and his average talent in magic, he created a new type of magic. Perfume magic, the culmination of his ability to create alchemical concoctions and enhance their effects with enchantment magics and magic ingredients. He inhales deeply from both vials and stores them away with his requip magic as the sweet scent flows through him. An expression of euphoria dominates his strange-looking face, disturbing the enemies for a moment. But as the man he was speaking to raises his rifle and aims at Ichiya's head, he begins pressing the trigger, and Ichiya disappears. Before the man could process what happened, he felt a strong hand on the back of his head, then his face shattering against the stone floor before everything went black. The other dark wizards barely react in time, reaching out to strike Ichiya or fire range spells, but he appears in front of another man and kicks him in the gut, folding him over and launching him across the cavern. Ichiya looks back over his shoulder and winks at them as another stream of spells is launched at him. Then he disappears yet again, tearing through wizards who each have more talent than him, showing them that he is the head coordinator of Blue Pegasus for a reason. Wizards like us have no place in interfering with people like them, Ichiya says as he is battering groups of opponents. So don't get in their way. He rushes over to the last remaining Sky Wolf captain, and before he can strike the man, a metal shield is requipped, blocking his punch. The man slides back, arm numb, and Ichiya looks down at his dislocated fingers. He frowns and closes his hand into a fist, flexing his muscles and forcing them back into place. The captain looks around at the battered bodies all around them and requips a short sword into his other hand. You speak like you've already bowed your head. What kind of self-respecting man gives up on the pursuit of greatness? A man who understands that life and magic are not fair. This world plays favorites, raging against that will only lead to darkness and depression. But I have found something that transcends all. And what's that? The bond of friendship between distinguished and refined gentlemen. Ichiya requips the vials back into his hands, refreshing his speed and power perfume enchantments, ready to meet the man head-on. The man takes a combat stance, aiming his blade at Ichiya, preparing his lightning magic to enhance his speed and agility. But an ear-splitting screech pulls their attention away, and they look over to see Rabble lift his head and the spider's head off the ground as more blood pours from Jura's nose. His many limbs begin breaking the ground as the earth magic weakens, and his large spider mouth opens to aim the spiked tongue at the wizards. Jura sees it and grits his teeth, but can't do anything to stop it in the moment. He studies where it's being aimed, noticing it's pointing past him at Oberon behind him. I don't have enough energy to cast another spell. I'll just have to jump in the way, he decides, perfectly fine with what must be done. Ichiya notices all of this at a glance and requips a glowing blue vial into his hands. His opponent charges forward, enhanced by green lightning magic. But it is too late. Ichiya has already applied the enchantment. Using the superpower perfume greatly enhances his physical abilities for a short time. Before the man could take a single step with his lightning magic, his shield, sword, and body are shattered in a blur. Jura sees the barbed tongue moving toward them at an absurd speed, but an orange blur slams into it, wrestling it to the ground. Ichiya, Jura asks, not sure what he's seeing. Yes, my dear friend, this is the perfume of our absolute victory. Ichiya yells as his 8-foot-tall, hulking form of perfectly sculpted muscles wrestles the spiked tongue to the floor. He allows it to impale his torso and legs, getting low enough to dig his feet into the earth and hold in place. Even as it tries to wriggle away and retract, he keeps his grip. Even as pain racks his body and blood stains the earth, he dares not let go, unwilling to let any harm come to his new friends. I get it now. No wonder Master thinks so highly of you. Jura redoubles his effort to keep Rabble pinned, fighting his urge to black out. As both men are giving more than they have, a surge of magic energy erupts behind them, breaking their concentration. It shakes the entire cavern, filling it with bright golden light as Oberon glows. Not from everywhere on his body, but from his right forearm, where the fairy tale emblem is. Only now there was a second one at the top of his forearm with an intricate set of markings around it. It glows so brightly that it could be clearly seen through his coat and clothes, as if nothing could stop it. Oberon's eyes glow golden as magic circles appear in them, bright gold with the fairy tale emblem in the middle. Gather, O river of light that's guided by the fairies. A ring of golden magic energy forms around Rabble, holding his massive spider body in place. Jura immediately feels the struggling stop and releases his earth magic, taking a painful breath. But Achia is still stuck with the writhing tongue outside of the ring. Shine, in order to perish the fangs of evil. Oberon feels his magic energy enter the world, drowning everyone for a moment before it is condensed deep within him and pushed into the spell. And deep within his mind, he hears Mavis's voice, giving her final approval for the spell. Show them why you're our king. Oberon releases all of the magic energy at once. Fairy glitter. The entire mountain shakes, and his voice is carried on the magic energy, striking fear into friend and foe alike as a myth becomes real. A golden magic circle with the fairy tale emblem appears above Rabble, releasing a beam of pure magic energy down at him, engulfing his entire body. Fairy glitter, one of the 3 ultimate fairy magics, and the simplest in execution. Fairy glitter, like all the ultimate fairy magics, was created by Mavis Vermilion. They all use neutral magic, meaning the magic energy has no elemental properties, and each focuses on a different aspect of the magic formula used for the Radiance formation in all of Oberon's light magic spells. Fairy glitter is, in the simplest sense, absolute annihilation magic. It uses the properties of moonlight to nullify defensive and sealing magics, the properties of starlight to provide massive destructive ability, and the properties of sunlight to enhance the spell by many magnitudes, all while holding the target in place. This is why Fairy Tale is held in such absurdly high regard by the Magic Council. As the second master, Prek gave a much simplified version to the Magic Council, allowing them to create the greatest magic weapon in the world. Satellite Square, Etherion. However, while this spell is extremely powerful, myths of Fairy Sphere and Fairy Law make it seem like child's play in comparison. Those spells do far more than simple destruction. But Fairy Glitter is called an ultimate magic by the Magic Council for a reason, and nobody in the cavern could muster a single thought against that claim, staring down at the perfectly punched hole where Rabble was trapped. Now, there was simply a molten pit leading to the base of the mountain, and the man in question wiped from existence, leaving only the dead barbed tongue, which Achia pushes aside, falling to his knees as rivers of his blood fall to the earth. Jura sits on the floor, wiping the blood from his face while staring at the molten pit, hearing members of Blue Pegasus approaching to aid their boss. Fairy Glitter, Jura mutters as he turns around to face Oberon, who is lying on the floor behind him. So it's not a myth after all. Oberon laughs weakly, raising his right hand to perform the fairy tale salute, allowing his sleeve to roll up and show off the new marking on his forearm. They're all real, and I finally got the hang of this one. August 23rd, X 771. Stepping into a magic shop somewhere along the northern edge of Fiori, Virgo holds her clipboard close and scans the shelves for anything interesting while walking to the counter. She sees an older man behind the counter and immediately presents a pleasant smile to him. Virgo, here to collect a package for C. For Oberon Alquan, she says. He's sending his guild mates now. Huh. The man says before walking through the door behind the counter. Virgo takes the moment to walk around the small shop, searching for anything of particular interest, mainly celestial spirit gate keys. Eventually, she stops at a glass case, holding a few books. Most of them he has, but one bestiary within is foreign to her. With simple telepathic communication, she confirms that this book isn't in his collection and adds it to the transaction. Minutes later, she steps out of the shop, storage cards safely tucked away, and walks through the town, enjoying the setting sun. She confirms her progress with Oberon while walking toward the train station, heading back home to Magnolia. Southeast Fury, Margaret Town, Lamia Scale. Ares sits across from Jura in his office while the man reads her request. He frowns at the list, pinching the bridge of his nose as it's seemingly endless. He sees almost no empty space on the page, then flips it over to see that the other side is much the same, as are the next 3 pages. Jura sighs and relaxes into his chair. Some of these books won't be a problem, but many of them are restricted. That means even if Master Avon agrees to give him access, he'd have to go to Bosco and study them within the monastery library. Taking them away is forbidden, even for me. Ares remains silent for a moment, then relays Oberon's message. He understands and thanks you for being patient. He's excited to meet Wizard St. Avon and visit your home. I'm glad to hear it. But why is Oberon sending you instead of coming himself, or just using the Lamia scale communication lacrima? Sir Oberon is out of range at the moment, but telepathy between him and us has no range or dimensional limits, so it's usable. Although he's had our gates open for quite some time now, almost 2 days since he left. Virgo as well. Ares nods. She's collecting items he ordered from around Fiore, so he hasn't been in Fiore for at least a day. That means he missed this. Jura fishes around in his drawer for a moment before dropping yesterday's issue of Sorcerer Weekly on the desk. Take a look. I'm sure this'll really annoy him. Ares takes the magazine and begins reading, and she's already on the wave of annoyance Oberon will respond with after merely glancing at the cover. The cover of the magazine has a bold headline, "The Ultimate Magic," with a picture of Oberon performing the fairy tale salute, his arm showing off the new permanent fairy glitter emblem in the same black as his guild mark on his inner forearm. Looking at the bottom of the page, she sees 2 much smaller pictures of Jura and Ichia, leading to articles deeper in the magazine. How'd they get this? Jura shrugs. The Magic Council has memory magic. It can only extract memories that are willingly given, so some of the people we arrested must have given up info. I'm not too surprised it leaked. Honestly, I suspect the Magic Council did it intentionally. They've been looking for a figurehead for all their propaganda. Who better than Fairy Tale's golden boy? His guild is leading the charge for the legal changes with Master Makarov, and now he's famous and has fairy glitter. Yeah, they definitely leaked this themselves. Sir Oberon will be happy that more clients will request him, mainly the more exclusive and wealthy clients. But he will gripe about being famous for some time again. Well, at least you have to deal with him, Jura says as she continues reading the magazine, thoroughly enjoying it. Where's Oberon anyway? Open Ocean, West Fury. Have you made any progress yet? Captain Carrot asks as she enters the captain's quarters of this captured ship. Within, she sees Oberon hovering in place while dozens of large maps float around him. The reading magic of Gale Force glasses and Super Archive working in tandem to read and process all the information from them into his mind. After learning the enchantment, he's not since needed the magic item itself, allowing him to passively scan and store data with ease. Glancing between some of the charts, he sets them aside, keeping the enchantment running while turning to her. "What's that?" he asks, nodding toward the large book in her grasp. She tosses it toward him, and with a thought it floats toward him, relinquishing the information within. Seconds later, most of the book is scanned and processed. It's a ledger, but it's encoded. I'll need time to break it. I assume none of the crew can read it, right? No. She looks around at all the charts and sheets, including many sealed messages between criminal organizations. These people are paid to smuggle intel, not read it. Anything useful outside of what we're looking for? A lot, Oberon says. I'm sorting it and storing the information for the Magic Council. They'll know what to do with it. We could go rob them ourselves. Most of them exist beyond Fiore, and I can't just leave so easily. But the letter you want isn't here, he says while descending to the floor, leaving all the books, charts, and sheets on a nearby desk. Did we get the wrong ship? Let's go ask them. Captain Carrot nods for him to follow before leaving the room. She leads him down a short hallway, through the main kitchen and out onto the main deck. There they see a dozen men cuffed and chained on their knees with small bruises on them. Captain Carrot's crew oversees them, weapons at the ready, but the men don't have any fight left in them. Even less so as Oberon steps out onto the deck. Oberon looks up at the midday sun, receiving updates from his 3 celestial spirits while walking to the railing. He looks over the side to see a large shadowy figure move deeper into the sea water and rolls his eyes before turning back to Captain Carrot. We should make this quick. I have some new things waiting for me back home. Playing with more rocks? It's part of Cosmic, Oberon mutters as she walks over to the captured men. All right. She draws her blade and points it at one of the men. There is something on this ship when you left port, and now it's gone. What happened? The men share scared glances, then turn to the corpse of their friend on deck. One of them swallows his pride and looks up at Captain Carrot. There was a strange drop-off. Out in open water, about 100 miles southeast of here. A little cove on an island, secret place. They met us there, looked to have a storehouse there too. Anything else? That's all, I swear. They all nod in agreement, and Captain Carrot sheathes her blade. Then that only leaves one more thing. What do we do with? The trapdoor on the deck slams open, and 2 of Captain Carrot's men walk out, furiously stomping over to her. They whisper in her ear, and a look of disgust and rage dominates her face. Oberon is confused, but moments later 6 beautiful young women are led onto the deck, wearing fine dresses with scrapes and bruises on their bodies. Seems you have a side hustle, and the worst kind at that. Oberon, you wanted to take them to the Rune Knights, what do you say? I try not to kill people unless I absolutely have to, especially not on a job. Making everything personal isn't a good habit. And if I disagree? Oberon shrugs. Not my sword, not my problem. And I'm not going to step in to defend these things. Do what you want. I'll find where they were talking about. He opens a display using Super Archive, sorting through the maps they found to locate the aforementioned cove. Moments later, Oberon has his back turned to the deck as some semblance of justice is served, gazing out at the ocean while manipulating Super Archive when Captain Carrot steps into place beside him. Found it, she asks, and he enlarges the window before moving it for her to see. She studies the small marked island and nods. That's probably it. If it's not there, will you stay out a bit longer? I have to get back to Fiore. The Magic Council has already been asking for me. Staying away any longer would be bad. And you're dying to play with rocks. Well, if I tried comic on your ship, you'd all be dead. Scary magic. She turns around to her men. Take everything. We'll drop the ladies in Harjan when we take Oberon back there. Then burn this ship. Can't have them knowing we're after them. Captain. They salute before getting to work. Can you send him ahead? She asks Oberon. It would be a real pain if they sailed off before we got there. Oberon nods, sending the mental commands, and moments later the ship gently rocks side to side. She sees Oberon sigh, then he apologizes. Sorry about this, he's a show-off. A moment later, Dorado, now a 40m-120 feet, long, giant, armored swordfish, leaps over the ship and splashes into the water on the other side, soaking the deck and rocking the vessels back and forth. After the water settles, and they see the massive sail fin disappear into the distance, moving faster than any ship could sail, Captain Carrot entered death grip on the railing. Not to sound ungrateful, but most celestial spirit wizards have a little snowman thing as a pet, but of course I'd be friends with the guy who is a pet sea monster. And Selim, but he's too flashy, so he can't sneak up on anyone. She chuckles. Yeah, that one's my favorite. Sitting on the railing of Captain Carrot's ship, Oberon has 4 pebbles locked in his personal orbit, accelerating with each passing second to form a dangerous ring, but never escaping his personal gravity field. Looking out at the ocean, he maintains his focus, not flowing too much cosmic into this task, as he splits the orbit into 4. They divide into 4 rings that overlap in front of him, but due to their differing speeds, the pebbles never touch. Instead, he holds his hands out around the point where the orbits overlap and focuses on it. He increases their speed until they're each a blur, tearing through the air to cause a high-pitched screech as they move, unnerving everyone on the deck. Behind him, Captain Carrot and her crew are enjoying their breakfast on deck, playing cards and preparing for the likely coming conflict, all while occasionally sparing Oberon a nervous glance. With much focus, he alters the orbits even further, and a single bead of sweat forms on his forehead as he adjusts their speeds. Then, pouring more magic energy into them, all 4 pebbles collide between his hands. At such absurd speeds, their collision shatters them, normally sending bits and pieces everywhere. But Oberon instantly collapses the orbits in on themselves, raising the pressure and containing the kinetic energy to superheat the rocks. They glow molten red and fuse, now sharing a combined orbit, and the boat tilts toward them as the influence reaches farther outward. Oberon's forehead is drenched in sweat as he struggles to contain Cosmic, studying the new planetoid in front of him and its new independent orbit. Then, with a thought, he shatters the orbit and drops the molten stone into the ocean. He exhales, taking note of how exhausting Cosmic is, but is overjoyed at the progress he's made. But before anyone can ask what happened, he perks up, turning to them. He found them. They're near the cove. Elsewhere, under the clear sky and shining sun, a man relaxes in the crow's nest of a modest ship. Atop the middle mast, he reads last week's issue of Sorcerer Weekly, just barely noticing something strange in the distance. He sets aside the magazine and takes out his spyglass, raising it to look at the empty ocean ahead. He focuses for a moment, then sees something that shouldn't be there. A massive sail fin moving in the water, miles away. The fin is moving perpendicular to the ship. Then a moment later, it makes a sudden and sharp turn directly toward them. It accelerates, tearing through the water in a straight line, adjusting ever so slightly to maintain a collision course with their moving ship. "Captain!" the man screams, looking down from the crow's nest onto the main deck. There, he sees a few crewmates, along with a blue-haired older man on the deck. "North horizon." The blue-haired man looks up, seeing the lookout pointing. Then his gaze follows to the north. He walks to the railing and uses his spyglass, seeing the sail fin tearing through the water toward them. "The migration?" a man asks, walking beside the captain. "Magic Council said these routes were safe for another few weeks. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were wrong, as always." "No," the captain says. "This thing isn't a whale, and it's moving with intent. Turn us about. The storehouse cove is closer than mainland Fiore. All hands ready." The man nods and turns to the deck. "All hands ready. Turn us back to the storehouse. Full speed." The deck erupts into organized chaos as everyone gets into their positions. The captain flexes his right hand, activating Requip, the spearman, summoning a shining blue spear into his grasp. He stands at the railing, watching the incoming threat. Then, as the ship turns around, he walks to the other side, not allowing it to leave his sight. "It's close enough. Let's scare it off. Hopefully it doesn't think we're worth the trouble." Captain!" some of the crew yell as they carry netted bags of baseball-sized lacrima bombs to the railing. When the sail fin gets within 200 m-660 feet, they toss dozens of lacrima bombs directly in its path. Half of them float, made for other ships, the other half slowly sink, made for situations like this. The sail fin continues speeding toward them, but the moment some of the lacrima bombs sink, it makes a sharp turn, running perpendicular to the ship. "Fuck," was the captain's only word, a perfect summary of everyone's thoughts. It's a magical beast, and it thinks. Get us to the cove, protect the cargo, and be prepared for anything. The lacrima bombs explode, causing water to erupt behind them while the ship sails away, and they all hold their breath for any sight of the monster. The captain activates his Windwalker boots, using them to fly up to the crow's nest and stand on the railing there. He looks at the water around the ship, and his heart sinks at the silhouette he sees. Then it rises closer to the surface, allowing the sail fin to rise higher than the main deck, giving everyone a proper look at the monster. A 50 m-150 feet, long swordfish, not counting the dangerously sharp nose. armored with thick, interlocking blue and gray scales that shimmer under the sun. It then slows, falling slightly behind the ship's pace, using that opportunity to lift its head out of the water. Its massive eyeball is as wide as 2 men are tall, and the intensity of its gaze causes many on the ship to doubt their illicit profession. The eyeball shifts from the crew to the sail, scrutinizes the symbol on it, then to the captain, who stares back at it. The massive eyeball glares at him, a look of recognition, and he instantly understands. This thing is hunting us personally. The monster hears that and bucks wildly, splashing water and rocking the ship away from it. As the ship tilts back toward it, the monster swings its sharp nose to the side, slicing through the 3 masts as if they were air. The captain grabs his lookout as everyone below avoids the falling wood, sail, and rope, descending to leave the men on the deck before throwing his spear at the monster. The spear shines bright blue, accelerating in an instant, but by the time he spun and threw it, the monster had already sunk beneath the waves. Damn it! He flexes his right hand as the spear blasts through the ocean's surface, disappearing beneath it, and it appears back in his grasp, bound to him by his magic. Someone check the cargo. It may be attracted to something in there. I don't care how much they're paying us not to open it. That shit doesn't matter if we're dead at sea. Yes, Captain, 2 of the men yell before descending below the deck. Repairs. 10 minutes. A man and woman answer in unison, both using their wood manipulation and iron make magics to work on the masts. You'll have it. The storehouse is about 20 minutes away. If I can't kill this beast, or we can't get it to leave, we may be able to make it there. The captain ascends into the air once more, looking down to see the monster rise and bump into the ship, nearly flipping it over. Blasted thing is bigger than the ship. Some moron must have given us its eggs to transport. The man takes a deep breath and rushes headfirst into the water, swapping his shining blue spear for a translucent aquamarine spear. He uses his magic to break the water's surface, diving in and coming to a stop in the open ocean. There he sees his opponent in full, and it turns away from the ship for a moment to look at him. It stops circling the ship, allowing it to float farther away, facing the man instead. It's leaving the ship at its back to face me? Strange. He points his spear at the monster, moving it slightly to signal a challenge. And the fins excitedly dance as it rockets through the water toward him. Too fast, the man thinks, realizing how gentle it was being with his ship. But he uses the magic of his boots to rocket through the water as well. They charge each other, but as he flows his magic energy into the spear, activating its piercing magic, the creature does the same. Its massive nose dwarfs the man, but at the last moment, the creature tilts its head to the side, narrowly avoiding what he instantly realizes would have been the final strike. The man spins in the water, piercing the side of the sharp nose, barely scratching its armor, only to bump into its armored skull, feeling his ribs and left shoulder shatter on impact. He instinctively screams, and salt water burns his throat and lungs for it. Forgetting everything else, he launches out of the water into the sky, gripping the spear in his one good hand while climbing higher. As the ship sails farther away, he sees the monster circling below, its head raised above the water to stare at the challenger. He barely has time to vomit up the remaining water before it then descends into the depths, disappearing in seconds. Then he sees it, a growing, narrow silhouette, quickly rising to the surface. He grits his teeth and swaps the aquamarine spear for a red and black glowing spear, using adrenaline and willpower to throw it with everything he has into the ocean, meeting the monster's charge head-on. It disappears into the ocean, directly toward the silhouette, and seconds later, he activates the magic in it. The water for almost 20 m-60 feet instantly evaporates, releasing salt and steam in a large explosion. The nose and head of the monster are caught in the blast, cracking the armor on it as the man retreats away from the ship. As the ocean reclaims the void, the man drops back into the waves and gets a proper look at the monster. He sees the armor on its head and nose now cracked, but as expected, even its eyeballs have cracks running across them. as if there were an invisible layer of glass over them, the telltale sign of truly mastered defensive magic. He grits his teeth as the heat magic spear reappears back in his one good arm, but he quickly swaps it back for his aquamarine spear. Then, without a moment of hesitation, he launches himself through the water at the monster. It excitedly shakes its body and matches his vigor. They joust once more, and again the monster tilts its head, deciding not to spear the man in two with its nose. However, this time, he properly shatters the weakened nose, continuing in a fluid spring and piercing the eyeball with the spear, releasing its full magic in the same moment. The spear shines brightly and rockets through one eye and out the other. But to his surprise and horror, instead of blood and gore, there is merely a gold shimmer as the entire monster disappears, causing the water to rush and to fill the gap and crash into the man. The unexpected pain causes him to scream, and seconds later, he uses teleportation magic to appear on the deck, vomiting up salt water. "Captain!" Some of the crew rush over to him, ready to give aid. But the moment he catches his breath, the screaming spear returns to his hand. He uses it to force himself to stand, looking at them with a pale expression. Prepare for a fight. The thing was some kind of summon monster. He swallows some painkillers that a younger man hands him. Whoever sent it may be close. Who are the repairs? The rudder was also broken, a middle-aged woman says. We'll need more time for that one. All right, then. A cheerful and curious voice interrupts the man as one of the other men is already dressing his torn-up arm and shoulder. Hi there. They all freeze, then slowly turn toward Oberon, who is hovering above them. In his grasp is a silver celestial spirit gate key, and with just a drop of his absurd magic energy, it glows brightly. And their hearts sink as Dorado appears in the water beside the ship, fully healed and excited to explore the oceans again. Era, Magic Council Chairman's office. Makarov pinches the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes shut for a moment before he continues reading the reports. He's sitting in front of Chairman Crawford Seam's desk, with the large and broad man in question on the other side, sipping tea while gently stroking his beard. Beside Makarov is his dear friend Yajima, a member of the Magic Council's Ishkar branch. Yajima slowly sips his own tea while glancing at the papers in Makarov's hand, having already pored over them himself. Maybe we should call on Bob for this. Makarov frowns. No, this isn't that kind of issue. Besides, Coral is a wizard saint. If we're to launch a direct attack, Blue Pegasus will not be of much help. They aren't strong enough, and the region she's in is too fortified for their airship. We also don't want other guilds involved, Chairman Seam says. We need a light guild to take the spotlight, yes. But a wizard saint must be front and center of this incident. Having Coral be a traitor is one thing, but having anyone but a wizard saint take her down or be involved would be another public relations issue for the Magic Council. Agreed, Makarov says. Fairy Tale will handle this, and the Rune Knight support will be appreciated. You'll have it, Yajima says. But Maki, this is no small task. Taking down a wizard saint is one thing, but if our intel is true, if she really does control a book of Zerif, the information is correct, Chairman Seam reaffirms. She denied ever having it. Then we got proof that some ritual is being done to tame whatever is inside the book. Do we know which of his monsters it was? Is it a known book? No, the chairman says. But it must be powerful if Coral thinks it's worth the anger of Ishkar. That would mean she believes it could defeat even God Serena. If it could do that, Makarov frowns, that would make her, by far, the most powerful mage on the continent. We have to put an end to this before it goes too far. Can you handle this? Yajima asks. Not to doubt your power, but Coral never leaves her base. That entire region is layered with runes of all kinds to defend her. It's impossible to get close without her sensing your approach. And her guild is likely as strong as Fairy Tale. Yes, those are certainly problems, but I'm sure we can overcome them. What will you need? The chairman asks. Makarov thinks for a moment, flipping through the reports a few more times before he speaks. Access to the emergency transportation matrix. What good would that do if you can't get close enough to invoke it? I have a way around that. We should also move quickly. I'll give you a list of the equipment and items needed. It shouldn't take long to gather. I'll also need you to contact the bases around Fiore. Oberon is out of communication lacrima range. Wherever he is, I'm sure you've been keeping track of his every movement since this entire fiasco began. Why would you think that? Makarov gives the man a bored look. The Magic Council hasn't been very subtle about trying to make Oberon the face of this new era. The symbol for the light guilds and all that, you wouldn't let him out of your sights. Would any of that be a problem? Not particularly. Oberon is strong enough to handle any fool who tries to attack him for glory. And above even that, his heart is in the right place. So our trust in him isn't misplaced. But I would have preferred you ask me before making him the face of your new campaign. I will keep that in mind for the future, the chairman says. And I'll be sure to add something special in the reward for him. But after all the stories I've heard and the memories that have been volunteered by allies and capture enemies, I would very much like to meet him. Me too, Yajima says. Laxus speaks very highly of him, as does Bob. But Maki says the boy is always on the move. Makarov chuckles. Oberon is always seeking improvement. That means he's always on a job or off training. But I should warn you, both of you, his power comes with a certain uniqueness. Becoming so powerful at such a young age can cause him to be unintentionally intense. Elsewhere, under the pale moonlight, Oberon sits with both hands in his S-class coat pockets, a bored expression on his face, with his legs crossed atop a ruined train car. He and the train car are currently just below the clouds, and in front of him is a man covered with scrapes and bruises, his lower body engulfed in a green tornado. Come on, just give me what I want. Then give up, Oberon says as he stretches, yawning. The man's brow twitches, glancing at the fortress below, half destroyed thanks to Oberon attacking their base. I really can't stand people like you. Hey, no need to be a jerk about this. Me? You can't be serious right now. Oberon shrugs. You're the Dark Guild Master here. What the hell do you even know about that anyway? You're just a freakishly strong kid. You don't even know what being a Dark Guild and Dark Wizard means. I try not to make this stuff personal, Oberon says. Dark Guild, Dark Wizard, it's just another way to say criminal. That's all there is to it. You're wanted by the Magic Council. My job is to come get you. End of story. The man grinds his teeth, his rage threatening to shatter them against his gums. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. My guild and I aren't criminals. We're assassins. How would you feel if you spent decades of your life dedicated to perfecting your skills, using them to get work, to support your family and friends? Hell, we even got jobs from the damn Magic Council itself. Now, they just up and decide to change the laws, destroy our way of supporting ourselves and our people, destroy the economic systems we've depended on, the business we've built, and then they have the nerve to brand us as criminals when we just want to continue our work. You think that's fair? Oberon frowns. I already told you, I try not to make things personal. I was assigned to capture you and your guild. That's what I'm going to do. Nothing more, nothing less. But I would prefer you give me that Celestial Spirit Gate key first. As expected of you, Oberon, poster boy and dog of the Magic Council. The man rears back his hand, gathering magic energy into his arm before punching forward. We have reasons to fight, just like you. A powerful but narrow tornado is launched horizontally at Oberon, shredding the metal train car as he floats away from it. Oberon remains in his seated position as the man pushes his tornado magic even farther, but before he can find his limit, Oberon snaps his finger. The man reacts instantly, having seen this very attack before, and drops his attack to spin around and use a solid shield magic. It blocks a magic energy blast from below, fired from Selim mounted on the ground. The man is surprised that not only did he survive, but his shield didn't break, especially after seeing Selim slice through his fortress with this very attack earlier. He turns back to Oberon, but the boy is gone, and a deep pain rises into the man's chest. His vision blurs, looking down to see Oberon's fist crashing into his gut, knocking the wind out of him and causing his dinner to rise up. Oberon keeps the man floating with gravity magic, but turns his head to avoid a messy situation. And seconds later, The man is completely unconscious. Oberon quickly rifles through the man's pockets, and, as expected, he finds the key on his person, claiming his new silver celestial spirit gate key. Which one are you? He immediately flows magic energy into the key, and seconds later, it shines bright silver as the celestial spirit appears. Oberon is puzzled for a moment as a large sextant appears in front of him, boasting 2 wooden humanoid arms. It immediately begins flailing and falling, but he quickly catches it with gravity magic and controls them all to slowly descend. Sorry, I really should have summoned you on the ground, Oberon says. So, sextants are used in navigation. Do you do that? It gives him a thumbs up. Can you help me find a specific place? It give a thumbs down. Oberon sighs, already knowing where this is going. Do you just point me toward true north? It gives an excited thumbs up. Right, Silver Key. Sitting in his private cabin, Oberon enjoys the train ride from the far north of Fiori down to Era, sitting on the modest but comfortable bed while reading his new grimoire. He takes his time to savor the new information, not using magic to rapidly assimilate it, focusing on the feeling of old pages under his fingers while analyzing the diagrams within. Defense seal magic, he mutters while memorizing the diagrams. He creates an identical version with golden solid light beside him, small enough to fit in his palm, then slowly rotates it while adding more intricate details. 3 concentric rings, each layering to a pillar and the talismans connecting them. A mix of maker and rune magic. He flexes his fingers, using ice make to create an ice cube from pure magic energy in his hand, floating it above his palm. With a thought, it floats over to him, and he carefully studies the ice, frowning. Maker magic that creates a construct and runes, complicated. Oberon studies magic for a few more minutes until he feels the train stop, hearing the loud whistle before a bell sounds. He glances at the cushioned bench opposite him and the small desk built into the wall beside it, taking note of the empty bowl on it. Then, he turns to the curtain on the outer wall, pulling it aside to see the train station outside bathed in the orange light of sunset. I have everything I need, he mutters before returning to his grimoire. Moments later, there's a gentle knock on the cabin door, and with a wave of his hand, it slides open, revealing the conductor. Sir Oberon, this will be our last stop before the journey to Era. If there is anything you need, please purchase it now, or we can retrieve it for you. We will be here for 30 minutes. I'll be fine, thank you. The man looks about the cabin as the boy keeps reading, spotting the empty bowl and retrieving it. Would you perhaps like another serving? The same flavor. That sounds great, thank you. The man nods politely. We'll begin serving once the train clears the station. I'll be sure to have it brought immediately. No need to rush. I'm not going anywhere. The man nods and leaves Oberon to his studying, closing the door before walking toward the kitchen train car. In the hallway, he steps past a well-built and tall man who's now boarded. The man has a hooded cloak on, with the hood down to reveal a rather unremarkable face with a head of thick black hair and a matching beard. The conductor stops after the man walks past, sensing a dangerous presence around the man with his own limited talent in magic. But after looking back over his shoulder and seeing the man knock on Oberon's cabin door, he simply continues about his business. Because even he, with his limited talent and sense of magic, knew this man was of no concern with Oberon on board. As the man opens the door, Oberon looks up at him, remaining relaxed but now floating the book in front of himself. Can I help you with something? Do you not recognize me? The man asks. Have my pictures all been destroyed from the guild hall? Guild hall? Are you a member of Fairy Tale? I'm Ivan Dreyer, son of Makarov Dreyer. Now, can we have a small chat? Oberon narrows his eyes at the man, suspicious but not certain enough to act, so he merely nods and gestures to the seat opposite him. Thank you. Ivan nods and sits opposite Oberon. I get the feeling you don't trust me. Ivan Dreyer is supposed to be on some top-secret S-class job far from Fiori. So no, I don't. Oberon extends his hand for the man to shake. Unless you want me to treat you like an imposter, I suggest you shake my hand. So calm for someone potentially confronting an enemy. It's easier to keep track of the people above me than below me, and they don't use magic like that. You won't be a problem." Ivan scoffs and shakes the boy's hand, instantly feeling a sharp sting in his palm before pulling away. "What was that?" "Me confirming that you are closely related to both Laxus and Master Makarov," Oberon says. The stinging sensation was his magic energy entering a person to collide with theirs. Doing this allows him to understand many fundamental details about them. Chief among them are age, family relations, and magic affinities. "But what are you doing here?" "Looking for you, obviously." Ivan withdraws a copy of Sorcerer Weekly from his cloak and places it on the table. "For months, you've been on the cover of every issue. Oberon, the poster boy for light guilds, for aspiring mages and wizards, for anyone seeking deep knowledge of magics. I figure if anyone could understand me, it would be you. That's why I came to see you. Not here, not initially. I heard from certain sources that you made an appointment at Sabretooth, but canceled and bought this train ticket. So I came to meet you here instead. I figured if anyone could understand me, it would be the person who's not only famous for being powerful and talented, but for always researching magics, for seeking understanding and power in his every waking moment. After all, seeking knowledge is why I was banished from Fairy Tale." Banished? Oberon's gaze narrows at the man, setting aside his book to fully focus on him. And Ivan's primal instincts scream and beg him to run away, suddenly feeling like a predator had its jaws around him. "Explain now." Ivan stiffly nods. "You have fairy glitter, yes?" Oberon pulls up his right sleeve to show the marking on his right forearm. "Then the magazine was right. And I suspect my father is teaching you the other fairy magics as well, yes?" Oberon doesn't respond. "What I'm getting at is, there is a fourth fairy magic." "A fourth?" "Yes, one that he hoards for himself and doesn't allow anyone to access. One that is more powerful than the combination of the others. I learned about it, and he banished me for it. My curiosity and thirst for knowledge led me to study all that I could about the fairy magics. I pored over them every chance I could, but I was never talented in learning that kind of magic, so it always failed. But I did figure out that there exists a fourth fairy magic, one that he won't allow anyone, not even his own son, to learn. Doesn't that interest you? Make you want to know about it even more? I believe that magic can likely do a lot of good in our hands, but my father is too paranoid and greedy to let anyone else learn it. But if you help me access what I need, we can find it together. All I need is someone to allow me into Tenrajima." Oberon nods, considering the obvious details, instantly seeing through all of Ivan's lies. The fairy magics won't work for anyone Master Mavis doesn't approve of, so he's not someone I should trust. And that's if Master Makarov even taught them to him, which I doubt since he got banished from the guild. And Tenrajima, there isn't actually anything important there aside from the grave. So this guy probably just wanted the fairy magics and didn't deserve it, then got mad and lashed out, which is why he's banished. Master Makarov would never banish anyone easily, especially not his own son. Plus, Ivan never made it to S-Class, so he's definitely not someone I can trust with information about the guild. But he's Master Makarov's son, so... Well, will you help me? Oberon frowns, looking across at the man. I trust Master Makarov, so if he banishes you, I don't want anything to do with you. But be thankful that I trust and respect him enough to believe he had good reasons for not hunting you down. That's the only reason I'll let you go instead of dragging you back to him right now." Ivan glares at the boy. "And the fourth fairy magic, what about it? If it does exist, then the guildmaster will decide what happens with it. Now, get off this train, unless you want to reach Era in a storage card." Oberon watches Ivan disappear into the town via Virgo as the train leaves, then closes her gate and returns to his book. "I need to have a talk with Master Makarov about that guy. None of this makes sense. But whatever he's assembling the entire guild at Era for probably takes priority, so I'll leave this discussion for later. The last thing I want is for family drama to distract him while making big decisions." But Laxus, 11 a.m., Great Reef Range, West Fiore, buried deep within the massive green and pink mountains of coral and other oceanic formations rests the Guildhall Fortress of the Great Reef Wizard Guild. Under the scorching sun, they stand idle, moving about the small town of similar coral structures that have been grown and shaped into buildings. Nestled safely behind a powerful wall that spans the perimeter of the village, centered around the dome-shaped fortress in the middle. The two mountains on either side of the fortress form a massive and dangerous valley for all who approach, and every step of the way is infused with green and pink coral. For over 100 miles in every direction, everything exists within the domain of Wizard Saint Coral, who renamed herself after this attribute of her great reef magic. Now she sits on her throne within the highest chamber of the fortress, carefully observing the Book of Zeruf on the massive altar in the middle of the room. It rests atop a runic array, taking in all the magic energy flowing toward it as if it were nothing, drinking with an unquenchable thirst for power. And Coral couldn't be happier, imagining the other wizard saints, and even God Serena, succumbing to its power. She glances at her guild's ace, who is standing beside the table with her staff aimed at the book, ready to stop the ritual at a moment's notice. The older woman senses her guildmaster's impatience, but ignores her for a while. Do we at least know which this is, or what it does? Coral asks after a thin patience snaps. I'd rather not go in blind, although I'm sure I could tame it if you let me get more hands-on. Not worth the risk. Her ace, Avsala of the Shimmering Crystals, says, we may need more lacrimas. This thing demands far too much. We've already depleted all we could legally get, so... She looks to the window, where an armored man sits in the open frame. Fulmer, the deserter, is dressed in his full heavy armor, everything one would expect of a knight. Heavy metal alloys painted in red with golden accents. Beside his perch is a matching tower shield and broadsword leaning against the wall. He glances over at Coral, then closes his eyes and connects telepathically to the logistics department. They say no news has come in from any of the guilds that we hired to raid the caches. Coral frowns. This doesn't make any sense. Avsala shakes her head. They suspected we were up to something. That was enough reason to exclude us from any plans. They clearly hit all the lesser guilds simultaneously. This doesn't change anything. We simply have to extend the timeline. Bad idea, Fulmer says. You're thinking like wizards. Stop that. This isn't a matter of magic, it's war. If you crush all the little fish, then what's left? You think they're gathering a force to siege us? Coral asks. We should assume as much. After all, what bigger fish is there than a wizard saint? Especially considering how many dark guilds the light guilds have arrested in these past few months. Things are getting stable, but they need a push to take a real lead. Avsalon turns to face Coral. He's right. So we should stir up trouble elsewhere. We could inspire a Dark Guild alliance somewhere up north, but not in the territory of the East Guild Alliance. The Magic Council loves sending its new dog to go handle those things, and most guilds can't stand up to him. Maybe another country? Have the Dark Wizards overthrow a government or two. Per grande? Fulmer asks excitedly. I can give them the intel they need to. No, Coral cuts him off. The time will come to destroy all borders, but not yet. And making such a move would lead people to believe they have a powerful backer, like us. Fulmer frowns and turns to look out the window, ignoring both women as they continue planning. Minutes later, he's staring out at the beautiful coral valley leading away from the fortress and base, off into the mountains following the road. Then a sudden alert reaches his mind from one of the scouting teams stationed at the perimeter wall. Fulmer hops to his feet and moves to his sword and shield. Coral and Avsala are both standing at the table discussing the Book of Zeruf and turn to him, seeing him attach the rectangular tower shield to his left shoulder and arm and clip the sword onto his back. A team on the wall reported someone approaching the main gate. Fulmer says, Impossible, I don't sense anyone. Wizard Saint Coral waves her hand, and on the far wall, the coral structure shifts to create a smooth and solid surface, releasing a pool of water to form a thin screen and display the view from the gate. Stealth magic? Avsala absent-mindedly asks while staring at the screen. There, they see a figure approaching through the middle of the street, body hidden under a green cloak and hood. No, you can sense anyone walking on the corals you make. It must be something else. Fulmer frowns. If nobody can sense it, then it's just an illusion. They must be casting it from an item that got brought into the compound. I'll go handle it. Coral raises a hand, halting him without a word while keeping her gaze on the screen. The air pressure around him is distorted, moving. That's a person, one capable of hiding not only from my senses, but my magic as well. Fulmer smiles. Useful magic. I'll interrogate it out of them later. He then sends a mental command to the entire guild, all of whom are present in the base, to defend the ritual. The 200 members are instantly rushing about, preparing for a fight and moving toward the front of the base. 24 men find themselves atop the main wall, above the large gate at the front of the base, raising their weapons and magics to threaten the approaching individual. Stop right there. One of the men yells at the figure a few dozen meters away, only for the figure to throw the cloak aside, revealing a casually dressed Oberon, wearing long blue pants and a short-sleeved black t-shirt with matching boots, leaving the black fairy glitter mark exposed. Coral, Avsala, and Fulmer eye him with curiosity through the screen, not thinking much of this, until he requips a baseball-sized lacrima crystal boasting the symbol of the Magic Council, and tosses it backward behind himself. Coral frowns, already annoyed at this great interruption. Avsala and Fulmer feel the same way, but while she continues to observe through the screens, they both turn and move to leap out the window and join the fight. The lacrima glows, but before anyone could destroy it, Oberon moves in a blur and places his hand on a massive gate. He uses his cosmic to modify the gravity of the structure itself, giving it a personal orbit with an intense pull, all before launching it away with gravity magic into the base. A massive wave of destruction flows through the main street of the base as the gate rockets toward the fortress. It pulls everything and everyone on the main street and the nearby buildings toward itself along the way, gathering all into a rough and growing planetoid. Along the few hundred meters to the base, it grows from gathered debris until the orbit of a few meters is full, at which point it merely unearths everything nearby while hurtling forward, causing a storm of dust and debris in its wake. The planetoid falls apart seconds later, unable to sustain itself, as Oberon still doesn't fully understand this application of cosmic. But the damage is done, and a swath is torn through the base. Clear the air, Avsala commands as she and Fulmer drop to the streets below, standing in alignment with the main gate and destroyed street, noting that the attack reached halfway to the fortress on its own. On her command, a few wizards use wind magic, forming a massive gust to push away all the dust and debris, confirming what many of them had already sensed. Rushing out of the dust cloud is the Light Titan, Wizard Saint Makarov Dreyer, dressed in his formal cloak with a scowl on his face. He flies at the head of the Trinity, releasing waves of destructive neutral magic energy that shake the surrounding area. To his left, destroying the coral ground with each heavy footfall, is Gildart's Clive, the disaster of Fairy Tale, sprinting to keep up with his guild master as they rush deep into enemy territory. And to Makarov's right is Oberon Alquan, Fairy Tale's golden boy, hailed as the prodigy of the age, flying a step behind Makarov Dreyer and laser-focused on the fortress ahead. The many members of the Great Reef Guild are awestruck by the sudden appearance of these monsters, but before they could overcome their fear and doubts to charge in, Wizard St. Coral sends a telepathic command. She puts their minds at ease, reminding them that they have battles far more appropriate for their station, to let the monsters play with monsters. They all turn away from Fairy Tale's strongest members, toward the destroyed gate and beyond. There, they see all the combatants of the Fairy Tale Guild charging toward the base, already in range combat with the sentries. The lacrima crystal Oberon brought with him was an anchor lacrima, a special device designed for the Magic Council's teleportation array. It is a single-use item that allows them to send aid where needed, but it comes at a high cost, and thus is rarely used. In this instant, the Magic Council approved its use to bypass the defensive barriers within this fortified artificial valley, allowing them to bypass many defenses and reach the fortress almost instantly. However, To do this, they also took advantage of Oberon's unique isolation from other magics, storing the special lacrima within his requipped dimension, making it impossible to sense. And now the members of the Great Reef charge into combat against all of Fairy Tale's combatants, who are supported by dozens of rune knights and logistical units prepared to arrest and bind anyone captured. But Oberon and the others don't bother worrying about those matters. They have faith in everyone at their backs to get their job done, and perhaps more importantly, they have formidable opponents of their own. A few enemies rush to block their rapid approach, but with a thought, Makarov blasts them away with his light magic, sending them crashing into or through coral buildings. Avsala narrows her eyes at the man and gives in to her curiosity about his legendary strength. How much distance is between us? She wonders while lifting her staff and aiming at the trio. She forms 3 floating crystals using shimmer crystal magic, then launches them at the Fairy Tale wizards. Each crystal curves through the air, making its target clear while accelerating forward. Beside her, Fulmer draws his blades and takes a combat stance, ready to leap forward, though there are dozens of meters between them all. Makarov's crystal shatters before touching him, his magic energy destroying it with ease. Gildarts reacts quickly enough to surprise her, punching his aside, not losing a step. But Oberon is surprised by the speed of the crystal, barely raising his arm in time to shatter it, bruising his arm as it easily breaks through his cosmic barrier. Fulmer and Avsala instantly rush forward, leaving a space between them as they strike out at their targets. Fulmer raises his blade high and brings it down on Oberon, but the boy is able to react and instantly stop his own flight, backing away. The blade hits the ground, splitting the street in 2 for dozens of meters. Avsala strikes out with her staff, covered in a thin layer of shimmer crystal, and Gildarts matches her strike with a punch. Their clash shakes the area and cracks the ground, but neither wizard gives an inch of ground. All while Makarov Dreyer is unimpeded en route to his fellow wizard saint, because as Coral commanded, monsters should fight monsters. Sharp, Oberon thinks while leaping backward, seeing the massive slash Fulmer's sword strike left in the road. Before the moment could pass, his gaze shifts back to Fulmer, seeing the man take a low combat stance and prepare for a horizontal swing. Behind them, Gildarts and Avsala trade blows, entrenched in their own battle, shaking the area with each clash. She's keeping up with Gildarts. Oberon acknowledges this sight for the first time, seeing Gildarts have to put effort into anything. But he's not surprised after the briefing they all had in Era. He casts everything else out of his mind and focuses entirely on Fulmer. Even as far behind him, Fairy Tale members battle enemy wizards. He raises his hand to fire a light shot at the man. But Fulmer instantly disappears, not teleporting, simply moving at absurd speed to appear in front of Oberon and slash horizontally, from left hip to the boy's shoulder. Oberon's eyes widen as he raises his arms to block with his forearms. The blade crashes against his cosmic barrier, slashing the flesh on his arms before the barrier is reinforced, blunting the strike to knock Oberon into the air. He's pushed high above the base, and Fulmer narrows his eyes at the boy. That right arm of his, Fulmer thinks, focusing on the fairy glitter emblem. We wanted to avoid Fairy Tale after that magic became public. Maybe removing that arm would stop it. The man tightens his grip on his sword and rolls his left arm, ready to raise his shield at a moment's notice. Within a second, Oberon unleashes a rain of golden light beams at him. Fulmer narrows his eyes at the boy, instantly understanding that Oberon is trying to blind him and disappear. I can't sense him because of some trick, so I won't let him leave my sight. Fulmer leaps into the air, then instantly accelerates forward. He raises his tower shield, keeping it just below his eyes while flowing magic energy into it, activating the enchantment. A large magic circle appears in front of the shield, and the light magic attacks crash into it. Fulmer is knocked back and bombarded with the attacks, halting his momentum before he flies to the side and avoids more shots. He keeps track of Oberon in his peripheral vision while changing his plan, now aware that for reasons unknown, the reflect magic enchantment wouldn't work on Oberon's magic. So instead, he changes the active enchantment to simple reinforcement, then turns on a sharp angle and charges Oberon. While both flying above the battlefield, Oberon raises his hand and unleashes a rain of light magic beams, but Fulmer rampages through them. He shatters them with his blade and bashes them with his shield, then places the shield in front of him and instantly accelerates forward. Oberon thrusts both arms forward, reinforcing his cosmic barrier and creating another gravity barrier in front of himself, which Fulmer bashes into. He feels his barrier strain, but before it can break, he's sent tumbling through the air above the base. Fulmer flies to pursue him, but Oberon flips and waves his hand upward, reversing gravity on the man to throw him skyward. But Fulmer slashes forward, launching a dozen magic energy slashes at Oberon. Then he throws his sword with all his might. Oberon avoids all the slashes and flies higher to avoid the blade, but Fulmer disappears from the reverse gravity zone, appearing below him by the blade, grabbing it, then throwing it above. All of this happens within a blink, and Oberon only realizes what happened when Fulmer's blade soars up to him, directly in front of his face. Fulmer appears beside it, and in one fluid motion, grabs the handle and brings it down onto Oberon. Oberon reacts quickly and punches forward, reinforcing his cosmic barrier around his fist while making his strike heavy with gravity magic, and their clash sends a shockwave through the air. Oberon is sent tumbling backward, with a cut on his knuckles and broken fingers beneath the skin, while Fulmer shakes away the numbness in his right arm. "Ah, you're strong," Oberon says as he flexes his already healing fingers. Fulmer frowns and flies higher, matched by Oberon to keep their battle as even as possible. He carefully observes the boy while repositioning, changing his plan with each new piece of information. "You can heal," he says, pointing the blade at Oberon's forearms. "What about it?" "We had no information about that healing magic," Fulmer says. "Most people can't get through my defenses to make it necessary, so it rarely comes up. Your barrier is annoying, so I'm not surprised," says the guy with a tower shield. Fulmer narrows his eyes at Oberon. "I'm a knight. We use sword and shield." "I'm unarmed," Oberon says. Fulmer laughs. "Nice try, but taking chances in a battle of magic is suicide. You may be a child, but you are a S-class wizard of fairy tale. And the fact that even with all my specially made magic items you're still alive is proof enough that I need every advantage I can get. So those are magic items. That's what I was trying to figure out." Fulmer takes a combat stance in the air, ready to charge. Extreme speed and superpower magics are the talent of a knight from the Per Grande Kingdom. But beyond its glorified prison walls, much more is needed. I figured the deserter would have stopped using them by now. I still love my home, which is why I need the power to change it. I am still a knight of the Per Grande Kingdom's capital circle. In that case, Oberon withdraws a silver key from his Requip magic dimensional space and flows magic energy into it. "Open, Gate of the Chisel, Callium." Beside him, a massive 10m-33 feet. Long chisel with a large spherical top and an angular handrail for a human-sized handhold appears. Oberon reaches out and grabs it, wielding it like a sword at his side. "Then let's see if you really are a knight." The boy smiles and charges Fulmer. Fulmer is taken aback by the sight, but doesn't hesitate to match Oberon's charge, using his magics to fly forward and clash blades. Selim is so massive that neither man knows how the clash will end, so Fulmer puts his all into the strike. And Selim flies out of Oberon's hand, flipping through the air and landing somewhere below. Fulmer glances down to see it buried in the ground far outside the walls of the base, then rushes Oberon. A real knight would never be easily disarmed, he yells while slashing out the boy. Oberon flies backward, narrowly avoiding the strikes and punching Fulmer when he can, but each punch lands on the tower shield. Fulmer's assault is relentless, but halts for a moment as Oberon lands a good hit on the shield, pushing him back and making space between them. He sees the boy flex his numb hand, bones still shaking from impacting the shield. And Fulmer can't help but notice the fairy glitter mark repaired itself along with the skin. Is the fairy glitter spell not stored in that mark? Do people really think that? Oberon asks. This mark just means I have access to the spell and can use it. Oberon then pulls up the short sleeve on his right arm, showing off the emblazoned black fairy tale emblem on his shoulder, flanked by 2 small wings. Is that what I think it is? Fulmer mutters. You have access to 2 of them. Oberon smiles mischievously. Yeah, and I think I've stalled enough. For what? Fulmer focuses on the magic energy of his allies, sensing that the wizard saints and aces are still fighting. This battle is far from over. True, but it took a second to get ready to test you. After all, you're a knight, right? And knights protect the castle, so... Fulmer is confused for a moment, assuming Oberon was merely playing tricks on him. But a moment later, a thunderous boom echoes through the battlefield. Blinding light shines out for an instant, pulling everyone's attention to a hill far beyond the base walls. Fulmer sees Selim fully transformed into a massive floating turret, firing a beam of green magic energy directly at their fortress guildhall. The attack is 2 stories wide and moving at high speeds, and due to its unknown properties, he can't afford to let it reach the fortress. He turns away from Oberon and moves to intercept the attack, knowing the Rune Knights and Fairy Tale Wizards are mostly near the main gate, so his people would be devastated by this hit. He pushes his speed to its limit and arrives in front of the massive beam, raising his shield and holding his ground. The magic energy beam hits the large magic circle, and Fulmer feels it like a sledgehammer to the bones. Each second, a dozen strikes hit his body begging for rest, but he grits his teeth and bears it. And for nearly 5 seconds he endures, pouring more and more magic energy into the shield. To him, what felt like an hour passes, but when the attack faded and he'd successfully stopped it, he turns toward the eerily silent battlefield. He barely has time to raise his shield again before both Oberon's feet crash into it, hitting his aching body with absurd force and crushing him into the ground. Oberon skates on him like a surfboard, tearing up the coral landscape while reaching down and grabbing the shield with both hands, forcing his magic energy into it. The shield instantly starts cracking as Oberon intentionally pours his cosmic magic energy into it, destabilizing the enchantments and causing the item to glow bright blue. Annoying damn shield, Oberon yells as Fulmer's face shifts to horror, feeling the item become explosive while attached to his arm. Before he can respond, it shatters and detonates into an explosion the size of a carriage, sending a blast wave outward and melting the ground. Oberon immediately waves his hand, using gravity magic to send a gust of wind through the area, clearing out the dust. He looks down at the empty molten crater, then around, seeing Fulmer getting up from the floor a few hundred feet away. Beside him is his sword, which he teleported to at the last moment, saving himself. He gets up and reclaims his weapon, then turns toward where Selim is, seeing the celestial spirit disappear. Too much magic energy. Huh, he says as Oberon lands behind him, then turns to face the boy. A silver key with that much power. I didn't think any keys had power like that, but you're all gassed out. And I've still got plenty of energy. Nah, Selim has a cooldown time between shots. The more energy I put into a shot, the longer the time. Keeping him out in that state is pointless, that's all. All of that just to get rid of my shield. Fulmer points his blade at Oberon. I don't suppose you'll fight with the same handicap and drop yours. Oberon laughs. Didn't you say wizards should take every advantage they can get? But how about this? Oberon clasps his hands together, then opens them to form a light construct sword between his hands, grabbing it out of the air with his right hand and pointing at Fulmer. Challenging a knight to a battle of swords? Is this arrogance or simply stupidity? He asks while taking a combat stance, prepared to accept the challenge. Oberon does his best to mirror the stance, holding his blade in the same manner. It's training, that's all. Standing atop a coral hill north of the fortress, Oberon and Fulmer prepare for the next stage of their battle. The knight's gaze doesn't shift from his opponent, refusing to leave any opening against what he knew would be a dangerous foe, but now deeply considering the strange properties of Oberon's magic energy. Across from him, Oberon holds the glowing golden light construct sword, waiting for Fulmer to move, understanding that the second move in this fight could decide it, especially with one opponent being a prodigy from the Kingdom of Knights. Fulmer wishes now more than ever his shield was still with him, flowing magic energy into his sword, feeling the stable connection. Then he flows magic energy into his armor, ensuring his flight magic is still there, along with overdrive magic. I don't have to use it yet. I'll save it and wait till Afsala and Gildarts are done. If she somehow loses, I'll use overdrive to bring Gildarts down after this. They stand across from each other for several seconds more until arcs of magic energy dominate the sky. The fortress roof erupts in massive arcs of gold and green magic energy arcs that ascend high toward the midday clouds, clearing the sky from the sheer pressure they exude, then jolt downward to the nearby lands. The gold and green arcs descend upon the fortress, the base, and the two mountains forming the valley, carving away massive swaths of land and melting everything they touch. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as the winds rage on, and the arcs dance above everyone, colliding and attracting each other before slamming into the nearby landscape. The cataclysm has begun, Fulmer says. For the safety of both our guilds, we should end this fight quickly. Otherwise, those two will destroy this entire area. Oberon glances at the fortress, smiling at the sight while turning back to Fulmer. Wizard Saints truly are something else, but my master will win. I don't have to rush to help him. But when I'm done with you, I'll gladly go lend a hand. Fulmer dashes forward, appearing in front of Oberon, but to his surprise, the boy raises his blade and blocks the simple strike. Faster, Fulmer begins a relentless onslaught of slashes, constantly increasing his speed, and his suspicions are proven right as Oberon keeps speeding up. I get it now. He raises the tempo, maneuvering his blade around Oberon's, slashing the boy's arm, shoulders, legs, and even his forehead, showing his nearly peerless swordsmanship. This boy was lacking a rival. His growth was stalled because everyone around him was too weak. I need to end this battle before he gets comfortable fighting me. Fulmer kicks Oberon after parrying a slash, knocking him back before rushing forward. Kicks. This isn't a fencing competition. Fulmer appears beside Oberon and slashes at his head, but the boy ducks it and slashes at the man's feet. Fulmer adjusts his slash to move downward, and Oberon is forced to move aside, halting his own attack. He stops his blade before it hits the ground and chases Oberon. Oberon adjusts the construct to be a large two-handed broadsword, changing his stance to put more power into his strikes as Fulmer reaches him. Fulmer clashes with his blade, pushing Oberon's ankles into the stone ground as he tries to crush the boy, but Oberon's construct doesn't even crack under the weight. Instead, the boy defiantly looks up into Fulmer's eyes, gritting his teeth and pushing back against him. Fulmer feels himself slowly losing ground, and from their contest of strength position, he can clearly see Oberon's wounds healing, with a gash on his forehead closing up within seconds. What kind of magic is that? Can others learn it? Oberon's words are strained as he begins winning the contest of strength. You want to learn my magic? That's why I fled Per Grande. They don't allow people to learn anything more than basic enhancement magics. But this world is so vast and interesting, don't you agree? I guess we have that in common. Oberon says as he feels a spark of excitement, growing conscious of his body adjusting to his own power. We're pretty similar from what I've read and heard. But the difference is, I'm going to win. Oberon suddenly pushes his blade against Fulmer, knocking him away and clattering the man's own sword into his armored chest. Fulmer skids across the ground and retakes his stance, but before he can stop moving, Oberon rushes forward and goes on the offensive. Fulmer scowls and calms his mind, casting aside any thoughts of the other battles or the people depending on him. And for a moment, it was as if he were back in the training halls of the castle. He moves with renewed grace, parrying and deftly avoiding all of Oberon's strikes, pivoting away from leaning on his physicality as the boy can now match him. He puts his absurd level of swordsmanship on display once more, cutting and scraping Oberon, flicking blood across the ground with each movement before he knocks the boy's blade aside. Fulmer then knees Oberon in the chin, hard enough to lift him off the ground before shifting into a horizontal sword swing, aiming to bisect him at the waist. Oberon panics, acting reflexively and admitting his defeat in the duel of swords by releasing a wave of light magic from his body. It creates a shockwave and pushes Fulmer back, and the man smiles while activating his other magics and flying toward the floating boy. Oberon unleashes a hail of light magic, but the man slashes the attacks away before launching magic energy slashes of his own. Oberon smashes them apart with his blade and ascends high into the sky, avoiding and blocking more slashes as they battle across the sky, moving carefully and staying low enough to avoid the fallout from Makarov and Koral's battle. While Oberon and Fulmer battle in the sky, the other combatants are at war on the ground. Near the main gate of the base, in the middle of the primary battlefield, Macau, Redus, Wakaba, and Laxus are in formation with other guild members and the Rune Knights, slowly overcoming the enemies. Laxus is floating beside them, cloaked in lightning magic, and looks up to see Oberon and Fulmer. They appear like streaks of golden and red magic energy, clashing and launching ranged attacks across the sky, releasing shockwaves that even the people on the ground could feel. High above them are the gold and green arcs of magic energy from with wizard saints, and every few seconds, a massive quake shakes the entire base as Gildarts unleashes his crash magic, still in combat with Avsala. Laxus looks to the south, where he sees hundreds of shimmering crystals rise into the air before descending toward Gildarts, then to the fortress where the cataclysm is happening, then above, where Oberon and Fulmer are fighting too fast for even him to track. The sight of these truly superhuman mages put a smile on his face, and the fact that his grandfather is chief among them causes his heart to swell with pride. Let's not keep them waiting. Laxus yells, rallying everyone as he releases a storm of lightning magic, arcing it across the area, avoiding allies and shocking the enemies, paralyzing them. His allies take advantage of them, quickly subduing their opponents and handing them off to the Rune Knights. But Laxus drops to the ground to catch his breath. He's down on one knee when Redus walks over, kneeling beside him. That was good, but don't make yourself a target like that again. Stay behind us and strike from range. Before Laxus can respond, before anyone can capitalize on this brief reprieve, before moving deeper into the enemy base, gravity around them becomes lighter for a moment. Then a loud, pained scream echoes from above. They look up, but are blinded by golden radiance before another thunderous impact happens, and two shock waves ripple out. One from above, then one from on the ground. And they all look to a shattered plaza, where Oberon is lying in a crater with a bloodied left hand and broken nose. A red blur then descends, crashing into the crater and shaking the area, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. A moment passes before the dust settles, and in the crater, they see Fulmer, sword gone but armor glowing red, standing on Oberon, his foot pressed onto the boy's broken nose. Oberon stares up at him defiantly. Is this all it takes to earn that title, King of the Fairies? Moments before Fulmer sent him crashing into the ground, Oberon was excitedly chasing the man through the sky. As blurs of gold and red, they battle above everyone. Oberon struggles to keep up at first, but is quickly gaining ground against the man, and Fulmer grows more concerned with each passing second. He glances back to see a wave of light bullets racing toward him, turning a sharp angle and slashing a dozen times with his blade. He releases slashes of magic energy, smashing apart most of the bullets before avoiding the others. They pelt the hillside as Oberon raises his hand and punches forward, this time releasing one beam of light, as wide as his arm. Fulmer keeps flying backward, but slashes out at it, and his range slash is shattered on impact. The beam continues chasing him, and much to his horror, It twists and turns before suddenly making sharp turns to track him. This is his first attack that tracks targets, strange for someone using light magic. Fulmer thinks as he puts more energy into making distance between them. His gaze shifts from Oberon to the light beam, then to the boy's hand, which is still connected. He's staying connected, actively adjusting its path. Can he not sense me? Fulmer disregards that thought due to the absurdity of it, and instead rears back his arm and throws his sword at Oberon. Oberon cancels his spell in time to raise his arms as the sword arrives in front of him. He increases gravity around it as it bounces off his shield, and when Fulmer teleports to it, he's immediately weighed down. His strike misses, and Oberon takes the chance to kick the man in the chest, sending a quake of pain through him as he's pulled to the earth. But Fulmer throws his blade downward, diagonally, and a moment later teleports out of the gravity zone and continues the game of cat and mouse. He holds his aching chest, feeling a crack in his breastplate. He's getting stronger by the second, and his magic energy doesn't seem to be running low. Not to mention that shield around his body. It's getting harder to pierce. Behind him, Oberon continues to speed up, closing the distance and launching many more light magic attacks at his opponent, all while boasting a broad smile. Ever since joining Fairy Tail, he's been exposed to many incredible things and people. All of those experiences and his innate talent led him to grow faster than any of his peers. Now he's alone in a strange place, too powerful for Mikau, Wakaba, and Laxus, but not yet strong enough for Gildarts and Master Makarov to truly dance with him. But Fulmer, he's the perfect partner, and Oberon's power finally gets to expand, filling the space made by his months of training with each passing moment. Fulmer understands this when he looks back and sees Oberon smiling. Not the smile of a person who enjoys hurting others or a predator before it feasts, but the smile of a child who finally has someone who can play with him. And it deeply unsettles the man, as he, a prodigy of the Grande Kingdom, is fighting with everything he has against the child. The prodigy, the boy beloved by magic. Fairy Tail's golden boy, king of the fairies, Fulmer announces while flowing more magic energy into his blade. You earned all these titles, but what do they really mean? How am I supposed to know that? I didn't name myself. Oberon says as Fulmer suddenly stops in the air and spins around. Oberon halts his moment instantly, but Fulmer closes the short distance and thrusts downward with his sword, aiming at Oberon's head. The boy's eyes widen as he raises his left hand, but Fulmer's blade pierces it, surprising him. The blade splits his hand from the wrist up to between his middle and ring fingers, but Oberon reaches up with his left hand and grabs it. Fulmer instantly feels Oberon's magic energy flow into the blade, breaking it apart with the strange properties it carries. The man grits his teeth and activates his overdrive magic, the secret magic of the Grande Kingdom, abandoning the blade as it shatters and using his sword hand to punch Oberon square in the face. His armor glows red as Overdrive sacrifices the health of his body in exchange for amplified magic energy, giving him a great combat boost in exchange for months of recovery time and rehabilitation. But the boost is so massive that Oberon's nose shatters as the fist connects, and his gravity magic is overpowered, sending him careening into the ground below. He crashes into the midst of the main battlefield, drawing the attention of everyone. But from within his impact crater, he only looks up to see Fulmer descending feet first toward him. He weakly raises his hand, forming a gravity barrier at the last moment to soften the impact, but the man lands on him like a ton of bricks, pushing him deeper into the earth. Fulmer's breaths are fast, erratic, but he presses his foot into Oberon's face, even as the boy glares daggers up at him. Is this all it takes to earn that title, King of the Fairies? Oberon uses his left hand, his one good hand, to grab the man's ankle, trying to push him away, but Fulmer uses his enhanced magic energy to push down with flight magic, even as gravity in the crater is reversed. Fulmer turns to the people around them as the dust cloud settles, seeing many of his guild mates paralyzed with yellow lightning dancing across their bodies. rune knights and fairy tale wizards in the midst of capturing them. My aim was to go help Avsala. Then we go break up the wizard saints battle together. But I'll deal with all of you first. Before he could finish threatening fairy tale, he feels a surge of magic energy below him. Oberon reaches up from the ground with cosmic, creating a gravitational attraction between Fulmer's head and his fist, pulling the man down into a punch that shakes the battlefield. Everyone nearby floats a few inches off the ground as gravity in the area is weakened, and Fulmer is sent flying into the air. The man flips head over feet in the air before stabilizing himself, just in time to see Oberon rocket out of the crater and appear in front of him. Too fast. Fulmer raises his arms, and Oberon's kick shatters the braces on his forearms, cracking the bones beneath. Heavy. You can't hurt them. Oberon yells as he flies after the man, punching him over and over, breaking apart his armor and rocking the flesh and bone beneath. Not while I'm here. Fulmer feels pain racking every part of his body as Oberon's punches dismantle him, but he pushes through to notice the subconscious pattern in the boy's strikes, avoiding one of them landing a chop to Oberon's throat, only for his fingers to break on impact. The shield got stronger, he realizes, and avoids the counter to reach up and clap Oberon's ears, hoping to daze the boy and make some distance between them. But Oberon uses his now superior speed and strength to grab the man's wrists, breaking them with his vice grip before headbutting Fulmer, repaying him for the broken nose. The man's head jerks back, brain bouncing around in his skull as he feels an ocean of magic energy engulf him. He blinks away the blurriness to see Oberon release a massive amount of magic energy, entrenched with the properties of cosmic. A pillar of magic energy emanates from Oberon, solid black with shimmering stars, the night sky made manifest. The energy instantly expands, engulfing the man, and it takes a moment for him to realize what's going on. Within the boundless cosmos, it's quiet. So quiet that the man could hear the blood from his nose drip down to his armor, and all around them is the night sky, as if floating in outer space. Oberon releases his broken wrists, and the man instantly starts falling away, looking up at the boy as he finally realizes why his magics aren't working. "Are you human?" Fulmer asks as realization dawns on him. His senses were completely overwhelmed by the magic energy surrounding him. Oberon released enough magic energy to engulf them both, finally comfortable enough with cosmic to utilize it in combat, thanks to Fulmer. And this neutral application, the boundless cosmos, is simply a contest of raw magic energy. Oberon's magic energy pulls yours to it, no matter how perfect your control. After that, it's a matter of volume. And in matters of magic energy, very few can compete with even the current Oberon Alquan. Fulmer feels the last of his magic energy torn away before Oberon retracts the boundless cosmos, once again closing his magic container, and the chaotic display of power in the sky returns. Oberon reaches down and catches Fulmer with gravity magic as the man's consciousness fades. "Thanks for teaching me that," he mutters while also descending to the ground outside the base, sitting on the floor beside the unconscious man. He takes slow, deep breaths, desperately try to refill his magic energy, reserves dangerously low for himself. "Oberon!" He hears a rune knight yell, and turns around to see them rushing over to him. "We're here, are you alright?" "I'll be fine. I have to recover magic energy before rejoining the fight. We'll report this to the others at once," one of the rune knights says, as the others place binding magic cuffs on Fulmer and use their standard-issue capture staff to make a prison bubble around him, floating him beside them. "We'll take him away." "Yeah, when I recover, I'll." Oberon's words are overpowered by a deafening explosion rocking the battlefield. The entire coral fortress cracks apart before crumbling, and out from it rises a 500-1,500 feet tall coral golem, brimming with magic energy as it punches down into the fortress. But a bright gold mote of glowing magic energy dodges the attack and soars upward, then rapidly expands. "Wow, Almost everyone on the battlefield is left in awe as Makarov Dreyer grows to a size that's head and shoulders larger than the coral golem, glaring down at it as the building muscles of his shirtless form contract and flex, strengthening themselves as he raises his hand high above. The coral golem punches forward, but before it can even hit him, his hand descends, releasing a blinding golden light across the battlefield. Gildarts's fist crashes against Evsala's staff, while Oberon and Fulmer begin their duel. The woman's expression is unimpressed, even while leaning forward and completely halting his push to the fortress. "I expected more from you," she says, pushing harder, making him slide back and down into the coral street. Gildarts grits his teeth, leaping back to make space between them. "And you're everything I expected. All that power, it's not too late. You can quit this guild, and when Master Makarov is done with Coral, there'll be a spot open in the Wizard Saints. Powerful, but young and foolish. I don't have much growing left to do. My power will never reach the heights of a Wizard Saint, not at my age. But you could leave now and replace your master as Wizard Saint after a few more years of training. You think I'm not qualified? I think you're human. Only human, and that's not enough. Especially since you don't seem the type to use politics to get the position." Gildarts frowns, taking a lower stance, ready to charge in. "We'll see about that." Evsala raises a brow as he rushes in, expecting crash magic, but instead, he only uses his fists to clash with her staff. She uses her superior experience to dance around his strikes, landing many hits before pushing him away with a palm strike to the chest. Gildart slides back, cracking his knuckles while narrowing his eyes at the woman. "Master Makarov is far enough now. Let's get the real fight started." Evsala aims her staff forward, and Gildarts punches the air between them, unleashing his famous crash magic. To most wizards, he simply breaks apart everything he touches or launches the magic energy toward. But Evsala clearly sees the grid pattern his magic forms, and can easily read where it'll hit. She creates a wall of thick blue crystal with her shimmering crystal magic, colliding it with the crash magic. The wall explodes on impact, invaded by the crash magic, but both attacks cancel each other. So his crash magic can be countered by matching the volume of magic energy. That should be easy enough once it doesn't hit my body. She fires a fist-sized shard of sharp crystal at him, and Gildarts waves his hand while rushing her, shattering it with crash magic in the air. Evsala sees the attack coming and decides to match his charge. She swings her staff with full force against his fist. Seeing the crash magic in his attack, she forms a layer of shimmering crystal around her staff, forcing the crash magic to constantly break it as she reforms it. Gildarts narrows his eyes at her and releases an omnidirectional surge of crash magic, breaking apart the ground and buildings around them and shattering the woman. Her body falls apart as crystal shards, annoying him, but he instantly leaps to the side, feeling a searing pain in his left shoulder as the crystal he avoided slashes across the skin. He turns while leaping away from more attacks, meeting Evsala's gaze while she stands on a nearby rooftop. "Scared of a little fist fight?" he asks. "Your magic is obnoxious. Powerful and simple, but obnoxious. I'll be keeping my distance from now on." She raises her staff and manifests dozens of crystals beside her, then points at Gildarts. "Gods damn it." He darts to the side, smashing through a building to take cover, only for the crystals to perfectly navigate the doors, windows, and corridors at extreme speeds, homing in on him. Seriously? He fires a blast of crash magic, destroying the left side of the house and shattering the crystals, only for the wall behind him to shatter and a crystal to stab him behind his left shoulder. He releases crash magic reflexively, stopping it from piercing much beyond the skin, but the force sends him tumbling forward out of the building. He flips and lands on his feet, eyes widening as he senses 24 more identical attacks incoming. Gildarts doesn't bother looking toward Evsala. Instead, he simply turns and runs south, away from where he could sense anyone. He smashes through buildings with crystals on his tail, eventually breaking into a large training courtyard with no cover, where he's forced to spin and shatter all the crystals with his magic, meeting Avsala's gaze as she waves her staff. 5 magic circles form above her, and thousands of crystal bullets form, moving faster than even Gildarts could hope to track. He thrusts both hands forward at her, and the woman leaps to a different rooftop before the crash magic obliterates the rooftop she was on, including all the crystal bullets and magic circles. Gildarts turns to her, only to see the woman tap her staff on the ground. He senses magic energy below and stomps on the ground, shattering the plaza with crash magic. But while distracted by the underground attack, a boulder-sized blunt crystal slams into his right side, grinding him against the coral plaza before exploding against him. The explosions shake the nearby buildings, creating a dust cloud that fails to hide either of these powerful wizards due to their volume of magic energy and finely tuned ability to sense it. Avsala senses Gildarts rushing toward her, and with another tap of her staff, she forms a wall of jagged crystal in front of her, then kicks it forward, sliding it toward him, shredding anything it touches. He prepares to send crash magic forward, then senses another spell emerging below his feet, leaping into the sky above both. A spike of crystal rises from his previous location before the jagged wall slams into it, and Gildarts immediately launches crash magic at Avsala. The woman gives a disappointed sigh, sending a torrent of crystal shards at him while he's 2 stories in the air, then, with thought, calls the 4 crystals hidden in nearby buildings to the battle. They smash through the buildings and rush toward Gildarts, forcing him to change tactics and release another omnidirectional attack. Avsala leaps away, avoiding the attack as it dices the entire plaza, but the instant it ends, another crystal shard rockets in from 1 street away, smashing through everything and impaling Gildarts' left shoulder. Searing pain flows through him as the crystal begins to grow inside his flesh, and in the same instant, Avsala leaps up and smashes her staff across his face, sending him crashing through buildings across the plaza. Gildarts slams through the walls while placing his right hand on the left shoulder, using crash magic internally to stop the horrifyingly painful spell from disabling him. Avsala waits atop a nearby rooftop, carefully aiming her staff at his obvious magic energy signature as the dust cloud settles. Powerful magic, but there is a clear delay and build-up for his more powerful attacks. I need to end this quickly and go finish off Oberon. After that, we can go deal with Mac. A massive beam of magic energy draws her attention to the north. Sensing Fulmer pouring a great effort into his shield and seeing him block the coral fortress from Selim's attack. That boy. Her gaze shifts back to Gildarts, and the man is already leaping out of the dust toward her. I can't let the kid show me this soon, he yells while launching a directed blast of crash magic at her. Avsala raises her staff to cancel it by making crystals, but sensing the immense magic energy of this attack, she elects to leap out of the way, allowing it to level a collection of buildings in her stead. So that's her limit, Gildarts thinks as he's hit by a few crystals before landing, using the momentum to reach a nearby building sooner, smashing through it, then turning and running south. That much magic energy is too much for her to immediately counter. Now I just need space. As he's crashing through many buildings, crossing streets, and bolting down alleyways in a straight line, Avsala is constantly releasing more and more crystals at him, firing them like bullets, homing attacks, and forming walls to skewer him. But he trusts his sense of magic energy, firing concentrated blasts of crash magic without ever looking back, stopping most of the attacks before they reach him. While fighting and moving south, they both sense an absurd surge of magic energy, feeling the winds and weather change and warp as golden and green arcs of magic energy dance across the sky like chaotic lightning. They both smile, sensing the magic energy of their guild master rising as the battle rages on. The boost to morale for both sides is notable, and both Gildarts and Avsala redouble their efforts to end the fight quickly and help their allies. Why is this base so? Gildarts smashes through the exterior wall of a building, entering an alleyway near the outer wall of the base. Finally, he rushes forward and punches through the outer wall with his right fist, leaving his left arm hanging limply at his side. Dashing through the dust and debris, he sees the southern hills beyond the base, entirely clear and barren, made of hard green and red coral. Sending a wave of shimmering crystals behind him, he spins and launches crash magic, shattering them all before another wave is sent directly at him. He leaps backward, tossing aside his shredded cloak and blocking his face with his right arm as the crystals explode on the ground in front of him. "You're out of places to hide," Avsala says. "Your inexperience is showing. Brining me to a place where I can't hide is good, but now you have no cover." She leaps down outside the wall, standing across from the man as he rolls his right arm. But Avsala notices a wide smile on his face. Scrutinizing his body from a distance, she sees blood dripping from his injured shoulder, one arm limp at his side, and various cuts and bruises across his body. "What are you smiling about?" she asks, aiming her staff at him and forming a magic circle at the head. "Nothing really, just appreciating how strong you are, how precise your magic is. Complimenting me now. I hope you don't believe that will be enough to let you leave. Honestly, I'm just jealous. Crash magic is innate to me. It destabilizes my magic energy intrinsically, prevents me from learning other precise magics. What an unfortunate disability for a wizard. There are people with worse. It's just the hand we're dealt. But this makes you and I opposites, since you're precise enough to fight anywhere. But I need to be more mindful of my surroundings." Avsala instantly understands, not needing to glance at the open area around them or sense how far both their allies were. He'd led her far enough to unleash his full power upon her. She raises her staff, aiming the magic circle at the sky and releasing hundreds of shimmering crystals. They shine brightly with explosive magic energy and move like blurs, a dance of coordinated chaos while hurtling at Gildarts. She leaps backward, keeping her gaze locked onto him while retreating back toward the base, hoping to take the battle toward the others. But he's fast. He closes the distance with absurd speed, but even now, she's faster, preventing him from reaching her in time. She smiles at this realization, with the base less than 30 m-100 feet away, and Gildarts over 3 times as far away. He should have baited me farther away, she thinks, only for her smile to crumble as Gildarts forms a sphere of bright red crash magic in his right hand. "All crash," he chants and crushes it in his hand. A blinding red light engulfs their new battlefield, sending an omnidirectional wave of crash magic into the environment. The wave is larger than Avsala could have expected, breaking apart the coral ground, hills, and even the debris in the air, all before reaching her. She tries to defend herself, but the attack breaks her into hundreds of tiny and dazed versions of herself, dropping into a pile amongst the rubble. They all wobble and struggle to regain their senses while Gildarts continues his charge, crushing the perfect cubes of rubble beneath his feet until he appears in front of Avsala's location. Rearing back his right arm, he snaps his fingers, dispelling his crash magic's effect on her, reforming the woman into her full size directly in front of him. Before she could even blink away the confusion, his fist is already careening toward her face. Descending judgment, shattering evil, grand crash. His fist shatters her jaw, rattling her brain. Then he twists and pivots, moving his entire body forward to put all his strength into the attack, crashing her skull into the rubble beneath them. The impact shakes the entire base, and Gildarts retracts his fist to see an imprint on her left cheek, teeth scattered about beside her. He stumbles back, taking deep and exhausted breaths before falling and sitting on the ground, catching his breath while looking at her. Damn it, what an obnoxious opponent. But you were strong. As the adrenaline slowly fades, searing pain racks his body, mainly his left shoulder and arm, but he's once again distracted. Turning to the north, he sees Oberon and Fulmer in the sky. Shrouded by the boundless cosmos, they appear as silhouettes of white clashing in the night sky. Everyone could feel Oberon's immense magic energy in this moment, and they all looked up at the battle to see a knight, drowning in the power of the king of the fairies. The magic energy pillar retracts into Oberon as he and Fulmer descend to the earth below, and Gildarts shakes his head. "Took you long enough to figure out that strange magic," he mutters while looking at Oberon. Moments later, a squad of Rune Knights arrive, placing Evsala in custody. "What's the situation?" Gildarts asks one of the men. "Oberon is done with Fulmer. Another squad just picked him up. The main battlefield is a plaza close to the entrance of the base, and the wizard saints are." A deafening explosion and battlefield-shaking quake cuts off the man, pulling their attention to the fortress. The entire coral fortress cracks apart, crumbling away as a 500-1,500 feet tall coral golem, brimming with magic energy, rises from the structure before punching down at it. But a bright gold mote of glowing magic energy dodges the attack and soars upward, then rapidly expands. "Looks like it's over," Gildarts says while everyone else on the battlefield is left in awe as Makarov Dreyer grows to a size that's head and shoulders larger than the coral golem, glaring down at it as the bulging muscles of his shirtless form contract and flex, strengthening themselves as he raises his hand high above. The coral golem punches forward, but before it can even hit him, his hand descends like a meteor, releasing a blinding golden light across the battlefield. Gildarts remains seated, but pulls the Rune Knight down beside him, and moments later a blast of wind is sent across the battlefield, carrying dust and debris on the shockwave as the world seemingly falls apart. The golden and green arcs of magic energy above immediately stop, and Gildarts senses Coral's magic energy signature shrink. He coughs a bit as the dust settles, and when it does, the entire fortress and coral golem are a massive pile of rubble, smashed apart in one blow by Master Makarov. "Light Titan," the Rune Knight mutters, finally understanding the title and tales of Makarov Dreyer. Gildarts smiles. She must have really riled him up to bring out that side of him. But looks like this battle is over. Be ready to relay an update to all points about her defeat, and get some Rune Knights in motion toward the fortress to detain her. "Yes, sir." The Rune Knight rises to his feet and turns to rush back to the main battle area. But before he could take more than a few steps, a wave of heinous and evil magic energy surges through the entire region. It brings all battle to a halt, chilling the wizards who could sense it to their core, as if the creeping hand of death were suddenly at their throats. Makarov's voice reaches all minds, screaming a desperate telepathic command at them. "Get away from the fortress, B." His communication is cut off. Back at the main battlefield, there's a tense moment as everyone holds their breath. Then another wave of magic energy surges outward, and Macau takes the lead. "Everyone out now." The fairy tale wizards and Rune Knights don't hesitate to retreat, leaving the Great Reef wizards confused, unsure if they should obey the command they heard as well. Laxus turns toward the fortress and forces himself to stand, even as exhausted as he is. The boy's feet march toward his grandfather. "No way." Wakaba scoops him up, holding the boy over his shoulder while running away. "We need to follow orders. But he needs our help. What if?" An eruption of evil magic energy causes everyone to turn to the fortress, and they all see a geyser of black ichor rising from the structure, boasting hundreds of glowing red eyes that target all life. "No way you're going there," Wakaba says as he immediately runs away with Laxus, now joined by the Great Reef Guild members. Besides, they're already heading over there. Laxus looks up through teary eyes and sees Gildarts leaping between buildings, left arm hanging limply at his side while bolting toward the fortress. And from the north, Oberon is flying like a blur to help Master Makarov. "Coral!" Makarov yells as he arrives in the throne room, the highest chamber of the Great Reef's fortress. The woman leaps forward, raising the right hand and firing a beam of green magic energy at him. He mirrors her with a beam of golden light magic. She grits her teeth and focuses, stopping his attack from overwhelming her, bringing them to a stalemate. They continue the clash, pushing and pulling against each other, and Makarov forms a few more magic circles at his back. From them, streaks of light magic fire and curve through the air to attack her. But Coral forms golems from magic energy beside her, making them leap into the attacks and defend her. Damn it, you could have been such a great role model for this coming era. Why did you do this? They unleash more attacks while maintaining the main tug of war, releasing enough magic energy to stir up powerful winds and begin shaking apart the fortress. For what? To always serve under stupid politicians? Power is all that matters in this world. Power is freedom, and I will be free of anyone telling me what to do. You're already a damned wizard saint. Don't give me that crap about freedom. This is about conquest and control. Coral smiles, then narrows her eyes at the man. Well, I figure I should practice the speech now for when I take over. Such a shame. So young and already this powerful. One day, you could have surpassed everyone, maybe even God Serena himself. But you've dabbled in evil magics, so where is it? I don't know what you're talking about. Where's the Book of Zerif? We know you have it. Hand it over so we can end this. Any longer, and there could be a cataclysm. Coral slides back, but digs in her heels and holds her ground. Cataclysm. Two mages at the level of a wizard saint can cause such a thing when they clash, but that assumes we're evenly matched. Her entire body glows green, putting all her efforts into overpowering the man, but Makarov surprises her by increasing his output to overcome her. Coral's eyes wide as her understanding of his absurd power deepens. And before she could adjust the plan, the air around them is saturated with magic energy. The clashing beams cause a devastating explosion that blows the roof of the fortress off. Ether nano from both their spells collide in the atmosphere, still charged with the properties of their magics. Above the fortress, the polarized air reacts to the ether nano, latching onto either Makarov's light magic particles or Coral's great reef magic particles. They cause the energy to fuse and dance from one particle to the next, creating massive arcs of golden or green lightning that dance across the sky. The arcs descend onto the base before spreading out to the surrounding landscape, bringing hurricane winds with them and heating the air. A cataclysm, a natural disaster that can only be formed when two absurdly powerful magics collide, or when one Oberon Alquan releases too much energy. Neither wizard saint pauses to appreciate this event. Instead, they rush in and battle fists against fists. Makarov uses his giant magic to constantly alter his proportions and strength, dominating in close-quarters combat until Coral forms living spike armor on her body, impaling his left wrist. He quickly snaps the spike, leaving it in his wrist before kicking her aside, and the woman ignores the aches in her bones, sensing that her strongest allies have fallen. They fight with violent fervor for a while longer, until Coral summons a magic circle onto herself. Great Coral Golem. A shroud of green magic energy surrounds her as the body of the golem forms, towering over the fortress and breaking it under the immense weight. And floating where the last remnants of the throne room are, Makarov looks up with a bored expression. He scoffs and flies toward its head while the golem punches down, breaking away another part of the fortress as he deftly moves around its fist, rising into the sky as a mote of golden light. The worst possible move, Makarov says as he activates his most infamous magic. You should know not to challenge me in this manner. Golden light shines across the entire valley as he grows to be head and shoulder taller than the Coral Golem, unleashing fairy tales Fable's light titan. His shirtless body boasts rippling muscles and the fairy tale emblem on his chest, and each movement causes the battlefield to shake and shift. Raising his right hand, he enhances his strike with light magic before bringing his palm down on the golem's head, shattering it in the entire body instantly before following through and palming the ground beside the fortress, flattening a few buildings in the process. Thanks to his giant magic, his body has disproportionately high super strength and durability, making him a true light titan. The magic energy he exudes while fighting as light magic shakes the area around him, breaking apart anything unfortunate enough to persist in his presence. Looking down at the barely standing remains of the fortress, He sees the bloodied and battered Coral land in the throne room, lying on the floor. Shrinking back to his usual size, he doesn't bother to requip his coat back while floating down to her. "Where's the Book of Zerif?" he asks, glaring down at the broken woman. She reaches up to point at him, and feeling her magic energy flowing to her finger, he quick fires a light shot, destroying her hand. Coral seethes in pain, glaring up at the man. "The 4 gods of Ishgar should be 5. I don't do this for fame, only to protect people. Now hand over the book. I can assure you the Magic Council's methods won't be this polite." Coral closes her eyes, sensing her people dropping one by one outside, and Rune Knights already scaling the crumbling fortress to come apprehend her. So she steals her will and decides to bet everything on one bold move. "I'm not spending my days in a box." The Book of Zerif is requiped onto her chest, and before Makarov can grab it, the cover flips open. Coral bet that she, a great and powerful wizard saint, could control a Book of Zerif, and as many in both past and future shall learn, only Zerif can accomplish such a feat. Her body is instantly consumed by flowing black ichor, beaded with glowing red eyes. In the same instant, it rushes to Makarov, the greatest source of magic energy nearby. He instantly moves away, firing light shot at it, but the black liquid happily drinks in his power, growing and surging forward even faster. Before he can escape, its eyes become a mix of red and green, having completely assimilated Coral's life. It grabs onto him as he's moving away. Get away from the fortress, B. His communication is cut off. The ichor blocks his ability to use any magic, ripping the energy from his body. The ichor launches into the sky like a geyser, reaching high above and forming an army of glowing red and green eyes in its sea of blackness, staring hungrily at all the people outside, brimming with magic energy and life force. Makarov is being slowly pulled toward it, but digs his feet in, struggling against it as the entity contracts and becomes dense, happily assimilating and adapting to its newfound volume of energy. "Damn it, let go of me." As the ichor is flowing up his injured hand to his wrist, slowing aiming to consume his entire body, the 2 Rune Knight burst into the room and rush to his side. "Don't use magic." He stops them from attacking the ichor, and instead they rush to his side and begin pulling him away, but its strength is too much for them. "Get out of here now, both of you," Makarov commands, but the men continue to pull, ignoring his command. As they're pulled closer inch by inch, loud footsteps sound behind them. "Master!" Gildarts appears and helps them pull Makarov away, instantly realizing what's going on. "Did it bind to you?" "Feels like it," Makarov yells as he feels like Gildarts is going to rip him in two. "Get these 2 out of here. This thing absorbs." Oberon rushes into the room and stops beside them, raising his uninjured right hand and chopping down on the ichor connected to Makarov's hand. It instantly breaks the connection, sending the entity into a frenzy. The ichor around Makarov's hand falls to the floor and flies back to the main body as Oberon grabs him and Gildarts takes the 2 Rune Knights, leaping away. "How did you do that?" one of the Rune Knights asks, looking at Oberon, who is flying beside him. "I can't do that for everyone," Oberon says while holding Makarov in his arms. Gildarts glances over at the boy, seeing his left hand in a light magic cast, holding his hand together. Oberon notices his concerned look, but they both decide to ignore it for now. After all, there's a tidal wave of black ichor, filled with glowing red, green, and now golden eyes chasing them through the base. Gildarts leaps between the buildings and turns around, getting a look at the situation behind them, then returns to previous orientation before landing. "Laxus, get everyone in a huddle. Everyone, now." He then glances at Oberon. "Can you do it?" "In theory, yeah." "That'll do," Gildarts says, and Oberon immediately slingshots him with gravity magic over the entire base, toward where the Rune Knight has set up their siege base to hold captured enemies. He lands into a roll, injuring both the Rune Knight, but nothing they can't walk off after a few days of rest. He then turns and looks up to see Makarov descending toward him, leaping up and capturing the Guildmaster as softly as possible. "Master!" You need to regain your strength fast. I can only think of one thing that'll fix this, Gildart says while letting the man sit on the ground. Makarov immediately assumes the meditative position, even as a war zone continues around them and more people crowd in, so closely packed in that prisoners, rune knights, and fairy tale wizards are all bumping into each other. Get closer, Laxus yells as people keep piling in, then notices some of the great reef wizards unsure of what's going on or what to do. He uses lightning transportation to appear above them and points to where everyone is gathered. Go join the huddle if you want to live. They look at the floating boy, then atop the hill where everyone is gathered, and finally at the wave of death moving toward them, then immediately follow his commands. One of the great reef wizards uses telepathy magic to call everyone in, helping everyone get along for the sake of survival. Laxus gets everyone he can to the muster point, packing them in so close that some people were literally on top of each other, but they were always careful not to bother Master Makarov in the middle of their formation. Gildarts stands at the front, anxiously looking around. Where the hell is? He sees a dozen people hurtling toward them from above. Beside him, Wakaba and Mikau use their magics to catch the great reef wizards as they descend, realizing they were all either unconscious or far too injured to escape without help. And a moment later, Oberon flies above the buildings, moving toward them with a man who is now missing both legs. At his knees, there was black ichor falling away before flying back to the wave, and everyone understood what had just happened. Oberon throws the man toward Wakaba, who easily catches him and adds him to one of the piles. Then, as he's approaching, he forms a golden light in his uninjured right hand. They see its radiance. Then, through his shirt, the emblazoned fairy tale emblem on his right shoulder glows with an identical radiance. Oberon increases his speed, easily arriving at the muster point ahead of the wave, then turns his back to them and raises his open hand. Calming his mind, he relaxes his magic energy, dispelling the cast, keeping his right hand together and numbing the pain, allowing Gildarts and some others to see the injuries he'd sustained. Gildarts reaches down and places a hand on Oberon's shoulder, helping him fulfill one requirement of the spell, the most difficult of them all for his situation. A massive golden magic circle appears above everyone, boasting the fairy tale emblem in the middle, as Oberon unleashes another of the ultimate fairy magics. Fairy Sphere. Fairy Sphere. A perfect sphere of golden magic energy forms around everyone, giving them a few meters of breathing room, and upon the formatting of a large fairy tale emblem at the front, identical to the marking on Oberon's right shoulder, they finally take a breath of relief. Oberon wipes the sweat from his forehead, turning to look at everyone's horrified and amazed faces. That'll do. It should last long enough for Master Makarov to recover, at least. Gildart smiles down at the boy, looking at his own hand and not feeling any strange sensations through it. I thought that spell required you to connect with one of us. It's not that kind of connection, Oberon says. And the Rune Knights are stunned silent, as not only do they have confirmation that another ultimate fairy magic exists, and a child has two of them, but neither Gildarts, Oberon, or Laxus react when a wave of death crashes into the fairy sphere behind them. The barrier doesn't even shake, but the terrifying sight of death swarming outside and surrounding it from all sides still has people gasping and whimpering. Some turn to Faith, praying to be saved. Others turn to Oberon, finding faith in the person in front of them. Hey, Smoke Man, how did he know that would work? One of the captured wizards asks Wakaba, how do you know he could do this? As everyone silently holds their breath, most of the people listen in as Wakaba turns to the man, looking at him as if he'd said the most idiotic thing in the world. Because he's Oberon, this is what he does. Wakaba didn't know it at the time, not giving much thoughts to his words amidst this worrying situation. But this one statement would have an unfathomable effect on Oberon, and by extension, the entire world. I wish I could use this more, Oberon says while studying his own fairy sphere. But it's probably for the best that I don't satisfy the conditions often. He looks down at the still, glowing mark on his right shoulder, silently thanking Mavis for access to this magic. after he unveiled fairy glitter, bringing it out of the realm of myths and into reality as a legendary magic. Many people have theorized about the equally fabled two companion magics. When asked during his many interviews for Sorcerer Weekly, the most Oberon ever says is that fairy glitter is the most simple fairy magic. A true statement, but absurdly terrifying when considering that it is known as the ultimate in annihilation magic, and the Magic Council used it as the basis for the most powerful magic weapon in the world. Satellite Square, Etherion, a weapon that can suppress the war desire of entire continents by existing. However, Oberon's words are absolute fact. Fairy glitter requires simple prerequisites: vast magic energy, a deep understanding of the magic, learning the magic, and like all fairy magics, it has a hidden requirement of understanding the consequences of its use. If the user is not in the right state of mind to truly desire the destruction of their target, or is not using the magic in a way Mavis Vermilion would approve, it will fail. Because of this, these magics can never be used for evil or against fairy tale. Fairy Sphere is far more complex, as it is the only true barrier in existence. It bends reality itself to protect from all phenomena, natural or magical. And at the highest levels, it can even protect from the passage of time and collapse of space. However, while it boasts all the requirements of fairy glitter aside from desire and destruction, it has a hidden defensive condition. It can never be used if the user only desires to protect themselves with its use. You must be protecting other members of Fairy Tale. This is why Oberon learned fairy glitter first, because on jobs he has no team, thus he would never be able to use Fairy Sphere. Magic is, simply put, willpower x life, force x emotion, and Fairy Sphere relies more on the emotions of the user than anything else. However, it, along with fairy glitter, will always be overshadowed in the future, but the third fairy magic. Makarov glows bright gold as he floats into the air, maintaining his seated position while gathering his magic energy in front of his chest. Within the fairy sphere, everyone looks at him in amazement, feeling the complexity of this spell as his magic energy radiates outward. Xeris Monster also grows weary of him, unable to sense him through the fairy sphere, but recognizing the danger he can become. It rapidly retracts back to the fortress and condenses to the size of a carriage, focusing the magic energy it gathered from both wizard saints into a concentrated sphere. That can't be good, Gildarts mutters. This will maintain, right? Oberon shrugs as they all watch the magic energy bomb hurtle through the base, melting everything around while moving toward them. How would I know? I've never used it before. Gildarts sighs as the bomb slams into the fairy sphere, detonating an explosion of green and gold magic energy. Within the sphere, they're completely unbothered by the explosion, unable to even hear it from inside. The sphere is shrouded in smoke and dust for a moment, and when it clears, they see great molten plains around them. By the gods, Laxus mutters, staring at where the mountains used to be, at what was a valley just 1 hour ago. They were now floating within Fairy Sphere, above a canyon of molten rock that formed below and around them from the explosion. Even the skies had been cleared of the cataclysm, but before anyone could be fully amazed by this feat, Makarov opened his eyes. Both eyes boast a magic circle, golden, with a fairy tale emblem in the middle, allowing him to peer through everything his magic energy touches while casting the spell. Oberon drops the fairy sphere and uses gravity magic to keep the piece of earth there on afloat. Immense heat hits everyone along with the scent of toxic fumes from incinerated stone and dirt. But Makarov then finishes the simple chant. I invoke fairy law, the city of Gazania, less than a day after arresting the Great Reef Dark Guild. Before anyone beyond the trusted Rune Knight and fairy tale wizards could learn the news, Oberon is already walking through the gorgeous city of Gazania. The city is twice the size of Magnolia, located to the east of Fiori and nestled between a handful of rocky mountain ranges. The buildings are all stone, reaching up to 4 stories tall, with the main allure being the towering structure at the far end of the city. Oberon idly walks through the streets, waving to some people who recognize him, but most everyone is busy rushing to work this early in the morning. He looks down at his left hand, seeing the cast around it, and can already imagine the lecture he'll get after returning to the guild. But for now, he takes solace in knowing everyone he parted ways with in Era is likely drunk and asleep or hung over in the Fairy Tale Guild Hall after celebrating their victory. Peering over the buildings, he sees a large white domed structure at the edge of the city, at least 10 stories tall and shaped like a massive ball, half buried into the ground. Casting aside any stray thoughts or concerns, he takes to the sky and quickly arrives at the large gates of this building, smiling at the thought of all the things he'll learn here. The guild emblem at the front of the building is not very popular, but Oberon has had them at the top of his list. Sabertooth, one of the lesser wizard guilds in Fiore, but vastly important to the Magic Council and Nation for its other services. Sabertooth hosts the largest archive of knowledge, both magical and mundane, in all of Fiore. They don't boast powerful wizards, but act as a research, or more accurately, data collection and sorting unit for the Magic Council. Smaller organizations can also hire out their services, but much of their information is restricted. Thus, getting into the building itself is nearly impossible. Even with the reputation of Fairy Tale and Makarov Dreyer's Wizard Saint title, getting inside was impossible for Oberon, until he made a friend, Juranikis, protege of Wizard Saint Avenidas. Not famous compared to the other Wizard Saints, but like Wizard Saint Draculo's Hyberian, he controls an important organization, the Great Archives of Ishgar, collecting and protecting all manner of knowledge across Fiore. And Sabertooth acts as one of the vassals for the monastery, which controls all other archives. Because of this, Oberon descends to the sight of a well-dressed older woman standing beside the open gate. "Sir Oberon." The woman politely greets him. "Just Oberon is fine, Master Brilli." "Well then, I'm sure you're eager to get started." She gestures to the main hallway and walks in, allowing Oberon to fall in a step beside her. "Is there any particular reason you had to delay your visit?" "I had to deal with an emergency for the Magic Council. That's all I can say about it." "I understand. Regardless, it is our pleasure to work with you. Wizard Saint Avon is eager to meet you, the boy beloved by magic." "Yeah, Jur talks about him all the time. He sounds awesome. He is unique amongst the Wizard Saints. A scholar amongst soldiers and warlords." "I suppose so, but being smart doesn't help when you get attacked by monsters," Oberon says, earning an annoyed glance from the woman. "Sorry, I just meant, I'm aware that he is by far the weakest Wizard Saint, but you should be more careful of how you speak. Although I should expect as much from someone so young." Oberon doesn't respond, silently following her through the massive stone halls, crossing many rooms and descending deeper into the structure before arriving in the center of it. His jaw drops, unconsciously floating off the ground as the most gorgeous thing he'd ever seen is in front of him. A library from the basement floor to the roof of the entire building, wider than the Fairy Tale Guild Hall twice over, stacked with floor-to-ceiling shelves tightly packed. And in front of him, lit by the large windows that allow natural light inside, is a small research area hosting 4 large desks and cushioned wooden chairs. This is wow. The woman gleams with pride as he floats about beside her. "You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like, and you have access to most of our information. Is there anything specific you'd like to start with?" Oberon requips 2 pages into his hands and passes them to her. She scans them, then notices that both sides are filled with the names of books. There was more, but Jura said those are only kept at the main monastery archive, so I'll go there sometime. "So, an overnight stay it is. I'll have a room prepared for you. I'll be gone by tomorrow night. I've got some training to do while I recover. Then it's back out on jobs and assignments from the Magic Council. Follow me." She leads him to the middle of the room, where he sees a strange lacrima. Circular, connected to a stone altar. "Are the rumors of your archive magic true?" "Super archive magic. Even better." She gestures to the lacrima. "Enter the name of any book you desire into this lacrima. It knows where all the books should be and what we have. I've already blocked anything you don't have clearance for, and no one will enter while you're here." It also brings the books to you and replaces them when you're done. This might be my new favorite place. Oberon floats over to the lacrima and begins typing in the books he wants, completely ignoring the woman. 19 hours later, walking through the hallway leading into the main archive, Master Brilli escorts a taller man wearing an emblazoned Rune Knight uniform and holding a wooden staff that has the head carved to mimic a winding serpent into the reading area. He hasn't stopped since he arrived, she whispers to the man as they both stare up at Oberon. The boy remains with his legs crossed high in the air, surrounded by a handful of books, while taking notes from all of them with his super archive magic. With a thought, he closes one of the books, having completely transcribed its contents, and floats it to the stacks of hundreds of books below, constantly being moved back to the shelves by the lacrima device. He may have done well in the Magic Academy, which is likely why Makarov kept his potential a secret until he officially joined Fairy Tale, the man says before tapping his staff on the ground. The loud noise draws Oberon's attention, and he pauses his research to float down and greet them. Hi, is something wrong? Not at all, but you did miss dinner, the woman says. I'll bring it in after your meeting. Meeting? Oberon turns to the man, looking him up and down before recognizing the badge on his uniform. You're Rune Knight Commander Drandoma. What are you doing here? I'm merely here to speak with you. Nothing more, I assure you. The woman bows and leaves the room, and Grandoma waits until he can't hear her footsteps before he continues. May we sit? Oberon floats over to a table that's filled with books, moving them aside with a thought and sitting in one of the chairs. Does Master Makarov know you're here? No, he wouldn't approve of the offer I'm going to make you, Drandoma says as he sits opposite the boy. Oberon eyes him wearily. So you came here because I be alone? Creepy. Your movements aren't difficult to track. You're among the most famous people in Fiori, and the Magic Council did help facilitate your appointment to conduct research here today. And as for it being creepy, I am a strategist first and foremost. I don't believe we have enough Rune Knights in Fiori to bring you down, and that includes myself. MHM, all right. So what do you want? To give you what you want. What's that? Full access to all the archive restricted by the Magic Council. You'd have access to any magic you desire, research that we've blacklisted, and records we've expunged, and much more. But the Magic Council usually has some kind of ulterior motive. So what is it? First, I need you to answer one simple question. What's that? If you were to leave Fairy Tale, would Fairy Sphere and Fairy Glitter still be available to you? You're asking me to leave Fairy Tale? I'm not asking you to do anything unless this were possible. Oberon thinks about it for a moment, considering the requirements to cast the spells, then nods. It's a bit complicated, and I'm never going to explain any of the details to you. But yeah, I'd be able to use them. Damn it, Drandoma sighs, deflating in his seat. I was hoping you wouldn't be able to. Then I could leave without making this absurd offer. You came here to make an offer you don't agree with? I was outvoted, he says. I, for one, no matter how powerful you may be, have reservations about promoting a child to the rank of Wizard Saint. Wizard Saint? Oberon floats out of his seat, hovering above the chair. I get to be a Wizard Saint, Grandoman sighs. There are certain conditions which must be met. Oberon frowns and returns to his seat. Like what? Well, we should start from the beginning. The change in the laws. They took longer than planned, as usual for bureaucracy, but the backlash against the Magic Council went exactly as expected. Legal or light guilds and illegal or dark guilds, with the people loyal to them, drew lines in the sand. We were able to stop them from waging all-out war within most cities, but a lot of people and businesses got hurt. We expect that now the chaos within Fiori should begin to settle, allowing us to focus on the rest of Ishgard. However, Coral's death leaves a void in the political system. There were 10 Wizard Saints, but there need not always be 10. They simply keep each other balanced, so an even number always works best. Now there are 9, and we need someone to fill that void. You are powerful, and with the population of Ishgard not being in favor of the Magic Council, much of that goodwill has gone to you. The mages of today have chosen their side, so now we must wage war in media and education to earn the loyalty of the next generation. So you want to recruit me because everyone on Ishgar thinks I'm nice? It's much deeper than that. Grand Doman requips a copy of Sorcerer weekly into his hand, placing it on the table. This issue will be out in 2 weeks, detailing everything we want the public to know about the entire Great Reef incident. Conflict between wizard saints should be controlled in the media, after all, but they chose you as the main focus. Oberon looks down at the magazine and sees himself on the cover. He's looking up at Gildarts as the fairy sphere mark glows on his arm, with the barrier in the background. At the bottom of the page is a smaller picture of what he looked like from outside the boundless cosmos, and a tagline regarding fairy law and fairy sphere. The boy beloved by magic, Grand Domus says. The prodigy, magic's favorite son, king of the fairies. So many titles across the different magazines. The people love you. If you become a wizard saint for the Magic Council, that will help us hasten the process of bringing order to the continent. Wizard saint for the Magic Council? Well, there are no rules against 2 wizard saints being from the same guild. Technically, wizard saints Warrod and Makarov are both members of Fairy Tale. But Saint Warrod is very much retired and has held to his promise of not meddling in the current era. For you, the Magic Council could recommend you for the empty spot, but a wizard saint would have to second the idea. Makarov Dreyer would, but that could cause problems with the power balance of it all, creating animosity between the most powerful wizards on the continent. If Makarov Dreyer called for your promotion, the result would be the same after the Magic Council agreed with him. Do you see what I'm getting at? No other wizard saint would ever vote for your promotion while you're in that guild. This is why, to be promoted, you need to leave Fairy Tale. Oberon is silent for a while, staring down at the magazine, numb to the praise of the masses. Then he looks up at Grand Doma with an expression so serious it nearly quelled the man's doubts about his maturity. What else would I have to do? The only other condition is that you retain the ability to use Fairy Sphere and Fairy Glitter. Oberon narrows his eyes at the man. At your own discretion. And even if you can't use them after leaving the guild, we'd still be willing to promote you if that little fact is kept private. The fear those ultimate fairy magics will instill into the evils of this world, especially when this article becomes public, that alone will be enough. It's complicated, and I won't be going into details. But if I left Fairy Tale, I would be able to use those magics, just never against members of Fairy Tale. As I said, when and where you use them will always be your choice. Because the Magic Council thinks Fairy Tale is growing too powerful, Oberon mutters. That is why, right? Everything I said earlier is true, but this is also a factor. And even without those fairy magics, you'd likely be powerful enough within the decade to get promoted, so it's nothing more than moving that moment forward in time. Yeah, well, I think I'll wait for that moment. I'll wait until Master Makarov retires. Then I'll just take his spot. That's our plan anyway. You're going to refuse? The full breadth of the Magic Council's knowledge is one promotion away, and you refuse. Access to the deepest archives of magics on the continent. Everything we've been told, you always flock to why. Oberon looks up at the man while sitting back in his chair. Being a wizard saint would give me access to a lot of stuff. Maybe make me strong enough to fight Acnologia. Yeah, but I'd be all alone. And I don't really want that, because then I'd be just like Zirif. Zirif? Grand Doma glares at the boy. Do you know something about Zirif? I've been looking through all the records I could find. Hundreds of incidents were caused by people finding his items. Books, wands, weapons, all carrying different dangerous magics. And every few years, some idiot finds an old laboratory of his and sells everything inside. So more of them just keep showing up. I've even fought a handful of them by now. So I figured I should put it all together and understand what he was trying to do. And I think he was aiming to control life and death, but he never completed his research. So many of them are labeled with a number, but they're all rooted in similar magics. I think he wanted to become immortal or resurrect people. But obviously, he failed and died before doing that. So now we're just left with cleaning up his mess. Think about it, all that power and talent, and he just made things that kill people and drain their lives away. What a waste, right? Grand Doma casts a bored expression at the boy. How does this pertain to the matter of your promotion? Because I love magic, and I bet Zirif did too. But if you put magic above life, well, that doesn't lead anywhere good. So, as tempting as it is to become a wizard saint and get access to all those magics right now, I just can't do it. Why would you put your guild mates above access to the knowledge and power of the Magic Council? He smiles up at the man. Because I'm Oberon, I'll always choose Fairy Tale, no matter what. Fairy Tale Guildhall. The door to Makarov's office slams shut, leaving the man and his one remaining guest in peace. Across from the bandaged-up Makarov Dreyer, who has a cast on his right hand and forearm, is Yajima, a man of the same age, height, and build, with a head of dull brown hair, along with matching thick eyebrows and a toothbrush mustache. Makarov glares at the door, massaging the red spot on his forehead. Old witch. Yajima facepalms. Her bedside manner is always terrible, but you should have expected it to be worse after using fairy law. You know the risk that poses to your life force. So does she, which means she should be nice to me while I'm recovering. You two will never stop bickering like this, but I can't say I don't miss it sometimes. God, whatever. I only had one target, so casting Fairy Law there didn't cost me any life force. Aside from that damn monster Zerif made, everything else was so much weaker that I would have been fine to wipe out their entire guild. Does Oberon know Fairy Law? Makarov shrugs. Last I checked, no. But he's had a few hours, so maybe he figured out by now. He has talent leaking out his ears. Well, he already has the other two. Fairy Law is more complex. It'll be a while before he gets the hang of that. That's good, because I got news on the way here that the Magic Council is going to offer him the position of Wizard Saint. Makarov nods and hops out of his seat, walking to a small set of drawers behind his desk. Want some tea? Makarov, did you hear me? Yeah, I heard ya. I'm not worried about him leaving Fairy Tale. Kid was born to be here. Honestly, I'm more amazed that it took them this long to approach him. Figured Fairy Glitter would have been enough. This really doesn't bother you? Makarov finishes making 2 cups of tea with the aid of his magics and closes the drawers, walking back and placing one on the coffee table in front of his friend. He then gets back into his seat and sips his tea. Yeah, the kid cares about magics, yeah, but really, he just wants a family again. He won't abandon one for the other. Then I suppose that just leaves the other matter, Ivan. Makarov's cup cracks, but he uses telekinesis magic to catch all the mess before it reaches the rug. That brat. There wasn't any sign of him where he spoke to Oberon. There haven't been any signs of him in Fiore, which doesn't surprise me at all. Last I heard, he was in talks with a trader who travels deep into the continent. After putting you on alert like that, I'd leave the country too. And what of the Magic Council? Well, Fairy Tale has always held its position due to the ultimate fairy magics and its involvement in the Fourth Trade War. Now those magics are not myth. They'll be announced to the world soon enough. One of them is already publicly acknowledged. But Makarov, I always assumed the information Ivan stole was about those magics and the existence of Laxus's lacrima. But something tells me you wouldn't be this worked up if it were just that. After all, the magics are public, and Laxus has a mighty guild protecting him. Is there more to this? I can't say anything right now. I just need to find Ivan. Can you help me with that? I can, but not subtly. If you want me to be quiet about it and keep it from the other Magic Council members, it'll take a long time. Ivan used to do a lot of jobs for us before he was banished. He knows how we work and made his own network of contacts. He could hide forever if he wanted. Makarov pinches the bridge of his nose. And the fact that I'm hunting him only adds validity to his claims about Fairy Tale having some powerful weapon. The hidden Ether Nano rich island certainly doesn't help. It's a bad look, Makarov. All right, be subtle about searching for Ivan. If he pops up against, I'll send Oberon and Guildarts to handle him. And how will you deal with Laxus? Ivan got away because Oberon didn't know he needed to be captured. Guildarts would have killed him. But if Ivan approaches Laxus, Makarov's heart aches at the thought. You're right. I suppose having Laxus live to resent me is better than dying for his father's greed. Minutes later, Yajima leaves the office and sends Laxus in, at the request of Makarov. The boy walks in with a small bandage on his forehead and a tired look on his face, smiling at his grandfather. Seeing the somber look on Makarov's face, a pit forms in Laxus's stomach. Grandpa, what's wrong? Laxus, the world is changing, and now it seems my worst fears have been realized. One of the greatest threats to the guild, and to us, our family, has emerged from within. Laxus walks over to his grandfather, having long closed the door behind him. What do you mean? We have a traitor. Makarov taps the seat beside him, and Laxus joins his grandfather on the couch. The truth is terrible, and will change how you see things, how you see me. But much happened the day you received that lightning dragon lacrima. Laxus gives him a confused look, but focuses, taking in every word. Your father broke into my office and found the journal of Fairy Tale's previous guildmaster, Precht. Inside, he found that there are certain magic that are passed from one master to the next. He confronted me about these magics, demanding to learn them. He believed Fairy Tale should overthrow Fiore, and that he should be king. That those with power should control all, and the things he read about would give him all the power he needed. I refused, of course, and he lashed out. But he knew he couldn't take over the guild while I was here, so he tried to use you against me. He kidnapped you, crudely placed the lacrima into you, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of you surviving. His goal was to turn you into a weapon that could destroy me, because even if you weren't strong enough, he knew I could never bring myself to hurt you. He wanted me to kill you? Makarov nods. Luckily, Gildarts, Bob, and Goldmine found out about this, and we interrupted, but the lacrima was already implanted. Removing poses the same risk that implanting it did, and after I banished him for these acts, that's what he swore to do. He still intends to use it to create a weapon against Fairy Tale. Laxus places a hand over his chest, feeling the magic energy flowing through him even as tears flowed down his face. He wants to destroy Fairy Tale. He wants power, and he believes Fairy Tale is in his way of achieving it. Makarov reaches out to hold the boy's shoulder, but stops himself, unsure how to comfort his crying grandson. He was in Fiore days ago. He approached Oberon, trying to turn him against us before the raid. I fear he may come after you, and what he'll do to get that lacrima back. Would he really? But we're family. Ivan only sees people as either tools or obstacles to make himself stronger. That is why I, years ago, banished him. Banished? Laxus's messy, teary expression changes to one of horror. But he's my dad. Yes, and he is my son. But I also have to protect the guild. I am the guild master of Fairy Tale. I can't allow someone who endangers our members to remain among them. And I certainly won't tolerate anyone who seeks to harm my grandson. I'm not sorry I did it, only that he forced me to, and that I've lied to you for so long about why he's not around. Why did you lie? You could have told me. Makarov looks away from his grandson's angry face. Ivan was always someone you looked up to. I couldn't bring myself to tell you how far he'd fallen, that the person you look up to the most is such a vile being. Makarov goes silent, looking away and expecting an outburst, expecting and hoping for anything to stop the sound of Laxus's crying, his heart breaking more with each passing second. But the boy lunges forward and hugs his grandfather. You were right. Endangering the guild means you get expelled. But you were wrong about one thing, because the person I look up to the most has always been you, Grandpa. X773, February, Bosco, Ishgar Archive Monastery. Walking through the stone hallways of his headquarters, Wizard Saint Avon Edis unconsciously plays with the wooden prayer beads around his wrists, following his nose to the kitchens. The delectable scent grows as he rounds the corner to see an open dooryard, the sound of pots and pans moving about only becoming apparent when closer to the door. He carefully steps into the doorway and immediately moves aside, allowing a woman carrying a large tray of fresh bread to leave. The massive monastery kitchen is filled with men and women, all busy at work. They wear simple robes and head wraps with their aprons on, all working in organized chaos to feed the residents of his monastery and prepare the usual food for people in need. Most of the people are similar in complexion to Jura, but even here in his home, the young man towers over them, now standing at 6 feet 3-190 cm. However, Wizard Saint Avon Edis dwarfs him, standing at 7 feet 210 cm. He wears his usual black and white robes, boasting a short white beard with matching eyebrows and a head of long white hair, tied neatly in a ponytail. Stepping deeper into the kitchen, he avoids interrupting anyone, moving to an empty sink and grabbing a wooden cup along the way. He reaches into his robes and takes out a small bottle of pills, dropping 2 into the cup before placing it back into his robes. He takes his medicine with a cup of water, and while doing so, notices a tray being organized a few tables away. "I'll handle that one," he says, his tired but confident voice earning a gently smile from the woman preparing it. "Would you like me to bring your dinner down there as well?" she asks while placing a second muffin alongside the plate of meat and rice. "We got fresh bananas, and I made bread with it. I know you two love it when I make that." "We love everything you make, but no, tonight will be a clear night, so I'll eat with Jura." "I'll bring the bread there then," she says, placing a slice of banana bread and a cup of tea on the tray. "All set. Thank you," he says before she moves to another station. He takes the tray and quickly leaves the room, moving deeper into the monastery and descending a few flights of stairs. After nearly a minute of walking, he finds himself within the mountain, the path well lit by lights on the walls. "I don't remember it being this far," he mutters, feeling his frail body becoming more exhausted with each step. Eventually, he arrives at a massive chamber, leading to 2 thick doors, each the size of a barn door and made of high magic-resistant and durable maginium, boasting the symbol for the Ishgar archives on the front. Walking to the door, he places a hand on it, and it immediately opens for him. He steps into an underground library, the main base of the Ishgar archives, the Mountain of Knowledge. A massive section of the mountain itself is hollow, allowing them to place a library that's capable of preserving the knowledge of the ages in the case of disaster or attacks. This leads to the site in front of him, bookshelves reaching higher and descending lower than he could see, touching every wall of this cavern. He looks above and below, seeing the autonomous archive lacrimas floating about, collecting books and taking them to one of the research halls to the right, all while constantly restocking the shelves. Wizard Saint Avon Edis walks to the wooden railing and looks over the side, seeing the steep drop-off into the abyss of knowledge is littered with glowing lights moving about. He's already pulling from the lowest floors. The entire archive is structured like a pit within the mountain. Instead of walking among the shelves to find books, there is a railing around the pit where people shall not pass. To retrieve any book, just as in the Annex Archive at the Saber-Tooth Guild, you go to the research area and use the archive lacrimas to request books. This allows continuous vertical expansion without needing to worry about people fitting between shelves. This is also why, when the books descend beyond sight, the structure tunnels horizontally through the earth, expanding for many more miles of shelves. History, languages, art, science, magic. Anything deemed important enough to be preserved if a continental war were to erupt exists within these walls. Sabertooth and other annex archives feed this main archive and hold less essential material. Even a magic council cannot withhold essential information from this archive, leading the both organizations to have nearly identical copies of their restricted sections. And during the most recent era of this organization, which predates the Magic Council, they've even collected dangerous artifacts which can be weaponized by the Magic Council itself. For this reason, entry into this chamber is highly restricted. Even sitting members of the Magic Council and other wizard saints must gain permission before stepping into these halls. Yet when the man rounds the corner to the only occupied research chamber, the 12-year-old Oberon Alquan is there, hovering in the air while working on a floor-to-ceiling blackboard. Oberon is slightly taller, but still a child, dressed casually and oblivious to the world. But Avon takes note of the many tables around stacked with books, constantly being returned and replaced by the archive lacrimas. Oberon has been here since his 12th birthday, nearly 6 weeks ago, and in that time he's rarely left this room. Avon clears some space at one of the tables and places the tray before sitting opposite it. "Your dinner will get cold," he says, noticing Oberon freeze for a moment, before going back to work on a series of runes. "I'm almost done with this, but..." His voice is drenched in frustration. I just can't seem to solve it. Good food and tea should help. Oberon sighs, turning around and descending to the table, taking the seat by the tray. Ooh, she made more. He watches the boy eat the banana bread first. How is the research going? Pretty good. This is the last thing I want to solve. Then I just have to go practice somewhere with a lot of space and no people. And about your reading, how is that? Oh, I got done with all the books this morning, Oberon says, and the man suppressed the urge to glare at him. All the books. Not the restricted ones. The archive lacrima got real mean about it. Good. And can your super archive magic store all of that information? Yeah, it's fine. Oberon shrugs. Super archive magic converts data into magic energy and sets it aside in your magic container, but all this stuff doesn't take enough magic energy to bother me. Storing most of the main archive in your magic container. That's unbelievable. Oberon swallows a mouthful of rice and meat before looking up at the man. I assumed everything here was in your super archive. Because I'm a head archivist? Or because I'm a wizard saint? Yes. The man sighs as Oberon drinks some tea. If you have the archive, then you've read about me. Well, what do you know of my incredible power? You have barrier magic, and you're really smart. But there wasn't anything about you fighting. Because I'm not very good at it, he admits. Wizard saints are powerful. That is simply a rule. The power of a wizard saint must dwarf that of anyone else. However, to every rule, there is an exception. I am that exception. At best, I was as powerful as your ace, Gildarts Clive, is now. But that young man still has room to grow. Even at my best, I'd barely qualify for the title. And now that I'm sick and dying, even less so. Oberon frowns. But you still have it. Because these archives predate the Council. It may be called the Ishgar Archives, but we receive information from all over the world. We are a neutral factor, and my position on the Magic Council, among the Wizard Saints, reflect that. Really, I should be a council member, but I can't very well be fully aligned with any government. So Wizard Saint was the middle ground. That's why in a few years, when I'm gone, Jura will take my role and place as Wizard Saint. Yeah, he mentioned that. He always wanted to be a Wizard Saint, but now, I guess you being sick really ruined it. He didn't want to inherit it like this. He will face many challenges when that time comes. I hope you can be there for him as a friend, as much as a political ally. After all, I suspect in a decade, or so Makarov will hand his title over to you. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Jura and Ichia are fairy tale. Good. Now, I may not be your fairy tactician Mavis Vermilion, but I know a thing or two about this. Avon says as he grabs the chalk and walks over to the board, quickly drawing out a sequence of runes. Politics alone isn't enough to be a wizard saint. I'm also a scholar. He steps aside, a confident smile on his withered face while taking in Oberon's expression. The boy floats out of his seat and eagerly studies the runes. Wow, how did you? I helped the Magic Council stabilize Aetherion after your Master Prect laid the foundation for that weapon. Compared to that, this was child's play. Oberon traces the drawing with his fingers, muttering under his breath about it before turning to the man. This sequence should stabilize the containment field while letting me slowly reinforce it with the energy of the Ether Nano. You really did solve it. Yes, but I have to ask. Aside from the obvious favor of you never using this near any of my archives, what kind of spell requires such a high density of individual ether nanoparticles? On the rooftop deck of one of the many monastery buildings, Jura and Wizard St. Avon are sitting at a wooden picnic table, enjoying their dinner and tea. The stars' lights are dim all around the compound, allowing the clear night sky to be seen from anywhere within the walls. A tapestry of stories and myths litters across the night sky that they've always appreciated. The cold mountaintop air is kept at bay by the wind barrier enchantment made by Makarov Dreyer, allowing the men to enjoy their dinner without freezing in the cold. And as always, there's a mahjong board in front of them, continuing their constant pastime of playing against each other. Enka, Avon says, that's supposedly where it is, more than half a continent away. We could take the cross-continental sleeper train through Stella, Joya, and Desirdo. Then we just take a ship to Enka. Jura glances up at the man before taking his turn. You don't want me with you? I'd never refuse your company on a task such as this. But you're a guild wizard now. You can't just abandon Lamia Scale at the drop of a hat. They continue playing. I thought you sent me there because Master Uba would be understanding of my responsibilities. And if I needed you here, but she refused? What then? I'm a monk of this archive, first and foremost, always. No need to be dramatic. I already contacted her. You've been hired out for the job, and any future task the archive will need. You have me worried for nothing. When do we leave? Those tablets are dangerous. We should get it immediately. In a few days, but first we'll be making a small detour. Can we afford to delay? I can for friend. Wizard St. King Ashen needs something. I can't ignore him. Besides, our people in Anka have it secured. We're merely going to assist in transporting it. So, we're going to Fex Kingdom. That's quite the detour. But I suppose it can't be helped. Ashen has always been too kind-hearted. I fear that may have gotten him into trouble yet again. But depending on that he needs, I may not be of any use. And I'm hesitant to send you into a situation his sword and flames can't resolve. His son is also quite powerful. Rick Cian is just like his father. If only he'd inherited that pure-hearted magic of his. They sit in silence for a few minutes as Jura contemplates his next move, making a simple mistake which Avon capitalizes on. You're distracted, he says to Jura. Wizard Saints, Jura mutters. I feel as though those words have been around me now more than ever. And now I'm close to inheriting that title from you. This is nothing new to you. But now that it's so close, I'm unsure. Good. If you were sure, I wouldn't have picked you. Jura sighs. I'm no longer living in these stone walls. I've seen so many people in battle, much of them stronger than I, stronger than you, stronger than I thought any wizard saint could be. Makarov certainly is that kind of monster, yes. And I hear that Guildarts is on a similar path, as is Oberon. You've been working closely with Fairy Tail for some time now. I figured you would be past this already. Then I hit another wall in my training. And I feel as though everyone just keeps growing and the distance between us widens. That's only natural. Every mage has their own path. Besides, it's no use comparing yourself to the boy beloved by magic. Just be you, that's enough. Avon says, I suppose that's true. Jura smiles and looks up at the stars. I have missed this. I assumed, or hoped, you have gotten a girlfriend and been hesitant to come back here. The women in Fiore are certainly eye-catching. They are, but soon I'll have the impossible task of filling your shoes, so I can't afford to slow down. Avon frowns as Jura finishes his tea. That may be my one real regret. I couldn't put up enough of a fight against this damn sickness to see you married and become a father. I know you'll do well at it, but I would have loved to see it. After a few more games of mahjong, Oberon walks through the doorway to the rooftop and joins them. Wearing his S-Class coat along with a pair of black pants and boots, and a white long-sleeve t-shirt, he floats over to watch the game. He's almost here, Oberon says, and neither man looks away from the game while responding. Change of plans, Jura says. I'll be returning to Fiore in a few months. A new job came up. All right, I'll tell him when he gets here. Do you need any backup? We'll be fine, Avon says. But do give Makarov my regards. I will. As they're chatting, a shadow blocks a portion of the sky, and they look up to see the magic bomber Christina, modified and fully decked out, boasting a new coat of white and blue paint with a blue Pegasus emblem on the side. They've modified it since dropping you two off, Avon says. Well, you should be going. They're in a rush after all. Right. I'll see you back in Fiore, Jura. And Wizard St. Edis, thank you for letting me stay here and study in the archive. It was my pleasure, the man says before Oberon flies into the sky, leaving the barrier protecting the monastery and reaching up to the Christina. He lands on the deck to see a few people still poking and prodding the person-sized lacrima crystals littered across the deck. However, unlike when they first left Fiore, the drained lacrima crystals were now brimming with magic energy. Ichiya steps away from his guildmates and walks over to Oberon. Well, how was your stay? Pretty good. How was your ether nano sample collecting? Boring as always. But we did find a strange same toward the north, near 7. Look, Ichiya leads him to one of the many lacrima crystals, tapping it to show off the strange black and green magic energy among the sea of different colors within. None of the others have this. Well, I can't learn much from it in this state. Just tell the Magic Council, and hopefully they'll handle it. Already did that. Now, where's Jura? Bosco de Fiore will still take us a few days. He's not coming. A job came up. Ah, I see. Ichiya sends the mental command to the control crew, and the airship immediately begins moving. So any big plans when you're back in Fiore? Ichiya walks over to the side of the ship, watching the monastery fade into the distance as they soar among the absurdly high mountaintops. Oberon is one step behind him, hopping up to sit on the railing. Nope, my new house should be done. I hired Mikao in Wakaba to oversee the construction while I was out. It's actually the first time I've posted a job in any guild. That's nice. You really should take a break. We've all been fighting nonstop since the laws were changed. You more than most since the Magic Council made you an important figure in that whole even. But now things are finally settled. Rest is needed for growth. Yeah, I don't plan to take any jobs for a week or two at least. I have a new spell to try out, plus a few things I need to work on with my magics. Oberon reaches out past the railing as they soar through the cloud. The comfort enchantment on the airship prevents colds or hot natural hazards, such as winds, from affecting the passengers, allowing them to work on nights such as these. But Oberon extends his hand into and touches the wet cloud beyond the barrier, stopping it. Ichiya shivers at the sight while the boy brings his hand back, using purple flare to evaporate the water on his hand. Only you would leave the enchanted dex barrier and drop your personal barriers to touch a cloud. Oberon shrugs. You'd be surprised how little stuff I actually feel since my cosmic barrier is always on. That's why sometimes I have to take moments like these and let the uncomfortable things in. Yes, well, I need to get back to the control room since we're about to navigate the more crowded part of the range. Will you be staying up here or heading below deck? I'm going to stay here and meditate for a while. In that case, I'll give you this. Ichiya reaches into his jacket pocket and withdraws a silver celestial spirit gate key. Oberon's eyes widen, instantly recognizing it from his book by the two wings on the head. Pegasus! He reaches for it, but Ichiya pulls it away. On second thought, I'll hand this over when we land. What? Why not now? Because I just realized handing this to you now guarantees you summon it instantly. And we're on the ship. So what? It's just Pegasus. Yes, and Dorado is just a swordfish. You'll get this when we drop you off in Magnolia. High in the sky, Virgo looks around in amazement as the setting sun illuminates the clouds below in a faint orange hue. All around, she sees only clouds and empty sky, protected from the raging winds by a layer of Delta Stream magic. Ares' arms tighten around her midsection, her friend holding on to her for dear life as they soar through the heavens. Ares rests her head on Virgo's back, eyes tightly shut as she tries to ignore the situation they're in. You should look around. This is amazing, Virgo says. Ares shakes her head, not daring to open her eyes. You must get used to this. Sir Oberon is always flying. Will be expected to assist wherever he is. Ares grumbles, then slowly opens her eyes to see the vast sky around them. Her stomach drops with each jerky motion of Pegasus beneath them, with Virgo in front of her holding onto the mane of white fur. All right. Ares shuts her eyes and holds Virgo even tighter. I've seen enough. Both celestial spirits are on the back of Pegasus, the winged horse. Oberon's newest celestial spirit, which manifests itself as a black and white horse. Powerful and large. Its shoulders standing at 12 feet 4 tall, the full-size dwarfs a carriage, complete with 6 legs and 4 wings, covered with black and white feathers. Pegasus excitedly soars, free to roam the sky without the saddle it usually forms with, now reflecting its new master as a liberated spirit of exploration. Virgo enjoys a few more moments getting used to her friend carrying them, before Pegasus climbs even higher, entering a new layer of clouds where the air is even thinner. But his Delta Stream magic protects them from such things while flying, removing pesky things such as air resistance, creating a slipstream to increase speed, protecting from heat, cold, and small collisions. And Pegaz enjoys the magic energy of Oberon, fueling him beyond what he thought was possible. But even with this intimate connection between spirit and master, Pegasus is surprised to see Oberon float in front of them. He hovers just ahead, casually keeping pace while looking back at his friends. "Looks like you're used to that new form," Oberon says. "How is it?" Pegasus neighs, and Virgo translates for Oberon. He loves it and can't wait to see his new limits. "Well then, let's test that. Magnolia is only about 1,000 miles that way." He points directly ahead of them. "Virgo can keep you in the right direction. Now the only question is, can you keep up?" Pegasus bucks excitedly in the air, startling both spirits on his back before giving Oberon a challenging nod. That's the spirit. Oberon slows to keep pace alongside Pegasus. "Aries, whenever you're ready." They continue to cruise through the sky for a moment before Aries works up the nerve to raise one hand, then sharply brings it down. "Go!" Oberon instantly accelerates, surprising Pegasus, who still isn't used to seeing a human move like that. But the spirit redoubles his effort, no longer hesitant to draw on Oberon's magic energy, and is pleasantly surprised to see the boy isn't withholding anything from him. The wind around Pegasus stirs and forms beneath the wings and in front of him. The magic energy within them becomes so dense it releases a green hue as they fly into a gentle orange cloud. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, Pegasus erupts from the cloud, sending a blast of wind in every direction, shattering the cloud as he causes a sonic boom outside the barrier of his magic. Virgo and Aries hold on even tighter as they close the distance to Oberon, seeing a boy as a dot in the distance that's ever growing. Ahead of them, Oberon smiles as Pegasus excitedly arrives beside him before accelerating even more, taking the lead. "Wow, your magic is really insane at boosting flight speed," Oberon says as he easily catches up to them and constantly matches Pegasus's speed. "In most situations, you're definitely faster than me." "Well, maybe not, but around people you definitely are. I can't use my full speed close to where people or things live." While Oberon is idly chatting, Pegasus is constantly accelerating, moving faster than he's ever done before, drawing more magic energy in one day than all of his existence combined. And yet the boy keeps chatting, all while keeping pace. Pegasus glances over at Oberon, slightly annoyed, but pleasantly surprised. Not by Oberon's power. No, all the celestial spirits know of that, even if they're forbidden from speaking of other contract holders to whomever they are currently contracted with. But now Pegasus is experiencing firsthand what Virgo has been speaking of in the celestial spirit world, and he couldn't be happier that this was his master. Luckily, there isn't anyone up here, so we don't have to hold back. Pegasus snaps out of his daze. Having been so amazed by Oberon, he completely missed what the boy said. Before he could express any confusion, Oberon rockets off into the distance, instantly becoming a dot on the horizon while shattering the air with a few sonic booms ahead of them. Virgo and Aries sense how amazed Pegasus is, and Virgo leans giggles. "See, I told you Sir Oberon was amazing. Even beyond Lady Layla, but only in output. He still can't match the affinity of a heart philia." Pegasus excitedly neighs, agreeing, then draws on more of Oberon's magic energy to give chase. 40 minutes later, "Guess I win," Oberon says while descending to Magnolia. He's already slowed to quietly land in front of the guild hall, looking out at the town to see people going about their evening. Withdrawing the Aries, Virgo, and Pegasus keys from his pocket dimension, he holds the keys and connects telepathically to them, sensing that they're still 20 minutes away. "You two can head back. Pegasus wants to play a bit more." He closes Aries and Virgo's gates before landing in front of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. After placing the keys back into his pocket dimension, Oberon turns and pushes open the large wooden doors to greet his guildmates, and immediately ducks as Wakaba is sent flying over his head. He turns and catches the man with gravity magic, and Wakaba pats out the purple flames on his shoulder as Oberon sets him down. He then walks back toward the entrance while forming a smoke-construct baseball bat in his hand. Thanks, Oberon. Now I'm going to teach those guys He stops just before rejoining the massive brawl in the middle of the hall. Oberon is busy observing the fight, noticing a few new magics being thrown about, soaking in every detail. But before he could enjoy the show, arcs of yellow lightning bounce around the hall, shocking everyone involved in the fight, leaving them twitching on the floor. No fighting with magic inside. You'll damage the guild hall. Laxus yells after appearing above everyone. Before everyone could voice their annoyance at Laxus, Wakaba raises his voice to pull their attention to the entrance. Oberon is back. All heads turn to see Oberon, happy to see that he's returned home safe and glad for any excuse to party. Let's celebrate. Someone yells, igniting the ever-partying powder keg that is Fairy Tale. Oberon rolls his eyes before floating over to the bar, with Wakaba walking beside him. Glad to see some things don't change. Master Makarov and Laxus are sitting at the bar, with the shorter man on the counter enjoying his beer. We're all happy to see you've returned in one piece. Any lasting damage? Nah, they were weak. I just took a bit longer because I extended my time at the archives. They had a lot more than I thought. Good. Now you should focus on getting some rest, perhaps in your new place. Ugh, I was actually kind of hoping it wasn't done yet. Getting used to sleeping in a new place isn't what I want to do tonight. At least this one can fit all your books for now. Yeah, sure it can. Oberon looks around the guild hall for a moment before turning to Makarov. Is Gildart a Magnolia? Yeah, he's in town. Just got in this morning. Need something? I just wanted to ask him about the job he took when I was leaving, but I can just ask whenever I see him. That guy had some pretty interesting maker magic. Almost wish I took the job to hunt him down instead. He'll be here in the morning. For now, you should focus on getting acquainted with your new house and resting. Also, how is that other thing? Oberon pulls up his right sleeve, showing that only the Fairy Tale Guild mark, Fairy Glitter, and Fairy Sphere marks are on his arm. It's still too complex. Cosmic might be getting in the way of the life force connection part, but I'll figure it out. I see. All in due time, I suppose. Yeah, Oberon and Makarov heart the noise in the guild hall grow, and Oberon decides to make his way home to study. Before I leave, some gifts. Makarov enlarges his free arm, stretching behind the bar to grab a glass without even looking. This is why you're my favorite guild member. Oberon takes out a storage card and withdraws a large bottle of green and red rum. Ugh, Laxus pinches his own nose. I can smell that though the seal bottle. What the hell is that? Apparently the strongest rum in Bosco. Oberon shrugs. Too much for one person is what it is. Makarov grabs a few more glasses, and the trio make their way to one of the tables in the middle of the hall. There they join Mikau, Ritas, and Wakaba, along with a little girl who's playing cards with them. New member? Oberon asks as they all get seated, but he remains floating. The girl looks up at him, nervously, then buries her face in the cards. That's Kana, Mikau says. She's not a member, but she hangs around here. Got it. Hi, Kana. I'm Oberon. She looks up at him and nods. Hi, nice to meet you. Do you have any magic? Kana shakes her head, and everyone frowns as Oberon's disappointment is obvious, saddening the girl. Kana can likely learn magic, Makarov says, trying to cheer her up. Really? She asks. Of course. I can sense that you have the potential for it. Now it's just a matter of finding what magic you're suited to, or what you enjoy. Makarov says while pouring everyone but the children some of the run. Kana, Oberon, and Laxus cover their noses, and even Ritas leans away from the fumes. Good gods, what is that? He asks. I didn't have time to ask what was in it, but look, Oberon retrieves a second bottle from the storage card. Amazing, Kana. I have a third one if you guys like it, but it could come in handy in the future, so I'd rather hang on to it. Handy is what? Paint remover. Laxus asks. Should have kept all those in the damn magic cards. Magic cards, Kana says, and they all realize she's been staring at Oberon's cards. I didn't know you did magic with cards. Yeah, it's mostly just to make my life easier. Gravity and light are what everyone knows me for. Those aren't card magic, Makarov says. Those are simply storage cards. Think of each of them like a backpack that fits in your pocket. But card magic does exist and can be quite versatile. There are even a few versions. We could try teaching you that, or if it's something you have a high affinity for. That would be easier. How do I know that? She asks. I can check, Oberon says. It'll just feel like someone pinched you. I got really good at this. Kana looks slightly confused, then nods and squeezes her eyes shut, expecting horrible pain. But instead, he gently taps her forehead with his finger, and she feels like a mosquito bit her on that spot. She winces and massages the spot as Oberon stares down at her with wide eyes. He freezes for a moment, and Ritas shakes him out of the stupor. Sorry, was just processing the information. And Makarov asks, and what? Her magic affinity? Oh yeah, right. Card magic is good, and a few others. She's got the potential to learn lots of magics. But that did just remind me of something. Hey, Master, can I ask you about something that happened on my last S-Class job? Makarov raises a brow at this. Here. Good point. Oberon doesn't wait for an answer, merely lifting the man and his drink from the table and taking them to the second floor, within the privacy runes. What's going on? So, you know how my super archive skin works? With, reading a person's true age, magic affinities, and genetics. Is something wrong with Kana? Well, she has an affinity for crash magic, and shares a lot of genetic similarities with Gildarts, so Makarov facepalms. I knew this would happen sooner or later. The consequences of his adventures have come to Fairy Tale. I'll go talk to him. The last thing I want is for him to start freaking out in the guild hall. Wow, they really got it done quickly, Oberon says as he flies to the side of Magnolia, following the shore of the massive lake behind the city until he arrives at a small hill with a wide set of cobblestone steps newly built into it. At the top of the hill is a two-story mansion, befitting a noble, overlooking both the city and the lake from the southeast of the guild hall. Flying above, Oberon smiles, seeing the in-ground pool in his backyard, larger than it looked in the initial designs. I guess leaving Master Makarov in charge of overseeing this was the right choice. He thinks while descending to the front door and requiping the key the man just gave him into his hand. As he places the key into the lock, the entire house shimmers as the security runes on the structure and property deactivate. He excitedly enters and then locks the door behind him, reactivating the runes. In the main entryway are two staircases on either side of the room, along with a hallway between them and walkways to his left and right. Oberon doesn't bother looking around, already having the plans he agreed to memorized. He walks between the staircases and down a hallway. Turning sharply before the kitchen, he opens a door with a second key, deactivating more runes before entering the stone staircase leading below his house. He descends 2 flights of stairs before entering on the 4th floor of his 5-story underground library. The structure is similar to Sabretooth's, as that was his inspiration, complete with the study area and archive lacrima to act as librarian. Walking to the railing, he looks at the ground floor where the study area is. There, he sees many large wooden boxes waiting for him. He leaps over the railing and slowly descends toward them, admiring the floors of empty shelves, happy with how tiny his collection of books appears on the shelves. The books he had in both apartments barely filled 1/5 of a floor, much less all 5 floors. Oberon opens one of the crates, leaning the cover against it to look at the countless storage cards neatly preserved within. Archive Lacrima, he commands, and the floating Archive Lacrima librarian moves over to him. Designate security boxes for storage card collections. Each of these cards are filled with the most important books. They're labeled. Sort, file, and store them. He raises his hand, causing all the storage cards to float into the air for the Archive Lacrima to get to work. It immediately begins moving these super high priority items to the reinforced vault boxes at the back of his library, keeping them safe from anything that can break the many layers of security for the entire library. 2 days later, floating in his library, with the shelves and cards organized, still boasting mostly empty space, Oberon has his legs crossed while working on a large super archive screen projected in front of him. With a thought, he adjusts and sorts the information on the screen, everything from his journal entries to magics and spells he's studied over the years. Minutes later, after he's satisfied with the information, he clasps his hands together and focuses his magic energy. Using his very first originally created magic. Not to be confused by innate magic such as cosmic, but a magic he specifically created through meticulous study. Upon its reveal months ago, the Magic Council and Sorcerer Weekly had a host of questions, most of which were left unresolved. But much to his annoyance, Sorcerer Weekly once more seized the opportunity to plaster his face on the cover of that week's issue. Book Make Magic, Oberon Alquan's Beginner Gravity Magic Grimoire. He opens his hands, and the magic energy condenses between them, forming a thick book before materializing into a real and permanent object. It hovers in place when the spell is complete, allowing him to inspect it and the contents. The black and white thick cover boasting the title and fairy tale emblem put a smile on his face. Book Make Magic is deceptively complicated, much to the annoyance of the Magic Council, who hope to use it for making documentation easier. As Oberon flips through the grimoire, he double-checks every word, picture, and diagram. Everything within is pulled directly from his mind, from his super archive magic. And there lies the first hurdle to perform this magic. The user must master super archive magic, a branch of magic that most cannot even begin to learn. Secondly, you must have a sufficient mastery of Would Make Magic to form real paper, along with any other component the book requires. This grimoire also required a few more magics, as it boasts an iron lock on the side along with metal engravings, showing off Oberon's Iron Make Magic. After completing the inspection, he floats the book to the archive Lacrima, which places it into one of the more secure vaults within his library. They're ready. He turns to see Alana walking out of the stairwell with a large plate piled high with cookies. You're out of chocolate chips. You should tell Virgo to grab some on her way back. Oberon pauses for a moment as she walks over, takes a seat in the research area, then floats down to her. Done. I told her telepathically. That's still a little creepy. Can you see through her eyes and stuff? I can only do that if she allows it. But yeah, I can. He floats a few cookies toward his face, taking a bite of one. Wow, these are good. Of course they're good. I made him. So, can you see into the celestial spirit world? Nope. When they're over there, that means the gate is closed, so the connection can't open. But they did mention that if my affinity was higher, we'd be able to connect without the gate being open, but I still don't think it could do that. Oh, I'm really curious about what it's like in there. Me too, but humans are forbidden, Oberon shrugs. But I don't think they have oceans there. Dorado prefers this world for sure. Oh yeah, I hope he's behaving himself right now. Oberon closes his eyes, sharing vision with Dorado to get an update. Looks like he's in the ocean somewhere. I think he's near the Southern Isles. He's already down there. He's been out for a few days. But don't worry. If I need him, I could just summon him here. Silver keys are pretty easy to use. Alana and Oberon chat idly for a few more minutes before a bolt of golden lightning appears beside them, and Laxus materializes in the seat opposite her. The girl is startled, still catching her breath as Laxus is laughing, and Oberon merely rolls his eyes. Shouldn't you be at the guild? Alana asks, narrowing her eyes at Laxus. I was but go too damn loud. Kana officially got her guild mark, so everyone is having a party. He looks over to Oberon. Just a heads up, Guildarts is a bit annoyed with you. Me? Yeah, well, his daughter is more interested in car magic than crash magic. He's taking it personally, and it is kind of your fault. You're welcome. For what? Laxus asks. When you're guild master, you'll only have to deal with one clumsy crash magic user, not two. Oh yeah, thanks. Laxus reaches into his jacket and pulls out an open envelope, handing it to Oberon. The boy takes it and reads the front. This is addressed to Master Makarov from the Magic Council. Laxus shrugs. He said he couldn't make sense of it, so sent me to give that to you. Won't you get in trouble for reading that? Alana asks. It'll be fine. Oberon takes out the page, which has a sketch of incomplete runes on it. This is old. Old, 5, maybe 600 years old. No wonder he didn't recognize it. These runes became 2 inefficient centuries ago. We've long since abandoned them. Then why do you know them? Alana asks. I've been studying some of it for Cosmic, but these are different. Did the person who delivered this say anything else? Laxus grabs one of the cookies before responding. Yeah, it was part of like an altar or floor or something. Said there was a big room with that carved into the floor. Oberon rubs the back of his head, trying to make sense of this. No, that can't be right. It's what he said. I was there. But that would make the entire array the size of. Oberon turns to Laxus. We need to go see this in person now. Laxus nods and transforms into a bolt of lightning, leaving the library. Is it that bad? Alana asks, seeing Oberon already sketching his hypothesis with Super Archive. I was hoping to spend more time here before leaving, but if it's what I think, we really don't have time to waste. Hopefully I'm wrong. Alana feels her stomach sink. You're never wrong about magic. Days after Laxus and Oberon left Magnolia, the Fairy Tale Guildhall is quiet on a regular early morning. And standing in front of the S-Class job board on the second floor, Gildart stares at the few listen jobs with disdain and annoyance. Travel bag on his back and well-rested after the recent parties and celebrations, he's ready to go on his next adventure. But for some reason, his legs wouldn't move. Trouble choosing? Master Makarov asks while walking over to the man. He hops onto a nearby table and takes a seat. Something like that. It's just these jobs should be easy. But they're a bit far away. Gildarts turns to the man. Yeah, how'd you know? I had the same problem when Ivan was born. You go for being free to adventure as far and long as you want. And then you suddenly have something that keeps pulling you back here to home. Gildarts walks over to the railing and leans on it, back facing the mostly empty guild hall. I've been asking myself why ever since I found out about Kana. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand it, until maybe now. She didn't want you choosing between your job and your family. After all, the work you do saves lives, Makarov says. If you chose your family, people may die because of it, and there's a chance that could lead to your relationship with her and Kana becoming sour. And if I chose my job, Kana would know she wasn't the most important thing to me. Well, now I suppose there isn't much of a choice, is there? Since you're going to be hanging around for a while, why not becoming guildmaster? Huh, not a chance. I'll only take smaller jobs and do emergency requests until she's older, but after that I want to continue exploring this world. It sucks that this happens just as the heat from the legal changes subsides and we're cleared for jobs far from Fiore again, but I'm not missing any more time with her. A wise choice and not the one I made, so it's definitely the correct route. Gildarts frowns and walks over to the man, dropping his travel bag onto the table. You know, Ivan may be a piece of work, but Laxus is a great kid, and that one is on you too. You're a really great grandfather. Thank you. I certainly try my best with him. The results show every day. He'll be a great guild master one day. And I know I'll be a lot more relaxed knowing Kana will have him and Oberon looking out for her. Speaking of Kana, has she shown any interest in crash magic yet? Gildarts feels like someone poured cold water down his back. Ugh, she still just wants the card magic stuff. I don't get how my kid doesn't think breaking stuff is cool. She got her mother's smarts, that's all. He glares at the older man, and Makarov laughs. Whatever. I wouldn't know how to teach it anyway. Think Oberon can make me a grimoire with it. You'd have to use it within the boundless cosmos for him to more easily understand it first, but probably. They should be back in a few weeks. Where did they go anyway? Iceberg. The Magic Council broke up some cult that had a large underground lair. Oberon recognized part of a ritual they were doing, so they invited him to investigate. Iceberg, huh? Northern coast. At the peninsula cities. Ugh. That's like, what, 25 days by sleeper train? Each way. Can't believe Laxus volunteered for that. I think Oberon has some way to help him with motion sickness, or he'll just knock him out a lot. Makarov shrugs. But I figured this would be a good enough time for Laxus to finally get to leave Fiore. Ivan isn't dumb enough to approach him while Oberon is there, assuming he is on Ishgar. Good call. Well, since I'm not going on any big jobs, I should go talk to Kana's aunt while she's in school. I'll go tell her I don't plan to leave Magnolia for more than a few days at a time aside from emergency requests. She's still living with a woman, and I'm hoping it stays that way for a while. So your company can keep visiting, and so I can get rid of all the alcohol I have everywhere in my house before Kana visits. Cutting back on the drinking is the hardest part of being a dad. Undisclosed location. Sitting at a desk within his private laboratory, a tall, well-built man with a long white beard and matching hair on his head with an eye patch over his right eye, carefully plots runic sequences in his grimoire. Beside it is a copy of a grimoire he's borrowing knowledge from. Beside him at the far end of the room is a large tube, filled with green liquid, containing the still-beating heart of a demon, connected to various tubes and instruments. He continues working on his grimoire with only the steady beat of the demon heart echoing through the room. Until minutes later, a cloaked figure hastily enters. "Master Hades, we have a problem." Hades stops his work and turns to face the figure. "What is it now?" "We've just gotten word from one of our people in the Magic Council. They discovered a resurrection tower in Iceberg." Hades frowns. A tower can easily be rebuilt, a minor setback at worst. But they weren't able to destroy the rune chamber before the light wizards took over, and now they're expecting Oberon to arrive and study it. Hades sighs. "This does complicate things. Do we have anyone nearby?" "Not close enough to arrive before him. And the only person that could fight him is me, which isn't an option. I need Makarov to think I'm dead. Otherwise, I'll have my old student hunting me down. Could we not take this chance to ambush him on the way back to Fiore?" Hades reaches for the grimoire he was copying notes from, waving it for the man to see. This grimoire contains fairy law, the most powerful magic, and that boy likely has it. And even if he doesn't, Makarov does. Not to mention Makarov already gave him the other two fairy magics. What a mess. Back when I was master of fairy tale, I at least waited until Makarov was an adult before handing him fairy law. The man sees Hades reminiscing and decides to snap him out of it. "About the towers, what should we do?" That. It doesn't matter. Oberon will likely solve what their true purpose is. We can continue that operation with the secret 8th tower hidden off the coast of Fiore. For now, cut all ties and resources from the 7 on the continent. Consider them a lost cause and treat them as such. But we invested so much into those. And now they're forsaken, Hades says. Unless you think you're capable of stopping Oberon. No, Master Hades. As I thought, send observers to each location. Let's use this opportunity to collect all the information we have, to see if the Magic Council is exaggerating their tales of this prodigy of the age. As you wish, Master Hades. Is there anything else you desire? Contact Ivan. Tell him I need him to take a message to my contact in Alvarez. Contact him as Hades, not Master Precht of Fairy Tale. I still can't trust that boy, but he is a good courier to August. Speaking of our affairs on other continents, there is movement on Giltina. We can't do much on the northern continent while the Dragon Kings persist. If I begin to grow as powerful as intended, they would try to stop me. That I am aware of. But the demon, Deliora, has emerged. We could capture it. Hades scoffs. I'm not making such a journey for that feeble little thing. Not to mention the risk of my cover being blown. The current demon heart is far stronger than Deliora. Extracting more power from it is a better use of my time. I see. And is there anything more you require, Master Hades? No. And if that's all you have to say, leave me to my work. If any of the powerful demons of Zerif arise, then you may interrupt. But I will not halt my work and reach into the mud for the likes of Deliora. As you wish, Master Hades. The man quietly excuses himself, eagerly moving to follow his master's orders. And Hades gets back to work, but he can't regain his focus, mind clouded by a singular thought. Oberon, that boy. Makarov isn't the type to prop up anyone who doesn't deserve it, especially not to the extent of the Magic Council praising you. Perhaps it's time I checked in on my old guild. Iceberg, wake up. Oberon stirs awake in the first class, private train compartment. Across from him, he sees Laxus sitting on alert, staring out at the snow-covered mountains in the distance. Those are the mountains, right? Oberon yawns and looks out the windows, using telescopic lens to hone in on them. Yeah, it should be at the base. Let's head out. They pack away their things and quickly exit the compartment, entering the luxurious hallway and moving to the back of the train. Can we make a stop in Bosco on the way back? Oberon glances back at Laxus. Why? I just want to see it. This is the first time I've been out of Fiore. Depends on how serious this situation is. Did you sleep at all? If I sleep, I could miss the sights. And who knows when Grandpa will let me leave Fiore again. Oberon shakes his head as they reach the back of the train. He sees a uniformed man standing guard at the rear door and nods to him. The man opens the door, allowing freezing midday winds to enter as he steps aside. Both boys politely nod to the man before stepping outside. Laxus zips up his winter jacket while Oberon requips his S-Class coat on, pulling it over his shoulder before floating off the back of the train. Laxus uses lightning magic to hover in place behind him as the train leaves them out in the middle of this mountain range. That's better, Laxus says as he floats about, cloaking in golden lightning. I appreciate you using that spell to prevent me from getting sick on the train, but spending that much time always feeling like I'm falling wasn't fun. Better than throwing up all over the floor. What isn't better than that? Laxus follows Oberon as he ascends for a few hundred feet, and as the high winds reach his nose, his face turns in disgust. Ugh, definitely the right place. Oberon glances over at him, and Laxus points directly at the mountains. Blood, lots of blood. Charcoal and burnt flesh too. But this place is freezing, even for a dragon slayer, which means it must be a lot to get through the cold air. All right, let's go. Oberon flies toward the gathering point with Laxus close behind him. As they soar through the biting winds, Laxus holds his coat closed tight, but Oberon is entirely unbothered. I need to learn ice ability magic, Laxus thinks before shifting his focus to the snow-covered forest and chasms below. Every few hundred feet, there are deep ravines between sections of forest, creating uneven terrain, making it impossible to see more than 100 meters at a time from the ground level. Using his draconic eyesight, Laxus notices cracks in the cliff faces, along with sections of the landscape being less stable or outright collapsed as they get closer to the mountains. There was a lot of seismic activity here. Looks like it started right where we're going. Is there anything we should be worried about? The blood is getting stronger. It's drowning out other scents. But I don't hear anything dangerous, just a lot of chatter ahead. Chatter? What do yo? Oberon stops in the air, looking out at the sea of wagons and tents near the base of the mountains, all contained within a tall and thick earth wall along the perimeter. That's a lot of people, a few thousand at least. Rune Knights too. Laxus points to the men in white and blue cold weather uniforms standing guard around the area. A few battalions. Something big must have happened here. Oberon. Both boys look down to Grandoma, and a man politely waves them over to him while placing the sound amplification lacrima back into his belt. All attention is placed on them as they descend to him. Laxus is far more eye-catching than Oberon, shrouded in golden lightning that arcs around his body and heats the air. But all around them, there are civilians. Thousands of civilians wearing thick clothes provided by the Rune Knights, huddled together on small grounds or within the warm tents, desperately trying to gain some semblance of normalcy as they eat rations and recount everything they can to the Rune Knights. All around and atop the long earth wall are Rune Knights maintaining a barrier to keep the biting cold at bay, allowing the civilians to have a better chance at surviving while the grievously injured are being treated. But even now, in the midst of this vast effort to resolve a tragic situation, all attention turns to the descending boys. Oberon, one of the older women, asks, forcing herself to stand to get a glimpse of the boy. It really is him. Oberon is here. Tears quickly form and begin flowing down her cheeks, and word spreads, causing a sea of crosstalk and murmuring through the camp. A few young children, no older than 6 years old, look at the boy and focus on the one cloaked with lightning magic. Who is Oberon? One of them asks, feeling and seeing a joyful excitement spread through the previously saddened survivors. A powerful wizard, a Rune Knight says. You were born in there, so you don't know. But he is nearly unstoppable and will be the key to all of us safely getting out of here. He's the plain-looking one, a nearby man says while standing on crutches. But don't let that appearance fool you. He was powerful enough to be offered the position of Wizard Saint and refused it. You'll come to realize the importance of that in time. As the murmuring grows and a few people begin cheering, Oberon stops in midair and waves at the survivors, earning loud cheers from them. He then quickly descends to Grand Omen, seeing the man moving toward a massive formation of rocks closer to the mountain. The scent is stronger in this direction, Laxus says as he and Oberon flank Grand Doma, falling into step beside him, marching through the snow and ice. Grand Doma waves his hand, and all the Rune Knights move to guard the survivors, clearing the path and providing them some privacy. Yeah, I can smell it too, Oberon says, the scent of blood and rotting meat now reaching his nose. What's going on? We can talk in a moment after we're inside. A minute of walking later, they arrive at a massive slab of stone with a half-collapsed tunnel under it. Grand Doma doesn't hesitate to enter, using his staff to create a light sphere in front of him. Oberon and Laxus share a curious glance before following behind him. They find themselves in a massive tunnel with rubble on either side, and entire sections collapsed. There are pillars of wood, iron, and stone propping up the structure as they delve deeper into the mountain. Laxus pinches his nose shut, but the iron and rotting flesh is so pungent he can taste it, upsetting his stomach. A large section of this mountain is hollow, Grand Doma says. The people you see out there are 7,000. They're less than half of the slaves they had working in here. Slaves? Oberon looks disgusted and notices the word left a bitter expression on Grand Doma's face. By who? All the cultists are dead, but the survivors say they were another cult of Zerif. I swear, every time something vile happens, it always leads back to Zerif. Laxus nods. How do you find them, and why not send us? They were expanding the structure when a collapse happened. Most of the cultists died when the collapse happened. The few survivors were quickly killed by their former slaves. The tremors were so great a local wizard guild came to investigate. That's when they saw a few people frozen to death outside and called us. How long ago was this? Laxus asks as they descend past a destroyed tunnel into a larger chamber. Those people out there are all wearing winter clothes and have food. That couldn't have happened quickly. That was 3 weeks ago, but we have to check all of them and the information. These people were kidnapped over the last 3 decades. Some of them were even born in here and know nothing else. It's a complicated situation. How do you plan to move them? We've been working on that. The tremors collapsed the roads we could have used, and the land between here and the train tracks are deathly unstable. Even if we could bridge the chasms, most of the people would die on a long march there, either from cold or falling. And winters this far north are beyond cruel. That explains why people are so happy to see Oberon. Laxus says, you want him to move everyone, right? That would be helpful, yes. That's easy, Oberon says. But about the rune you sent to Fairy Tale. That was meant for Makarov Dreyer, but I'm glad he showed you. The sooner this can be solved, the better. He leads them through a few reinforced corridors, carefully stepping around rubble and gaps in the floor. What can you tell us? It's an activation rune. Think of it like the trigger on a rifle. It starts the entire process after the rune matrix is lined up. But the sequence it belongs to is circular. The energy has to flow to it, make the full circuit, then come back to it to be complete. Meaning the intricacy of the matrix and size of wherever this rune is carved determines its power. It's used in collection and condensation of magic energy. This place wasn't just using slaves for construction. They were a power source as well, Grand Doma says. Those cultists planned to rip the life out of them with the altar. They arrive at a set of massive stones that are broken and collapsed, allowing the trio to step over and across them into a large stone chamber. Oberon creates dozens of light spheres with a thought, creating daylight within the dark room, illuminating the massive activation rune etched into the stone altar in the middle of it. The rune itself could fit the Fairy Tale guild hall 5 times over inside it, astonishing Oberon. Oh gods! Oberon mutters as he floats above, looking down at the layout of the room. Are there other rooms like this in this place? No. The survivors said this was the only one. The most closely guarded location in the fortress. One room to drain all those people. That would have taken a long time and definitely led to riots, Laxus says. No, not one room, or multiple rooms, multiple facilities, Oberon says as he summons a few super archive screens around him. I need to solve exactly what sequence we're dealing with, but contact the Magic Council. Tell them be ready to go to multiple, similar locations. Standing around one of the hundreds of lit braziers around the Sea of Tints, Grand Doma warms his hands as the biting midnight air chips away at him. He glances up at the cloudy winter night sky before looking to the other men around the fire. Final checks complete, one of them says, Squad 30 just sent me a telepathic message. Everyone is accounted for. We're ready to move. We should move quickly, another man says. I don't like the look of those clouds. This far north in Iceberg, blizzards are always a problem. They've been working on it for almost a day. Shouldn't be much longer, Grand Doma says, looking down at the fire. Moving everyone with gravity magic won't be viable in this freezing air, so we'll have to dig in for one more night. The muster point outside the village should have everything by morning. The only problem is about the rest spots along the way. Not much terrain to set down a few thousand people. Let me deal with that. All of you double-check the perimeter. I'll go get an update from them. When I'm back, we'll get ready for whatever comes next. All that's left now is to get some rest before the trip, sir. Don't want to get caught out by some of the monsters out here, even with a wizard saint escorting us. He's not a wizard saint, Grand Doma reminds them. In all but name he is. Grand Doma sighs. Don't remind me. He turns and walks off in a mountain. Minutes later, Grand Doma descends the unstable cavern system toward the altar room, seeing bright golden light shining out of the doorway and onto his pathway. He narrows his eyes at the sight, but thinks nothing of it. He quickens his pace and turns to enter the altar room, but stops at the sight of Oberon floating above the broken platform. Around him are dozens of super archive screens displaying runes he couldn't recognize. Stepping inside, he looks to his right, seeing Laxus sitting on a large piece of rubble reading a book. His eyes shift between the two boys, trying and failing to make sense of this sight. I thought the light was from Laxus, but it's Oberon, yet I can't sense him. Grand Doma walks over to Laxus, who glances up at him before returning to his grimoire. He's in his research mode. He said he was almost done, though. Are you helping him too? Nah, this is a lightning enchantment grimoire. I don't understand runes as well as him. Doesn't seem like anyone does. Grand Doma stands beside Laxus, reading the foreign runes on the screens. We have everything ready to relocate the people. What will you need from us? How far away do we need to carry them? The village is just over 50 miles east of here, but the winds here are horrible, even more so at night. We can't fly people through that, so we'll wait until morning. I can send people out to check for rest points along the way, ones that can fit everyone safely. You don't need to worry about that. Oberon can handle it. Once everyone is ready, we'll leave as soon as he's done in here. His gravity magic is that powerful. He's a softie, so he takes it easy on everyone, even when he shouldn't. It's hard to tell how strong he is unless you see him train. Being in a guild with him must be exhausting, Grand Doma mutters under his breath, and is surprised when Laxus answers. Not really. Everyone knows not to compare yourself to Oberon. And it actually makes my life easier since when I'm guild master he'll be there as ace. He does keep running out of space for his books though, and Grandpa's office and the library was filled, but his new library should fix that. Done. Oberon says as he turns around to look at Laxus. Oh, Grand Doma is here already. You didn't notice me? I was busy reading. What did you find? Laxus gets up and walks to the platform, requipping his grimoire away. Unfortunately, I was right. It is a resurrection altar, Oberon says, waving his hands to dispel the many screens before summoning one larger screen behind him. It shows the complete form of the broken rune beneath their feet. This rune acts as the starting points and an entry to the secondary sequence of the runic matrix. Meaning, Grand Doma asks, this, Oberon forms a golden magic circle in his hand, complete with intricate layers of runes from the Radiance formula, with a large fairy tale emblem in the middle. The fairy tale emblem acts as a rune in this magic circle. So this is the middle? Laxus asks. No, This rune is one of the tiny ones along the edge, he says. This specific sequence has 7 runes along the edge. The middle is empty because that's where the sacrifice goes. The people, Grand Doma mutters. Then there are other chambers like this. Yeah, but not here. With an altar of this size, they were aiming for more than a few thousand people. This matrix is meant to drain the life and magic energy from everything within it and perform a theoretical resurrection spell. Zerif wrote about it in a few of the notes I found, but it was always inconclusive. Laxus scoffs. Well, they're a cult of Zerif, so we don't need to guess who they want to bring back. How bad can this go? Grand Doma asks. The altars can't be activated without this one. Their plan is already impossible. If it succeeded, it would kill half the continent. If the spell worked, Zerif would be resurrected. Half the continent. Oberon waves his hand, and the large screen shifts, showing a map of the continent of Ishgar with the altar rune of this location marking their spot on the map. He then focuses, and 6 other runes appear across Ishgar. Bellum, Sin Desierto, Minstrel, Fury, 7. Each boasting a location connected by straight lines and sequence. Thousands of miles between each point. Together, they form a heptagram, covering half of Ishgar. This is where the other altars should be, probably with bases just like this. We'll need to hit them all at once to get whatever notes and intel they have, and prevent the execution of their slaves. Half the continent. Grand Doma is sick to his stomach at the sight. They'd kill so many to resurrect such an evil thing. We got lucky this fortress collapsed, Laxus says. Who knows what could have happened otherwise? The altar would have likely exploded and killed everyone in here. Oberon shrugs. These runes need a lot of magic energy to start the process. Then they can start draining. If you don't have enough to power and stabilize them, boom. Regardless, we should move, Grand Doma says. Is there anything else we can learn from this place? Nope. Now it's just time to go punch them in the face. Minutes later, the trio are approaching the camp, having spent the time discussing the specifics of relocating everyone. And upon their arrival, they notice the commotion ahead. Rune Knights and survivors are all moving around with haste, relocating people and equipment toward the middle of the camp and packing everyone in as closely as possible. One of the Rune Knights marches over to them. Everything is ready for transport, but the winds are picking up. It may be better to wait until things are calmer. It won't be a problem, Oberon assures him. Grand Doma looks down at the boy, then shrugs and walks toward the crowd. All right, everyone, hold steady. We'll go to a village 50 miles east of here. There are already more supplies there, along with working roads and train systems to get everyone to where they need to go. The Magic Council will assist you in any way we can. While they finalize everything, Oberon turns to Laxus. Are you going with them? Or, no way am I getting into that thing. Days of falling in the train were bad enough. Laxus cloaks himself in golden lightning and floats into the air, unbothered by the biting winds and ever-growing snowfall. I'll keep you on track to the village. Oberon rolls his eyes, then focuses on the gathering of people. Seeing everyone ready, he stomps the ground, and a light barrier flows over the ground from his foot. It rushes to the crowd and their items, forming a layer of floor between them and the ground before becoming solid. Most of the people, especially the children, are amazed by this. Oberon then floats above them, stopping beside Laxus, and raises his hand. The solid light platform lifts off the ground, but not by using his control of the platform itself. Instead, he exercises his absolute control of gravity magic to keep everyone so stable that until the ground visibly shrinks and lowers, so they don't notice that they're moving. With the walls of the camp no longer blocking the harshest winds, some of the people huddle together against the cold. But Oberon simply extends the glowing floor to form a dome from the edge, a translucent barrier that lets them see outside while protecting them from the snow and cold. Will they be all right in there? Laxus asks. They have more than enough air. It's only a few minutes away, Oberon says as they begin moving east. Laxus leads the way with him in the middle and the massive floating dome containing thousands of people behind him. After the first minute, Oberon signals to Laxus that he's more comfortable with their cargo. and they speed up. The snow-covered mountainside and forest are illuminated by the light pouring off the massive dome, allowing everyone to see the surroundings rushing past them. The visual of a moving landscape, paired with the lack of any physical sensation of motion, upsets some people. But for many of the Rune Knights, they're simply amazed by the precise applications of gravity magic. Laxus slows his pace to fly beside Oberon. When we drop off these people, we should hop on a train to Sin. Why Sin? Bellum Neighbor's iceberg. We're a lot closer. Yeah, we'll pass by and confirm the resurrection altar location on the way, but we need to head to Sin. They'll call in wizard saints and powerful wizard guilds for this. There aren't any in Sin right now, and we're already closer. And you'll get to see more of Ishgar along the way. That's only a small part of it. Sitting behind the tree lean on a rocky hillside, Oberon looks out at the clearing in the middle of the valley, flanked on all sides by high rocky mountains. His eyes stay focused on the fortress in the middle of the valley, surrounded by a high wall, manned by guards. They patrol diligently under the morning sun, enjoying the cool weather here in Sin, but he and Laxus are simply waiting for the right time. Behind him, Laxus is pacing back and forth, heart beating like a drum line against the pressure of what they're doing. Don't be so anxious, it'll only ruin your focus. Telling people not to be anxious doesn't work, Laxus scoffs. How are you so calm? I've been S-class for years. I'm used to lives depending on me. Yeah, well, this is new to me. Is it time yet? Show me the timers. Oberon rolls his eyes, but raises a hand to summon a screen of Super Archive. On it is a map of Ishgar, with the other resurrection altar locations marked, each hosting the local time for that region. Before coming to Sin, Laxus and Oberon confirmed the location of the base in Bellum, then came to Sin and waited for everyone to get into position. A simultaneous strike to take advantage of the already lacking communication between locations. Remember, 10 minutes or the signal, whichever is first. Oberon says as he gets up, I'm moving to the road. I need to clear the path for the Rune Knights while you're inside. 1 minute. Yeah. Oberon walks deeper into the tree lean, disappearing among the foliage to quietly handle the cultists' checkpoint on the only road leading into this valley. Laxus leans against a tree as his friend Scent retreats, focused entirely on the fortress. S-class, he mutters. Yeah, this really is a different world. With that, he activates his invisibility magic, perfectly disappearing and walking toward the fortress. It doesn't take long to reach the outer wall and single out one of the men patrolling it. He quietly follows the man until he sees him speaking to another cultist. They each wield spears and quickly begin some idle chatter. He takes a few seconds to observe them, seeing one of the men take out a pack of cigarettes and lean his spear against the wall. Now is my chance, he thinks before getting closer to the men. On the one who is facing away from him, he casts sleep magic, which causes his invisibility magic to stop. The man immediately begins falling to the ground, and the other notices Laxus the moment he's visible. Sleep magic is easier to use on people who are unaware of you, as even a basic awareness of its use breaks the spell, and Laxus is a novice. For this reason, he appears as a bolt of golden lightning beside the waking man, grabbing the back of his head and slamming his face into the dirt. The man's brain rattles into unconsciousness as his skull fractures, but the pained whimpers from his body remind Laxus that he's still alive. He does all of this, and still has time to catch the sleeping man before he hits the ground, which would have woken him. Laxus places one hand on the ground. Using earth magic that he and Oberon learned from Jura, he creates a small magic circle on the dirt, which softens it enough for the sleeping man to comfortably sink a few feet down. Then it hardens again, leaving a small hole for him to breathe. I'll be back in a few minutes, he says before transforming into the now buried man, picking up his spear and holding the injured cultist over his shoulder. I really hope this works, he says in a man's voice while walking over to the checkpoint at the outer wall. Transformation magic has, theoretically, no limit. But changing your volume and mass requires more magic energy, so taking a different size isn't common. Luckily for him, Dreyer Blood and a Dragon Lacrima each give him a high magic energy capacity, allowing him to maintain an adult disguise. and he's able to quickly understand people's clothes, appearance, voice, and even their scent thanks to his high aptitude for observation and adaptation. This allows him to perfectly mimic a person after only observing them for a few seconds, and is why the guards don't spare him a second glance when he arrives at the gates. He fell and hit a stone. Laxus yells to them, "We need to get him inside." They all spring into action immediately, not wanting to lose one of the rare people willing to follow their mission. Laxus is escorted through the gate and into the fortress, directed up some stairs and through corridors to the infirmary. There he sees enough equipment and medicine to supply the Magnolia Hospital twice over, and a dedicated set of doctors that immediately take the man from him into another room. He turns to the man who left the others at the main gate and escorted him in. "We need to go to our boss. They'll want the full story, which includes what you saw." He gestures to the door, signaling the man to lead the way. "Yeah, he'll be pissed. Just don't expect me to put my neck out for you," the man says before leading Laxus out of the medical room. Laxus is soaking in everything he can, focusing on the scents, sounds, and sights. Using his draconic senses to their limit, do everything to push past the strong scent of iron in the air. But with each step, the scent only grows. "He's probably down in the mines right now," the escort says as they exit the hallway and take a short elevator ride below the surface. As they descend, Laxus feels his ability to sense magic stifled. They have a barrier set up. The elevator descends for a few more seconds before it stops at the first of what he can see is many floors of a lacrima mine, extending deep underground. These mines collect condensed magic energy. Fiore controls and hosts most of them on Ishgar, leading to its vast wealth. But this one was much smaller than those. Here he could only see lacrimas the size of fingernails in the walls, and extracting them were men, women, and children of all ages and levels of health. He stands there, stunned, as his escort speaks to one of the men near the lift. Laxus's eyes shift to the people, seeing each of them wearing two cuffs that aren't connected to each other. But each cuff has a red lacrima built into it, its purpose obvious to him. Magic binding cuffs with a built-in explosive in case they run or try to get rid of them. "I'll have to find the control room." The guard commander is back in his office. He's already done with inspections, the escort says, and Laxus snaps back to attention and follows the man into the lift. "Guard commander? That means there is a higher level person here, if this guy is just the head of security." The lift descends back to the surface, and they walk back through the fortress. Laxus sees slaves carrying carts filled with lacrima crystals into a massive atrium near the entrance. A vast hall with a magic circle carved into the floor. The room is the size of a football field, supporting the massive runes carved into it. In the middle of it is a hole where they dump all the lacrima. And as the walls rise, they close in, forming a conical shape leading to a point above the middle of the floor. They don't have the luxury of a hollow mountain being their base. That magic circle only collects the magic energy. I need to find the one connected to the resurrection ritual. It should be directly above. The magic energy will erupt like a geyser, so his gaze shifts upward, and he sees a magic circle carved into the ceiling. The exact design Oberon expected. The room is on the other side of that. He narrows his eyes at it before they enter another maze of hallways. They pass by a few guards on the way up to the guard commander's office, and, after knocking, enter to see the man studying a ledger on his desk. "What do you want?" The old and frail man in much more embellished robes glares at them, his voice harsh and tone curt. The escort steps aside, allowing Laxus to walk ahead of him. "There is an accident. One of the outer wall guards was seriously injured." "Is that all?" The man slams his hand on the desk. "A shipment of new slaves is late, and you're here to tell me about some clumsy person getting hurt." Laxus and his escort remain silent as the man walks over to the wall beside his desk, where a mic is built into it. He presses a button and speaks into it. Double shifts until the new set arrives. No breaks. Laxus barely stops himself from flinching as he hears the man's voice from every loudspeaker of the announcement system in the fortress. "You two, if that's all you have to say, get back to work." "Yes, sir," the escort says, taking his spear and turning to leave. Laxus remains in place as his escort quickly and fearfully leaves, and the man looks back, thought he opened door, to see the guard commander also staring at Laxus. There is something urgent I need to discuss with the guard commander. There may be a problem at the altar in Iceberg. How do you know where it? The man cuts himself off, glaring at Laxus before looking to the escort. Leave us, and forget you heard that. The man nods sharply and shuts the door before scurrying back to the outer wall. Approach. Laxus nods and walks to the desk, now standing within arm's reach of the man. How do you know? Before the man can even finish speaking, Laxus's fist crashes into his throat. The man gasps for air, feeling a scant few drops of blood flowing down his throat as Laxus's transformation ends, and the boy grabs his head, shocking him into unconsciousness. He catches the unconscious man before he flops onto the desk and instantly transforms into him. Just a few more minutes, he mutters in the man's voice while placing the old man on the floor behind the desk. He requips the entire ledger before rifling through the desk, taking anything that looks important and finding a map of the fortress. Or more accurately, a diagram of this base's altar room. Magic energy from the lacrimas gets shot upward at the resurrection altar to power it. I need to get some evidence of that before they can destroy it. He finishes seizing everything useful in the room and walks over to the announcement system, activating it. Bring all slaves to the lacrima collection room for interrogation and disciplinary action. No exceptions. Now, every guard in the fortress is on edge at those words, moving quickly to gather up everyone and bring them into the main room. This place is a lot smaller than the last base, so that should be fine. He leaves the room, still appearing as the guard commander, and finds the altar room. Entering it, he sees a few cultists tending to it, each a mage with his staff, focusing magic energy into the rune that's carved into the large altar. I want to update on the reinforcement progress. A robed woman turns to him. We just updated the head overseer. And now I'm asking, he narrows his eyes at her. There was a security problem. I'm doing a full check. I see. Reinforcement is progressing well. It should be able to handle the magic energy within a year. Good. But there was a problem in Iceberg, he says, causing them all to turn to him. The head overseer needs you immediately. No, none will be allowed in here until you return. Do we know the nature of the problem? She asks. We believe there may have been an imbalance in their altar or... Those fools! She begins marching out of the room. How dare they delay Lord Zerif's resurrection? All the other mages follow her, leaving Laxus alone in the room. He quickly discards the transformation, requipping a chimera and taking pictures of everything before storing it and resuming his transformation. I've only got a few minutes before someone tries to contact Iceberg and realize the communication room is sabotaged. He suppresses a smile while rushing to where the slaves are gathered. There he sees thousands of slaves gathered, many of whom are injured or sick, forced to work through it or be killed. Some are holding up or even carrying others, because he called for no exceptions in this gathering. He raises a single hand, and the guards knock the ground with the base of their spears, silencing the murmuring crowd. Tension in the room grows as people look at him fearfully, a sight that makes him sick to his stomach, but he maintains his composure. Seconds stretch in nearly half a minute, and finally a small explosion echoes through the halls above. The slaves and guards look up instinctively, wondering what happened. And a moment later, all of their magic binding cuffs deactivate and pop off, the explosive lacrimas going dormant on the floor. The guards are stunned for a moment, as suddenly they are outnumbered dozens to one. They prepare to thrust their spears forward or unleash magics upon the crowd. But a bolt of golden lightning dances through the room. It fries each guard until they're blackened, frightening the slaves who instinctively shield themselves from it. But it never touches them. They instead hear the constant crackling and arcing of electricity above, opening their eyes to see Laxus Dreyer hovering above them. Come on, follow me, he waves while moving toward the main doors, blasting any guards that get in their way. On the way out, some of the slaves who were mages before use what little magic energy they can muster to help. And during the fight, he can hear people muttering his name. Only a handful of people recognize him, but with each passing barrier, the hope grows in the crowd. Laxus is forced to dart around the massive crowd as a bolt of lightning, protecting them from cultists on all sides as they break out of the massive main gate, entering the field between the fortress and outer wall. The moment the doors explode outward, that sound begins the secondary phase of this assault. Before the guards could turn and attack Laxus and the crowd, beams of light magic descended, punching them into the dirt with intense concussive force. The people at the front of the crowd see the outer wall and hear Laxus at the back of the crowd fighting the approaching cultists. Thousands of people rushing toward a dooryard no wider than a single street. The fortress was designed intentionally so they could easily move the slaves into the inner field for punishment and occasionally culling. But so it would take a long time for a rebellion to leave the outer wall, all supported by the fact that everyone was wearing a remote-activated bomb that suppressed magics. The sound of battle behind them shakes their faith, knowing the few mages with them would have to fight hundreds of cultists to stall. But moments later, the entire outer wall is torn away and thrown aside. Gravity shifted in the most absurd way, ripping it from the ground to leave a clear path forward, revealing that on the other side of the wall is an entire legion of rune knights, ready for battle and to provide aid, with a young boy standing in the air above them. Oberon. A few of the people rejoice, confusing most of the crowd that had been enslaved since before he joined Fairy Tale. Oberon waves while flying over them, rushing to the back of the crowd to support Laxus and the others.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.